What a bug.
Yo,
Yo, what'd you think?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. Wasn't the greatest documentary I've ever seen in my whole life, but it was enjoyable.
Excellent.
What did you think?
I think it's interesting the bond that people certainly have with their animals and how it can be shown in these different competitions. And I find it interesting, like the people who are like, we would never eat our animals, like that was just seen as foreign to them, and some of the other people would, and that there was like um, a a front runner for winning these competitions. I found that interesting as well. Um, it was okay. I'm not wasn't the worst thing I've ever. It's better than Pet Cemetery, but still not hands on a hard body.
Not hands on a hard body level. Yeah, no, hands on a hard body was dope. I really liked that one. This one, it was still, I liked it. I like the look of all the chickens, like the shelky ones, the really fluffy, like white ball. Well, they come in other colors. Those chickens look very cool. And it was interesting seeing the backstory of the people that raised the chickens, and the singer guy who was like stars in like some 1960s like, theater thing. I thought he was pretty funny. And yeah, it's basically like the dog show, but for the chickens.
Exactly. There's some issues that I have with those dog shows. Not that I don't love dogs or think dogs are cool, but the over obsession with pure breeds, and then what occurs is like um, the damage to the animal, where they can't breathe well, or to the breed more so. They can't breathe well. They don't reproduce. You can over perfect some stuff. It didn't seem like that was being done too much in the chicken world yet, but if that blew up, it would be. And I also respect. There's a thing. There was like a movement that happened, like maybe I don't know, in the last 20 years of um, I think they're called urban coops. Basically, you can have chickens in a um, urban area, and you can't in Irvine, but in some areas of Los Angeles County you can. And so there were some celebrities who I learned of, Joe Rogan being one of them, who would keep a coop. He was in Ventura County, but still close enough. Um, and how they bond with these chickens, they say hi to them every day. They feed them all the time. Um, they don't want to kill them. They let them reproduce. Or I shouldn't even say reproduce, just lay eggs or whatever. And there's like certainly a bond, and that's something that I always thought if I ever had a piece of property I would like to do to have fresh eggs, perhaps if that was of importance to me. And it seems like these people took it to another level of like having perfect animal, perfect chickens. And I like the different looks of the birds. Um, Chickens can be ferocious. Yeah, I mean they're small, but they're like linked. I mean, I guess we all are, but evolutionarily to dinosaurs, and they are can be quite dog-like, or they can be loyal, and you can see almost like emotion out of them. And yeah, I thought it was interesting. There's not more to it that I had of that documentary. I can say it didn't speak to me like, oh, I have to go out and get a chicken coop now, or anything like that. But the process was interesting too. I think, at least in the United States, I'm not sure, but there's like an organization called 4-H, where people raise animals and basically have them on on uh, display for judging and such. And this seemed to be that, but like the playoffs of that. Like basically, this was like a national thing, and just just interesting to see the dynamics that people have with animals, and I always think that's interesting.
Oh yeah, no, it's national competition that I didn't even knew existed until I saw this documentary. Did not even think that there's a best chicken contest or whatever. Those raisin chickens, like that, the sound and like the noise, like the clucking and this convention space that they're in. There's like so much clucking and stuff, and I don't really like the noises of the chickens at all. And then also, it seemed like chickens. So you're saying that they're like dogs, and I get that people would love them as much as a dog or whatever, but and the chickens in the contest seem to be like very loving and friendly, and I think most chickens are. I guess it's kind of like dogs. There's a bunch of friendly ones, and then like some that are not friendly at all. Um, I wouldn't. I have contemplated the hypothetical chicken coop thing, but I don't know. I think it would be like a decent amount of work that you have to give, and then you kind of, if you don't love chickens, I don't know. Maybe you love eggs so much that it's worth it. I know someone, like, I've been to their house and I've seen their chickens. She has like 25 chickens or something running around, and they take up a lot of space. And then she just has a surplus of eggs, and she sells the eggs and stuff. But I think you have to clean up food. And I don't like the fact that if you, like, these people are talking about how they'd go into their house and they'd find like chickens just chilling on their couch and stuff. But I feel like you can't really train a chicken not to poop and stuff. So you have to put like a little chicken diaper, but I don't want like chicken running around my house and it's chicken diaper. Like, it doesn't seem great for either party.
I
But
I agree. I think,
maybe they'd be fun to cuddle with, but I don't want to roaming around my residence.
yeah, I don't want to cuddle with them either, to my knowledge. I think that there could be, and I don't know. I know people make chicken coops. That's been a thing for like hundreds of years, but they get so nasty that it's almost like it just seems to me like absolutely disgusting. That I would want to, instead of having to clean one of those out, just burn that thing when it's done, and then just buy another one. Or I mean, not burn one perhaps, but somehow have it. Uh, I don't want to have anything to do with that thing anymore. It just seems like it would get so nasty. So I was thinking, like, what if you created one using um, ecologically, environmentally friendly products? I think you could do this. What have I seen this with? Hemp. Um, so a major issue is like hemp, um, or a major issue is like with plastic waste, obviously, and they make hemp plastic bottles. Like you can make plastic out of other things than petroleum, and some organic materials included in that, and hemp is one of them. And the issue with these hemp plastic bottles is they work really well. They're just like a normal plastic bottle, and this is it's not a problem. It's what it's supposed to do. After I think 6 months or a year, the bottle starts to deteriorate purposefully, so that it basically goes back into the ecosystem. And so I was thinking if you created a hemp plastic chicken coop that you could just buy on Amazon, set it up. Maybe you have to add the heat lights or heat lamps and things or whatever. Um, and you have like a piece of property. You just set this thing up every 6 months to a year, and basically the thing would just biodegrade on its own. And you have your chickens. I just want to get away from the cleaning of the chickens. That's disgusting to me. So you basically have your chickens who are they go in their biodegradable coop, and that thing is good for like let's say a year. You could get it to a year. Okay, and then after a year, you buy another one on Amazon. You could even have it just shipped to you with like on a schedule, and then you just have the chickens go to the new coop. They do their thing. The old coop just basically just biodegrades on your property. You don't have to burn it. You don't have to get rid of it. It just goes away after like 2 or 3 years, and then you just keep buying these coops, and then you never have to clean them out. What are your thoughts?
I think that's a very funny and clever idea. Um, but I don't know enough about raising chickens, but I feel like you have to clean the chicken coop probably, I'm assuming, more than once per year, because I'm assuming there'd be poop that's piling up all the time. Like with hamsters, you got to clean their little nest like for a single hamster like once a week or twice or every 2 weeks or something. So I imagine if you have 15 chickens around, like you're gonna have to clean it up. And maybe the price of printing these like hemp biodegrading chicken coops would be so minimal that you could just get a new one every single week or something. But yeah, I don't. I was also thinking as you were talking about this that like maybe there could be a self-cleaning coop, like it has like a built-in washing system already in it. And I'm sure that's possible with enough money and resources. But yeah, I don't know how they really clean existing chicken coops to begin with, and I don't. If it's anything like a hamster and you have like a little nesting stuff, then it's not that much of a burden to clean up. I think maybe like what I'm imagining the huge burden is where it's just like seagull shit on like wood that is just baked into like the wood and you have to scrub it out for hours. But I imagine if there's like some nesting there in between that, then you can just pretty easily like sweep out the nesting and replace it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it still sounds disgusting, and yeah, it's like the seagull thing. It's going to be everywhere. So there are perhaps different ways to do this. Um, you could maybe somehow train chickens to not use the restroom in their own coop, but that seems like somebody would have tried that already and figured it out. Perhaps there's some kind of pharmaceutical that could be used where they, for whatever reason, don't want to use the restroom within a closed environment. There's just something within the pharmaceutical that makes them want to go in an open area. Um, that's certainly an option. There's the I've seen these things. Um, okay, so like you're talking about with a hamster or something, that usually has like a metal grate with like bedding, and then you clean the bedding, but you'd still have to spray the grate down and such. And that doesn't seem like that big of a work. But if they're going to the bathroom in the coop, that whole thing inside is just going to be filled over the course of time with poop. Um, you could always pay someone to do it, but then it's like, okay, these are the most expensive eggs that you've ever had because you basically literally have to have like a farm to do it. I was thinking uh, along the same lines, like a robot that could do it. Um, okay, so
You
imagine
maybe have some material that you can like power wash easily.
exactly. Imagine just a pure stainless steel box that you could just when the um, chickens are in the yard or whatever, you could just spray it down, or it could just spray itself down. That it just has like a almost like a car wash system inside, like a it just sprays itself, and then just a self cleaning chicken coop, and then the chickens go in there and uh, they enjoy and that to me probably is more of a sustainable option than something that biodegrades every so often or whatever. You're going to run into issues with that though, that it would have to be temperature controlled. Like you can't just have these chickens baking in this box. Um, but uh, you know, if it's shaded or whatever, and there's proper ventilation, I think that you could make that kind of system happen. Like, okay, imagine like a how you could do this out of a container, like a shipping container. That's a little big. You wouldn't need something that big, but maybe you cut a shipping container in half, and then just close off the other half, and then it's just got like a power washing system inside, and it's climate controlled, and the chickens get to enjoy it, and it's just this little. I still think that's probably too big. I'm trying to probably be too environmentally cautious there. You just have a box. I think probably is the best way, depending on how many chickens you want. Usually, people have like 12 or perhaps as many as 24 or whatever, um, and then the box just like you could even get this thing to be fully, I think, fully automated, where every day the door of the box just opens up, and the chickens know when that happens. They go outside, they eat bugs and stuff in the yard or whatever, and then when they want, they can go back in at night. It makes sure that all the chickens come back in or whatever. There could be a sensor on it, or I don't know. You could really get this thing to be pretty advanced. Now, how expensive is it going to be? I think you probably could make this box with some systems on it. Nothing too uh, advanced, for probably between like $5,000 and $10,000. Is it going to be worth it for the price of eggs? No, but there's something to having farm fresh eggs delivered whenever you want, and the bond that you're going to build with these animals. So I don't know. What do you think of the box system?
A self-cleaning chicken robot system for 10. I mean, 5,000 I think is like the price roughly of a actual just like the coop that you assemble yourself in your backyard, like Joe Rogan. I think it'd be probably closer to 10,000 plus for like the auto cleaning one. That is my guess. I don't know enough about chicken coops and how much of a hassle it is to clean them currently. If people are just like taking the hamster out and then just sweeping out the bedding or something. Because if there's like that like fluffy like bedding stuff and they're not crapping on the wood floor directly, then I don't think it'd be too bad to clean it out. But I really have no idea how big of a problem it is really currently. But it does, even if it wasn't too much of a hassle, an automated system would be good. And maybe there'd be like I mentioned, like hawks or something, like the male chicken would like sacrifice itself if like a hawk came. Maybe there could be like some hawk protection laser system built in or something.
As I understand, you don't want to have like a rooster when you have that kind of setup because you want the hens laying eggs. So you want the egg to be unfertilized. You only bring a cock around a rooster around when you want more chickens, as I understand. Um, but yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
okay, so they have these restrooms now. They have them in some beach cities, at least in Southern California. But I think they first started in Europe, where every time you use the restroom, it just like shuts down a box and sprays it all out, and like basically sanitizes the restroom every single time it's used. And I'm thinking a system like that could work. Um, there are a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of
no, they had these public restrooms installed that were self cleaning. I believe either in like California or
that's
like
what I'm saying.
Vancouver or something. And they're fully self cleaning public restrooms, but they they went out of commission, I believe, because they're really expensive to maintain or something, or the technology. There's just some problem with it that is like they didn't continue using it for some reason.
Well,
But it was a thing at some point that they've experimented with.
they've installed them in some beach cities in Southern California. I know that. The issue that we encounter are people living in them, or like they're supposed to have little alarms on them and have people eventually have to leave or whatever. They play music and then there's an alarm. Um, but what we're talking about is just basically the making this type of system hygienic, and I don't understand why you couldn't connect a hose to a box and a metal box and have that box have a little motor on it that has like heat lamps and like perhaps some type of like ventilation, and then just have it once a day. It can't turn on if the bird is inside, and it's almost like and like I'm sure you could make it so that it's got cameras in there so that you can see what's going on inside. um, I know adding all this technology increases the price, but I'm thinking you could get this at $10,000, and that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, yeah. I mean, for like a small coop, I don't know how many chickens it would hold, but hey, it's not that complicated of a technology. It's literally a hose, a sprayer, and I don't know if the chickens are required to have like bedding that needs to be replaced. But even if it did, I'm sure like there could be some scraper thing like a windshield wiper and then like some little sprayer thing that sprays new bedding. Like it seems pretty basic. It might actually exist already and we don't know about it.
Um, they make these little balls for chickens that I think are cool. So you were talking about
Yes,
the issue
those are awesome.
with like, I mean, hawks. I think a big one, at least where I am, are coyotes. Coyotes are the ones that killed Joe Rogan's chicken coop, and we have them, and I think they're in like every state in the United States, and so I'm sure they're in Canada as well. And you basically could have the chickens. You could ensure that they're in some kind of ball, even if you have to put them in there, so that they're protected. The thing is, you might have to clean out the balls, but that's okay. That seems like it could be a small enough job that wouldn't even
No,
necessarily.
those balls are made of like wire, like metal wires though. So if you're in like the sun, then maybe it gets baked into like the wire, and then it's since it's like metal wire spheres, it's like you have to scrub them down. But maybe you could power wash them off easily with enough
Yeah,
pressure.
I think so.
PSI.
I think so. I'm in agreement there. But that would protect them when they're in the yard. and the issue would arise though that you got to get them out of there. I mean, this is all like, hey, how do you want it? We've spent like 200 years with the Industrial Revolution, so people don't have to be farmers. But then, like, how do you go back to being a farmer? That's a lot of time. Like, I, I'm not sure that many people want to do this, but I could see that it might be something that somebody wants to do, and so um, you have a box and you have the birds in there, and it cleans itself, and then perhaps you have like a little greenhouse that it has chicken wire, so that stuff can't get in from the outside, and it's self sustaining. I could see that happening.
It's kind of like glamping versus
Exactly.
camping, and I
Exactly.
feel like there'd be like the stigma of like, oh, it's just like you're rich, and so you paid for your automated luxury chicken thing where you don't have to do any work at all, and then people that own chickens are just gonna actually like not respect you as much because you just paid your way out of doing any work.
Okay. Um, I could see it like for a community. Um, like we have community gardens. I'm sure you guys have stuff like that, where not every single person necessarily needs their own, but perhaps like a small neighborhood could have the chicken coop. Now, I understand you're going to run into issues with, hey, he took my egg or she took my egg or whatever. I get that. But
No, you
maybe,
could have like a lockbox system
yeah, um,
that evenly distributes it.
yeah. Now, there's the issue with the getting the eggs. As I understand, you have to, I mean, as I've always seen it, you go in and then you stick your hand in under the chicken because they incubate, and so maybe. Oh, I've seen that system automated though. Now that's in an industrial setting, but basically when the egg is laid, it goes down like a little ramp that keeps it protected, and then so I bet you could do that. Like I bet you could do that for a little box, just have little sitting quarters for each of the animals. They're all perhaps stainless steel or maybe really hard plastic that can take a, a really intense cleaning. And then when the chicken lays the egg, it comes down some type of ramp, and then each person or each household gets like has their like section of free eggs.
You know, direct pneumatic tubes connected to each house.
Well, that's what I think is the future of delivery.
Oh yeah. I wonder, like in the movie Elf, when he goes down in the mailroom and there's like pneumatic tubes there, and they're just like suction sending every parcel. Is that actually real? You think in those mailrooms? Is that how they work?
I mean, I used it in a bank, and people I mean, we would send things that weren't just paper. We would send a pen, IDs. So long as it's not that heavy, yeah. And the bigger the machine, the bigger the tube, and more force, you could send anything theoretically.
They had one in the bank.
Like every bank in the United States has had one for 40 years.
There, I've never seen this suction cup sending thing,
You've never seen
pneumatic
the
tube
pneumatic?
in
They
the
don't
bank.
have pneumatic tubes in banks in Canada.
Is it inside the bank or is it like outside the bank?
It's both. So you have a teller who is in the drive-through window and uses a microphone to talk to people in the drive-through. And I mean, I used to do this. You welcome the person. They put in their check to get cash, their ID. There's a pen in the pneumatic tube container. They put it through in this little suction tube. It sucks up from the outside into the inside. It drops in this little box. You open up the box where the tube is. You look and see what they want to do. Usually, at least in the financial institution where I was, you didn't do really complicated. Um, you wouldn't do really complicated things in the in the drive-through. This was usually just, hey, I need $100 or whatever, withdrawals and deposits and such. Um, and then people would cash their check. You would put the money in an envelope, maybe with an invoice, or a a receipt, just depending whatever it was going to be. And then they would sometimes have to sign it, and then you send them the money. And we had a thing that if somebody drove away with the pneumatic tube container, um, they would get they'd get it would be charged in their account. They would get charged, I think, like $50 or something. But they usually always brought them back because we needed those things, and we had extra ones in case anybody took them. But yeah, this has been like a thing my whole life.
Did you work, yeah, for the bank?
Yeah, when I was 18 years old, 18 to
Oh,
20 or so.
didn't know that. Didn't know that. So
Well,
you're straight up dealing with the pneumatic tubes in the drive-through.
absolutely. That's why I'm such a big fan of pneumatic tubes. It worked beautifully. Stuff didn't get stuck. They worked really consistently, and they were really quick. They allowed people to drive their car in, cash a check for $1,000. All they had to do was put their ID in, and even today they don't even have to do their ID. Um, and then it just sucks through. It's a little loud, but nothing super loud. Like it might sound like for like maybe 5 seconds, it sounds like a vacuum, and not even a super loud vacuum, but it just sucks through. The thing comes down, boom. You open it up, and then do whatever they. I mean, this is not a thing in Canada. You don't have pneumatic tubes in your financial institutions in the drive-through.
Uh, no, I've only been to a handful of bank drive-throughs. It's kind of a strange thing, the bank drive-through, because here they're basically just ATMs that you drive your car right next to. There's no pneumatic tubes in the ones that I've seen.
Yeah,
They might exist somewhere, but
yeah, that's a good
with,
point.
with yours, it seems like why wouldn't you just go inside and if you needed to send your ID and stuff, like don't you have to tell the banking person what you even want done,
Yep,
like in the first place?
yep. There's a microphone, and
Okay.
there's a camera, and it's just about speed. Hey, I don't want to have to go and wait in line inside the bank. I might have to wait a little while. The drive-through is open. I don't have to get out of my car. Um, the United States is very car centric, and Southern California in particular. You don't see these as much anymore because they have invented that ATM that will cash checks for you. So this is basically, in many ways, um, made this type of necessity obsolete. But I still see it, uh, and it's still a thing. So
Damn. I wish I could. There's more pneumatic tubes to interact with in society.
I agree with you. It was really fun. So at least the drive-throughs that I would run, I didn't so much like to do the drive-through. There were some tellers who absolutely loved it. I didn't. I like to be with the people. But those type of transactions were a lot of times much more complicated. But that's okay. Um, the 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 drive-through was always seen as a place where fraud could happen easier because people were in their car. They could kind of try to keep their face covered and things. But we didn't really run into it all that much. Anyway, um, there were like 3 or 4 lanes, depending on the branch. Uh, the one closest to the glass window, uh, many times did not even have a pneumatic tube. It was just literally like a drawer that you could pass things in between the building and the outside. Then there was a second lane that had the pneumatic tube, a third lane that had the pneumatic tube, and then a fourth lane that usually was an ATM or something. And yeah, that is extremely common. And people would be, it was hilarious to me sometimes. people liked the drive-through so much, even though nobody or there'd be very few people in the inside. They just would want to be like the line for the drive-through would get really, really deep. Um, and it would be like when that would happen, you'd have to lend assistance, or we'd have like two tellers there. Um, it was relaxing though, kind of like you were just
I was
doing.
gonna ask, with like multiple lanes, was there still like one person for each, like multiple lanes, or was there one employee per lane?
No, you would manage all of the different transactions. So usually there was just one person. On a really, really busy day, you might have two, but usually it was just one person, and um, you just don't do all of the transactions at the same time. So let's say three cars pull in at the same time. You do the first person, you send them their money or whatever. You do the second person, hey, how can I help you today? Somebody will just be like, I'm just want to check my balance, and be like, okay, you have, $250,000 in your bank. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Can I get like $100? And then that's like an easy transaction to do. That again, nothing too complicated in the drive-through. If somebody was like, hey, I don't have an account, okay, you've got to come inside for that. But there would be other people who would just be like, hey, I need a cashier's check, or something like that. That had to be done inside. But really, I believe it was cashing check, deposits, and withdrawals. And there was a limit as well on. Uh, you couldn't get more than like $1,000. Anything more than $1,000, you had to come inside. But before the advent of the ATM, that and like digital banking with apps where you could cash checks with a phone, this is what people would do. I mean, it's very common, and it was not new technology when I was doing it. Was I think it came about in the 1960s and 70s.
The ATM?
No, that came about then, but the pneumatic system for a drive-through of a financial institution, and
Oh, where?
and
What?
mail rooms as well.
Yeah. What kind of complex transactions were you dealing with inside the bank?
Sure. So people who were uh, like they might want to apply for an auto loan or a home mortgage. We had a section that would do that. So generally, I wouldn't do that. But I would get them settled, so I'd get a loan officer for them and such. Um, Usually, like some people would make like they pay off their vehicle, and that was a little complicated because of the interest. You had to do some calculations. Uh, there were so those were opening a new account was always complicated. Um, you needed like two forms of ID, and it just took a long time. And whenever somebody would come in right before the bank would close or the financial institution would be like, "Please don't be opening a new account. Please don't open it." And they'd be like, "Yeah, I don't have an account, but I'd like to open one up." And we were always like, "Shoot," because it could take like 30 minutes to do that. Um, what else were there? Money transfers or money orders and things that was a little different. Cashier's checks, a little different. Nothing too wild there, but wire transfers that would be pretty complicated. So someone would want to send money internationally, and that's complicated, especially back then because there wasn't like a system to like you could just FaceTime and be like, yeah, I got the money or whatever, and you didn't have like Venmo and Cash App and stuff like that. So that's how that kind of stuff was done. Um, I've got to say, I worked at this financial institution at many of its different locations. I was very careful. I may not have been the fastest, but I was very careful. And at the end of my time there, they, I remember talking with the people, the vault, the people who had all the money, and they went through my accuracy, and they were. they were like, okay, so we've checked this about 6 different times, and your net offage over the course of the time that you've been here is plus $100, meaning you made money for the financial institution. That has never happened. Everybody always loses money. They always sometimes bills stick together accidentally. These are things that happen. It's usually not too big of a deal. You might be off by, I think we could be off at the end of the day by 5 cents or something like that. Like you might get, a Canadian coin that might come in an American coin. Just weird stuff happens like that. Um, but they were shocked. They were like, "We've never had any teller who had a net gain. Everybody leaves with like, they were off by, you know, $125, but it was always under. They'd always given away too much money, and I was the one person that they had ever had in a financial institution that'd been around for like at least since mergers and stuff for now like almost 100 years. Not that long, but getting around to it. They're like, we've never had somebody who actually had a net positive, and I thought that was so cool.
Wouldn't that require that you're like taking more money from someone, like someone lost $100?
Most likely, yeah. And the way that that could have happened, somebody, let's say, went there at Bank A. They wanted $1,000 to transfer to our financial institution, and Bank A accidentally had two bills that stuck together in the envelope. And then when I accepted it, I didn't take those two bills apart, or perhaps I whatever may have occurred, they came apart later, and that doesn't normally happen with money, but new money it can. That's why with new money you've got to be like careful about it, and like really, like we had like little wax, like so that our hands could stay a little sticky, and yeah, I mean that's exactly right. Like I took too much money, and again they were like, it's on the mark exactly $100 plus. So whenever I've talked to big bankers since then, they're like, well, if you ever want to work for our bank, you certainly can. We never have tellers who actually have a net positive offage. It's never they like it's like no one's ever heard of this. Everybody's always up. Everybody always gives away just accidentally, but I they checked it. They're like, we yeah. Now again, I wasn't the fastest, but I was accurate. Now we'd always have people who were like, when you're it's different today because of everything's digital and how far easier it is to make transactions. But like when I was working there, like online banking was still relatively new, and a lot of people didn't trust it, and this is 20 years ago, and so they would do their banking in person. And I remember we would have people, I would just think it was so funny, they had the names of very famous people. Michael Jackson would come up to the window, Michael Jordan would come up to the window, people with common names, Tina Turner would come up to the window or whatever, people with common names. And there would be a note in the system that would say, yes, this person's name is Michael Jackson. They're one of, 7 Michael Jacksons that we have at this financial institution. Don't smile. Don't make any comments. They know that their name is Michael Jackson, and then so you just kind of move on with that. And there would just be interesting things that would be written in the notes. So like you may not know it from the other side, but like there are notes that are written about people. Um, about whatever they a transaction that occurred, or whatever, and I always thought it was interesting where Michael Jordan was at my window or whatever, um, and like Barry White, you'd have somebody with like the name Barry White, like that's like a famous name, uh, and some people would be really cool about it, other people not. um, I recall a major thing we'd run into is just people with like expired IDs. That was a big one. Like, hey, your ID's expired. You got to get a new ID. And they'd be like, I've been banking here for 20 years. Come on, just do it this one time or whatever. And if somebody else knew them, like we could get like a manager approval, but if you were new, a lot of times you couldn't. And I worked with about all women. There were a couple other guys who worked there, um, but I worked with like all women, and that was an interesting thing too, to just learn more about women in the workplace. And um, it was amazing to me how often tellers, I used to get asked out by women, like really pretty women would come up to my window. They'd want to come to my window, and I mean I was a younger man, but they would give me their number in the window, and I wouldn't. I didn't know. Am I allowed to ask this girl? Or she asked me out. What do you want me to do about it? Like, women would get asked out all the time as a teller. It's like part of the industry that you like. There'd be just there's this relationship that people have with their teller that they think like, oh, they're giving me money, and like they're happy when they're there, and there's all kinds of serotonin, and yeah, I just I don't miss it though. From there,
Do you think you were getting asked out because you were a teller or because you were
no, because I was a good,
rabbi?
because I was no, 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 because I was a good looking dude,
Okay.
and yeah, I did not. Uh, it was stressful though, especially for an 18-year-old or 19-year-old or 20-year-old. It was a very stressful job, um, and it was from there I would go and get internships and things like that. But yeah, that was my first. Um, well, I worked at a country club before then, but as a very young person. But that was my first like adult job, and it made me. I valued that job perhaps more than I valued some of my other positions, because it taught me how banking works. It taught me how transactions work. We had buttons that we could press if anyone was going to rob us. That was always a that was always a thing that could happen. And the banks where I had worked, and if you work in a bank long enough, it's eventually going to get robbed. And I would talk to people who had been robbed before at gunpoint and such. But eventually, banking in a lot of ways, we had like glass that would be put up that basically avoided any kind of robbery situation for the most part. And
I heard that like there's like some famous bank robbery in somewhere in California or LA in like the 70s or something, and before that the police were like, I don't even know if they carried pistols or something,
yeah, that's
but they I
that's the North Hollywood shootout. Yeah, like everybody who like remembers kind of where they were when that occurred, if they're of a certain age, and that was in the late '90s. But yeah, that militarized the police departments of the United States.
yes.
Yeah, and
Uh,
and changed banking as well, where um, it became less friendly and more corporate, and that was a major part of it. I was fortunate; I was never robbed, you know. I but I did. I You never knew what could happen, and some little lady could come up to you and pull something on you. We had die packs as well. I mean, we had a lot of different tools to be able to combat robbery. Um, so basically, you had your drawer, and there was your tell is what it's called, and there's a certain amount of money that you have in it, and you're not allowed or you're not supposed to have too much money in it. If it was a really really busy day, you might have something like, I don't know, six, seven, eight, $9,000 in it, but you're never supposed to have that much more because you can always go back to the vault and get more money. So usually, I think you were supposed to have like $4,000 or something of cash. Now, a lot of people would come up and be like, "I want $10,000 in $20 bills." That's fine. That's an extra step, though. At least in the United States, if you take more than $9,999.99. There's an IRS form that you have to fill out. So there would be people who would say, "I want $9,999," and they would, so they didn't have to fill out that tax form, um, and um, there'd be issues where um, we would just randomly have the police show up, and we wouldn't know what was going on, and then the bank manager or even the president of our region or whatever might come and examine like a button that might have accidentally been pushed. That could happen. You it the button was just right underneath the ledge of the desk, and you do have to hit it perfectly, but sometimes they would just have faulty, nothing's perfect. We'd have these die packs, which I always thought was really cool, where if somebody came up and robbed you, you're supposed to do everything that they say, and you give them all the money, and then you put this stack of 20s. It looks like a stack of 20s. It has a real 20 on the top and a real 20 on the bottom, or a couple of them, but then inside is a die pack, and then once they pass the doors, there's a trigger on it that will shoot die everywhere and basically destroy all the money that they have, and then it also marks them as the person who stole the money, or robbed the
Can
bank.
that like piss them off more though if they like don't give me die packs? I have a gun, and then you give them die packs.
Yeah, but a lot of times
Because it's
they
pretty like well known, isn't it?
I mean, 20 years ago it wasn't as well known. 25 years ago or so, it was more. The world was different too. And what are they going to do to you? You're behind bulletproof glass. Like what, it, what is, how are they going to stop you? Um, and like that was more outdated technology, I would say too. There were trackers that could be put in. Um, we would get like from the armored truck when we get the money for the bank or the financial institution. There'd be like this big. It's amazing, like $1 million in like a cube, and you'd sign for it, and they like one you would sign for it, and the armored truck driver would sign for it, and then you would take it to the vault, and it was just like anything else. But it's like, and I anyone who works in a bank, if you're ever watching this on any of my other streams, you know that you've always been tempted to be like, wow, what would happen if I just walked away with this right now? For those of you who aren't multimillionaires, but you just do what's right and just take it to the vault, of course, and then they count it. It's in like a sealed, um, it's like a sealed block, depending on how much money they need, and yeah. One thing that I learned there that I'd never seen before, which isn't a real big deal, but the time, like we had uh, so they used a different kind of time that I think might be valuable in the future. I've never, it's not used anywhere else, but hold on, let me look it up. Yo, dog, what's that type of time that works on 100 system, not on the 60-minute system? It's it's decimal time or metric time. It was developed during the French Revolution in 1793 to 1795. The system divides the day into 10 hours into 100 minutes, and each minute into 100 seconds. Now, we didn't do the hour part of it, but we did the minute part of it. So let's say you were going to go to lunch at 12:30. Instead of when you punching out, it would say 12:30. It would say 12:50, and then when you punch back in at 1 o'clock, it would say like 1 o'clock. Not well, I guess that one wouldn't be different. Okay, so like a quarter after the hour would be 25, which is like 1/4 of 100. Half 30 minutes uh, past the hour would be 50. 45 minutes past the hour would be 75. And I thought it was a really interesting way to keep time. That I had never really seen anywhere else, and still haven't used that type of system. But I've got to say the software that we use was, to me, extremely old, but extremely extremely well built. It was like it was really efficient software. it it would have it wouldn't go down really. They would do updates and stuff, but occasionally we would have like a massive power outage somewhere, and we would still do business, which I always thought was interesting. You would think that like, oh, the bank doesn't have power, they don't have to do business anymore. Now what we would do, we would only cash checks. You couldn't you and we would take deposits. Those are the two things we would do, because we couldn't check someone's balance to see what they had in the bank account. But that only happened a couple times. It was not common. And yeah, if you've ever not had the
Like
opportunity,
back to the time thing.
yeah,
Why did they use that special time, and why is it good for the future potentially?
yeah. So it's a very like it's good to keep systems consistent. So like Canada uses some metric, but also some imperial. The United States generally uses imperial with some metric. There are only three countries, I believe, that use the imperial system fully. Uh, that's the United States, the United Kingdom, and Burma or Myanmar. It's just very strange that we do that. Everybody else is on the metric system, and it doesn't matter what the system entails, so long as it keeps a consistent base is important. So the metric system keeps base 10, which is great. The imperial system is complicated and uh, can be inconsistent at times. So the reason why the financial institution kept the uh, base 10 for hours is it makes it a lot easier to um, calculate people's how many hours someone worked, um, because you're not calculating on a system of 60. It's out of 100. So like if you're like, how do I recall, it would be like, let's say you worked 8 hours plus a little bit. You worked 8 hours and uh, 15 minutes. Well, under the imperial system, then you have to figure out 15 into 60.2, that's 0.25, and then whatever their hourly rate is. When the decimal time already did that for you, you knew that it was 0.25 extra, and then it's just 0.25 whatever the person would get paid. So it removed one step, and I think that's why they did it.
We still have to convert the decimal 10 or 100 minute into the 60-minute hours
No,
regardless.
the time clock already did that.
What?
The time clock already did that.
Yeah, but to calculate someone's payout, if you're just measuring all of a sudden in 100 minute hours, like one 100 minute hour isn't the same pay as one 60-minute hour.
No, that's not. Uh, it's not 100 minutes. It's 1/100th of an hour. If I'm not explaining this clearly, let me
What is 1/100th of an hour?
like 0.6 minutes.
No, but what, like what unit?
Uh, one. I mean, it's just usually, I believe, considered a decimal minute, but I'll look it up.
My bad. I thought it was going by 100 minute
No,
hours
no,
instead of
it
60 minutes.
it doesn't. And let me get the like a better summarization. Why would a bank or financial institution use decimal time for people's pay stubs or their pay rate? What's the advantage of it? And also, what do you call a decimal minute or whatever? Like, what is that called? All right, here we go. Decimal time is used on pay stubs and in payroll systems primarily to simplify calculations and ensure accuracy. Because there are 60 minutes in an hour, but payroll systems operate on a base 10 decimal system, converting minutes into a fraction of an hour, decimal hours, okay, so they're called decimal hours, uh, makes it possible to directly multiply the time worked by the hourly pay rate. What is a decimal minute called? A decimal minute is typically referred to as a decimal hour or decimal time. In payroll, it represents a fraction of an hour, usually rounded to the nearest hundredth. For instance, 15 minutes is 0.25 hours, not 0.15. Advantages of using decimal time. Simplified math. It is much easier to multiply an hourly rate by a decimal than by a traditional time format. For example, 8 hours and 30 minutes, 8.5 hours, times 20 hours is a simple 8.5 times 20, which equals 170. Increased accuracy. Using decimals reduces rounding errors and that can occur when manually converting minutes, which can add up to significant overpayment or underpayment over a full pay period. Seamless payroll processing. Payroll software, Excel, and time tracking systems like QuickBooks are designed to calculate numbers in decimal format, making it easier to calculate overtime, billable hours, and tax deductions. Reduced human error. Converting minutes to decimals, for instance, 30 minutes equals zero point 0.5, eliminates the mistake of treating 7 hours and 45 minutes as 7.45, which would actually be underpayment. So later on in my career, I worked as a controller of an organization, which is the head accountant, and I would oversee payroll. And that, believe it or not, when you're running payroll all the time, can like that simple mistake can occur. It never occurred while I was running payroll, but I could definitely see how that's advantageous to use decimal hours, and that's why they did it.
I thought that's basically like what you're doing, anyways. Like if someone's regular shift is 8 hours and they work 8 hours and 30 minutes, you're like, okay, that I'm gonna convert that 30 minutes into zero point 0.5 of their hourly pay and pay it out.
It it
From
avoids
that,
that
from
though.
like
Many
extremely like
many times people aren't
calculus.
working like these round numbers. They'll punch out, let's say, after working 8 hours and 3 minutes. So now you have to do a calculation. How much is 3 minutes of what they're making? As opposed to with decimal time, if they're working on your decimal clock 8.03 hours, it's really simple. You just have to multiply their hourly rate by zero point zero 0.03, and then that's the extra that they're going to get paid.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Anyway,
So,
the metric system, I feel, uh, I so while we were watching this documentary, I was uh, I'm going to submit some articles to scholarly journals about my project and its effect on with data and the world and such. And it's pretty. I don't want to say it's pretty easy to do, but it's a lot easier to do with AI now than it's ever been. It's just hard to get that many words on, like, for these systems. Usually, if you don't have the robust version, the premium version, or whatever, they'll limit the word counts. But um, I say this because I think that I'll have like a big effect on society. I may be wrong, but if I am correct, one of the things that for which I want to advocate is the entire world getting on the metric system. This this initially was attempted, at least in the United States, in the early 1980s, and was basically nationwide rejected. And I think that there's a saying: the only place where the metric system has thrived is in the drug world, because that's where you get into kilos and such. But at least the United States, I think I could make an argument to say a valid argument, because a lot of times Americans are going to say we don't want to change if we're the only ones having to change. But I have a valid argument why the whole world will have to change, even the metric system. Uh, Riser, do you use the metric system?
Well, I'm Canadian, so yeah, gas is in liters, not gallons.
Okay. Is it like, do you measure distances by kilometer?
The only time we use imperial for distances is really golfing. Still,
Yards.
everything golf related is in yards.
Okay, excellent.
We're
So
not using meters for golf.
okay, excellent. But the metric system is actually off. So when it was developed during the French Revolution between 1793 and 1795, the measurement of a kilometer was slightly incorrect, and it's still incorrect to this day. Let me explain. What a meter was supposed to be is 1,000 kilometers, which is great. And 1,000 kilometers was uh, supposed to be. Let me see if I get this correct. Uh,
You mean a kilometer is 1,000 meters?
a kilometer is 1,000 meters.
Okay. You said a meter is 1,000 kilometers.
Apologies, I misspoke. Thank you for the clarification. Excellent. Um, okay, so 40,000 kilometers was supposed to be the distance between the North Pole and the equator, but they actually got this incorrect. It's actually 40,044. Let me get this correct. Let me get the numbers right on this. Yo, dog, isn't there some issue with the kilometer, or actually actually the meter has to change to be accurate to the Earth? The Earth originally, when the metric system was being developed, the scientists got that measurement wrong. That the distance between the North Pole and the equator was supposed to be 40,000 kilometers, but it's actually a little longer than that. What's the deal with that? You're spot on. The original measurement was definitely off. The French scientists who dreamed up the metric system in the 1790s intended the meter to be exactly 1/10 millionth of the distance from the North Pole to the equator. Based on that math, the distance from the pole to the equator should be exactly 10,000 kilometers, making the Earth's total polar circumference exactly 40,000 kilometers. However, the scientists Pierre Méchain and Jean Baptiste Delambre made some errors during their 7 year study. The nature of the error. The calculation flaw. The surveyors didn't fully account for the Earth's oblate spheroid shape, meaning the Earth is slightly flattened at the poles and bulges at the equator. The secret mistake. One of the astronomers, Pierre Méchain, actually discovered an inconsistency in his data, but reportedly concealed it out of fear it would undermine the new system. The discrepancy. Because of this, because of these errors, the standard meter bar they created was about zero point 0.2 millimeters too short. This tiny error adds up over the scale of the planet. The actual distance from the pole to the equator is about 10,002 kilometers. Why we didn't fix it? Even after the error was discovered, the world didn't change the length of the meter. It had adjusted. If we had adjusted it to be accurate to the Earth's size, every existing ruler, machine tool, and land record would have become obsolete. Indeed, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures (BIPM) decided to keep the length of the physical bar as the standard. To ensure it never changes again, the meter is now defined by a universal constant, the speed of light. 1 meter is officially the distance light travels in a vacuum in exactly 1 2,999,792,458 of a second. Key differences in the Earth measurement. Key differences in Earth measurements. Pole to equator is supposed to be 10,000 kilometers. It's actually about 10,002 kilometers. pole circumference is supposed to be 40,000 kilometers, is actually 40,008 kilometers, and the equatorial circumference is does it didn't have an original metric goal, but is the modern scientific reality is it's about 40,075 kilometers. Okay, so with that being said, um, the this has a huge effect, not so much for Earth, but when you travel really far distances, and you know I'm a futurist and into all of that, that this the measurement of a kilometer has to be exact. And I know that we do it with the speed of light now, but even still, we want to make sure that we double check that figure because we could have been off like with the previous meter. And here on Earth, um, there's no reason to say that we shouldn't use the correct meter for anything created after whenever people find out about this or it becomes common logic. Why use the old system that's technically wrong? So Americans will be inspired by that because they'll be like, okay, so everybody's wrong. Yeah. So let's all move to a new system. And this new system will be whatever you want to consider what the current international version is, which is used primarily still today. And then the way that I would get Americans to get on board with the metric system, which hadn't really been discussed that much, and it's the big issue, is the roadway system. Instead of saying it's 100 miles to Vancouver, it will say it is 100 miles to Vancouver or 160 kilometers. Right below it, it just needs to be on stickers for a generation of people, so that older people see that it's 100 miles away, younger people see that it's 160 kilometers away, and then eventually the old people will die off or learn the new system, and then everybody will get in line within a generation. And then also, especially in major cities, to have a celebration of the kilometer where you have, like, I've always imagined it to be on one of our beaches in Southern California, where people could go and see the difference between a mile and a kilometer in real time and walk it and recognize that, okay, this is the system that we're going to be adopting. Um, these types of movements have happened in the past. The recycling movement at one time was rejected by people in the Western world has now been embraced. And it's just about education. So, and then perhaps someday we may actually move toward a decimal time system. I'm not saying that I would advocate doing it all at the same time, no pun intended, but eventually I'd like to see decimal time being used globally. It's a simpler system, and things would have to change, but I have a lot of big plans. I want to eradicate the time zone system. I want to eradicate um, uh, daylight savings time. Like there are some aspects of the world that I'd like to
Yeah,
change.
BC, the government of BC has to announce that they're no longer doing the daylight savings time thing.
Excellent.
Apparently, Saskatchewan or like Manitoba or one of those prairie provinces, they never did it to begin with, despite the whole daylight savings thing being meant for farmers.
Yeah,
One thing I
I've
just
never
wanted to
believed
ask
that.
before I'm going to sleep, it's getting late here thanks to daylight savings time, is do you think that books will become extinct
They'll be
eventually?
they'll become they'll become extremely prized possessions, and then it will be illegal to own them unless you have some type of license or like a library or something, and even libraries will be removed. Have you ever heard of the book Fahrenheit 451?
I have heard of it.
That's the
I don't
temperature.
know what it's about, but
That's the temperature at which paper burns, and it's about that eradication of that system.
the eradication of books themselves.
To some extent. Let me find out more about it. Hold on. Yo, what's the deal with Fahrenheit 451? Isn't that the temperature at which paper burns? And like, what's that book about? Give me a summary, please. The
Like
short
fusion
answer is
material.
the short answer is yes. Yeah, and that's another one. The Celsius Fahrenheit issue. Yeah, I'd like to see the United States on Celsius. The short answer is yes. That is exactly where the title comes from. Ray Bradbury was told by a fire chief that 451 is the auto ignition temperature of paper, meaning it's the point where paper spontaneously catches fire without actual flame touching it. Scientifically, it's a bit of a range, usually between 424 degrees Fahrenheit and 475 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on the paper type. But 451 has become the iconic number associated with the book. Summary of Fahrenheit 451. The book is a dystopian novel set in the future, American society where books are outlawed and firemen are hired to start fires rather than put them out. The protagonist, the story follows Guy Montag, a fireman who initially loves his job of burning books and the houses that hide them. The awakening Montag's worldview is shaken after he meets an eccentric teenage neighbor named Clarice, who asks him if he's actually happy. This combined with seeing a woman to be burned alive, this combined with seeing a woman choose to be burned alive with her books rather than give them up, makes him realize that society has traded deep thought for shallow, mindless entertainment. The conflict. Montag begins stealing and hiding books, eventually seeking help from an old professor named Faber. He is hunted by a terrifying eight-legged mechanical hound and his boss, Captain Beatty, who actually knows a lot about literature but uses the knowledge to justify why it should be destroyed. The ending: after being forced to burn his own house, Montag kills Betty and escapes the city. He joins a group of book people, exiles have been who have each memorized a specific book to keep its contents alive for a future generation. Why it matters. Bradbury wasn't just writing about government censorship. He was warning about a world where people choose to stop reading because they are distracted by giant TV walls, which he called parlor walls, and tiny earbuds, which he called seashells. So, uh, not specifically because of this, but for other reasons, it caused me years ago to start preserving books. So I would go and buy. People would give them away too, but so I have like the Encyclopedia Britannica, I have the Encyclopedia Americana, I have this Encyclopedia Judaica, which normally I wouldn't want like physical copies of, but I knew that there was evidence of historical revision, and I felt the first thing people would go after are encyclopedias. So I've actually, in my small collection, have huge amounts of books,
Interesting. I mean, what other books are in your collection?
generally religious books. So just from rabbis who I know. So stories are like A Voice in the Vineyard. Uh, it's one called Chakra Ari. Basically, the Guide to the Perplexed of Nachmanides. The Shari Torah. The Mishnah Torah, which are like explanations of the Torah. Well, I have Talmud as well, which is 2,711 folios. I have something called the Sensino Talmud, which is very big. Um, it's so when it's laid out, it's bigger than my arms. Um, and what else do I have? Just like I have a lot of law books as well. So law registers, Westlaw, cataloging, and for someone who really embraces the digital world as I have a very large book collection.
Um, do you think that, well, I've probably read 99% of my reading material or more on the internet. So how rapidly do you think the the book market will decline? Do you think that people are going to be writing a lot less books in the future? And do you think that just screens will just take over? And also, do you think that reading non like content on the internet typically, unless it's like a ebook, is like much shorter than an actual book? And do you think that there's like a significant like difference between consuming more short form literature versus the long form literature of an actual 400-page book?
Okay, I heard you. Can you repeat that though?
Yeah, so one was just on how rapidly books will go in decline and how the future of books will look like, if any. And then the last part was on how significant a difference is it from like a human development perspective for like brain health on reading like articles or more short form literature versus long form literature being like an actual book, because most of the material on the internet, unless it's an ebook, is going to be much shorter in length than an actual full-on book.
Okay. Um, let's do this one question at a time. I hear what you're saying. Uh, so the first question I might need more assistance with because I was trying to pick up the second part more. Okay, so are you asking, do you think we perceive more information from physical books than ebooks?
Um, no, it's not really the question. It was more the second question was more of most of the material reading on the internet is like articles that are much shorter than an actual novel that's like hundreds of pages.
Right?
And what difference do you think reading that more short form content has on your brain's
Oh, I
development
understand.
versus
It kills
reading longer form?
your attention span. So people make demands that things be shorter, more catchy. Um, it destroys a lot of creativity. Um, I wrote a journalistic paper this weekend um,
I
that
wrote a short form piece of content.
no, it's like 8,000 pages, and it's what I was doing. It's excellent. I published it. You can look at it. It's rabbirothschild.medium.com. It's excellent, and I've submitted it to journals. It's so solid. But anyway, one of the things that I cite within this paper is the rise of digital data. There's like I cited in 2002, um, digital data overtook analog data in terms of what humanity is storing. And by 2012, that number had increased to 94%. And now, today in 2026, while I didn't have a paper to cite because the year generally is only a quarter of the way over, we're at 99%, and like more than that. And of that data, um, much of it is not all of it, but much of it is in much smaller snippets. And like what you're talking about, people don't have the attention spans to read an academic journal. They don't. I know I'm creating one right now. I'm looking to submit as we were talking. It's called Big Data Journal, the Journal of Big Data, which is like the scientific um, publication, and it's amazing to me how different the academic world works as opposed to just like submitting something to a newspaper or like in a press release or something that they want it to be robust, and all of the entries that you have to have for your citations and sources and such. It's amazing to me that that world still is working on the long form content when, like, if you want to submit something to a newspaper, it has to be like 500 words max. Like, that's a long article. Pardon me. Usually things are just snippets. A lot of times you're just going to read something that is just a headline. They and this has been motivated by uh, advertisers, but also these publishing organizations like a newspaper or a generally newspapers, but magazines as well, where they don't have as much space. The the longer amount of an article there is, the less advertising space that they're going to have. So they want to sell as much advertising space on the page as possible. So keep it short, keep it simple, keep it easily digestible. You don't have to tell everybody everything that you need that they're going to need to know to be successful in life. Just get to the point. And that system, uh, I would say, has majorly affected the length of things. Like when before, you would have the freedom to be able to publish a novel or a book or whatever, and it could be as long as you want it to be, and so long as it was well written and edited well and had a story that you could sell to a publisher, you would get it sold. Today, many times a publisher is going to say, "We're not going to publish this because it's just too long. People don't have the attention span for it." So, to get back to your second question, the move to the digital world has, in my opinion, destroyed a lot of attention spans. I know, um, and I've had discussions with rabbinical colleagues on this, that uh, I have had to memorize. I One time I was at a Shabbat with some rabbinical colleagues, and I was explaining to them one of the things that I had to do to become a Freemason. There were like two routes that you could go. There was the older traditional route where you memorize a lot of text, and very few people do that anymore. It's really kind of unheard of. And then there's the more modern route where you still have to memorize a lot of text, but it's not nearly as much. I'm talking about the difference being like dozens of pages of text word for word versus like maybe one or two pages. And very few people have the attention span to do the long version. But I chose to do the long version. It took me like 6 months of to memorize. Like I want to say it was like 18 minutes of speaking straight, and I was absolutely shocked. And I remember saying to these rabbinical colleagues, like, we learn in our history, especially within Judaism, that oral law was conveyed from mouth to ear. Not everything was written. And in fact, most of it for our time was not written. A lot of it was oral. You would learn from your local Rebbe. But especially within Judaism, we couldn't continue to do this after the fall of our temple and um, it, essentially to the process of becoming a rabbi, known as smicha, was made illegal during the Roman era, about the the second century into the third century of the Common Era. So we had to write this stuff down, which basically became the compendium of the Talmud. The Talmud itself, the 2,711 folios, was initially was something that you would memorize and then pass down. While no one memorizes it today, it makes me recognize that even people of the past had much longer attention spans. And in the discussions that I've had with people, both Jews and non-Jews, the idea is that we are capable of memorization of huge amounts if we don't have anything else to do. If we don't have to take children to t-ball or soccer practice or do your standard 9 to 5 job, when you have nothing else to do, a human can memorize an amazing amount of information. And I know I've been able to impress myself by when I really focus on something, I can memorize an incredible amount of material exactly correctly. Like 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 exactly no errors. And
Word for word is wild.
it is. It absolutely is. And I know the way that I was able to do it. I've always struggled with memorization, but the way that I found it was like uh, uh, a the best way that I think you can do it is I would type the um, words to myself, and like the action of me actually seeing the word and using my brain to type was extremely um, beneficial and allowed me to memorize.
Didn't try handwriting,
We're not allowed. At least the thing I was memorizing, you're not allowed to handwrite it.
even if it's just for yourself
Yeah,
to memorize.
there's a specific punishment in there that if you handwrite it.
Jeez.
Yeah, but this was
But
crafted.
type is fine. Isn't typing
Well,
worse on a
so here's
computer
the
than
thing.
digital?
Here's the thing. This uh, we'll just say this documented series. It's really a book. Was written before the invention of the typewriter and the word processor, and certainly the modern computer. So it's not written in there, and it's how I was able
You
to.
found the loophole.
You know that's what I'm gonna do. So one other thing though, and you had a first question though, but this is an important thing I feel like I haven't contributed that I feel is important. There's a faster way to read, which isn't currently utilized, but um, it is. I think people will learn about it. Let me get the exact name of it. Uh, just a moment. Yo, Doug, what's the faster way to read where your eyes don't have to move and the letters are they just show up and you can actually change the speed? What is that type of reading called? Like I would hear people talk about speed reading and things like that, but that's where you're like moving your hand and you don't. So this is called rapid serial visual presentation, RSVP. Instead of your eyes moving across the page, those little jumps are called saccades. The words are anchored in a single focal point and flashed one after another. This eliminates the time your brain spends moving your eyes and finding the next line. How RSVP works. The focal point. The most RSVP apps use a reticule or a specific colored letter in the middle of each word to tell your eye exactly where to look so you can process the word instantly. Variable speed. You can adjust the speed from a slow 200 words per minute to over 1,000 words per minute. The goal is designed to stop subvocalization, that little voice in your head that says the words out loud, which is usually what limits your reading speed. So I've done this before. It's amazing. If you need to read very long, um, I would say if you have to read something that's very long, use a text to speech app. I use text to speech especially because I have vision issues. But if you don't have the ability to use text to speech, this RSVP reading is incredibly beneficial. You can read like 3 or 4 times faster. Sometimes I would say maybe 4 to 5 times faster using these types of systems than you can just under normal conditions. So if you've never looked up or utilized RSVP learning, that's great. Another really great way is to utilize RSVP while simultaneously listening. So there are some apps that will show you the rapid movement of the words, but also say them at the same speed, and that's an incredibly beneficial way to learn. So I'm a huge advocate of.
It's faster than just like listening to an audiobook at like 125 or 150x.
It is the same speed because the speed is going to be however quick that you want to do it. However, um, it's much more beneficial to see the words and know how they're spelled and what like how they're being used. When you only have the audible version of being able to of communication, small issues arise where um, like homonyms can like you can have issues with like homonyms, words that sound the same. Well, I guess that sound the same but mean differently. Like um just one moment, let me see the actual wording I'm looking for which I'm looking for. When if you only hear like through text to speech, but you don't actually see the text, what issues can occur? There are maybe like homonym issues or certain issues like that where you will think a word is spelled a certain way, but it won't be, or you can confuse multiple words. Uh, let's see here. So, when you rely entirely on text to speech without seeing the words, the biggest hurdle is definitely homophones. Words that sound exactly the same but have different meanings and spellings. Since your brain isn't seeing the visual anchor of the letters, several issues can pop up. The homonym trap. This is exactly what you're talking about. If the TTS says there, or there, they sound identical. Other common trip ups include compliment versus compliment. One completes something, the other is a nice remark. Stationary versus stationary. One means standing still, the other is paper you write on. Discrete versus discrete. One means separate, the other means secretive. Heter- Heteronomes, the reverse problem. These are words that are spelled the same but pronounced differently depending on the context. A TTS engine usually gets these right based on grammar, but if it glitches, it can totally change the meaning. Lead and lead. Uh, is it the metal lead or the act of uh, guiding? Lead. Read. Is it in the present tense read or past tense read? Wind. Is it the blowing air wind or do turn a clock wind? Mental spelling drift. If you only hear a word, your brain might create a phonetic spelling for it that isn't real. Over time, you might start thinking a word like epitome is spelled a-pit-o-me because that's how it sounds, rather than recognizing the actual Greek root spelling. Lack of pronunciation cues. In text, a comma or a period tells your brain when to pause and process. TTS voices are getting better, but they often lack the natural prosody, the rhythm and melody of speech. This can lead to garden path sentences where you get halfway through and realize you misunderstood the beginning because the voice didn't pause in the right spot. Proper nouns and names. Unless the TTS is super advanced, it might mangle the pronunciation of unique names or technical terms. If you hear a name like Sean, Sean, but the voice is low quality, you might visualize it as Sean or even seen if you're trying to guess the spelling. So, yeah, I mean, those are the issues that arise. So, when you actually see the word with this RSVP type of app or system, you avoid all of those issues.
I mean, I don't know. I've listened to many of Terrence McKenna's lectures and and just like a lot of podcasts. And I don't know. I feel like when you're listening to those things, you have all this context of like the sentence that gives you hints as to which one of the correct meanings of the same sounding word there is, you know?
I do, but I'm sure you
Um,
run into issues where you just mishear what the speaker said.
well,
It's
you could always replay it if you didn't actually
no,
hear it clearly.
I recognize that, but
But
you still replay it and you still don't know what they said.
like, is that audio quality issue?
It could be.
I mean, our conversation right now is pretty much like text to speech, basically. It's like an audio communication over the internet, and we're able to understand each other pretty decently most of the time, I think.
Exactly, most of the time, and text to speech works most of the time. But you're saying you asked the question: is text to speech basically sufficient without ever needing to see the writing as well? And I'm saying there are times where the writing is beneficial and certainly can help you to um, well it can certainly help you. I would say that seeing the word to me helps me later on to be able to find the word. I many times struggle with how was that or what was that or whatever it was. I mean, we all do. This isn't anything unique to me, but I know if I see the word often, it helps me a lot. I can visualize how it looks in my mind as opposed to thinking about how I hear it.
Interesting. I I feel like I digest audio pretty well, but I I can understand the view of reading and seeing the spelling of letters can also be good. But I honestly, I'd probably argue that like if it was the actual author or like a good narrator reading something to me, or if it was myself reading something, I'd probably digest it better through audio versus myself just reading it. Even with this RSVP thing, even though I haven't tried it, but it sounds interesting.
Well, I'm not saying
And maybe I think different brains probably work differently and have strengths on which one is better for them.
I'm not saying that it's probably easier to digest things through audio. I think probably video and audio combination is probably more beneficial than just audio. What I'm saying is that in in conjunction with each other, you can enhance just audio. So if you can see the words simultaneously, and if you can see them using RSVP, you can read faster. But even just reading along with having hearing it helps as well.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that for sure. If it was just isolated though, text versus audio, depending on who you are, I'd say you digest it easier.
I agree, depending on who you are, and it's a speed thing too. We don't take time to sit and read long documents anymore like we once did. Just the world has become faster, and so listening is something that's a great benefit to us from just an efficiency standpoint.
Oh yeah. No, I appreciate the discussion, Rabbi. I gotta go to bed
Okay, I
now.
know you
I was
do.
gonna
I
ask you
hold
about
on.
the vault and the
What?
bank vault and what access you had to the bank vault, but I'd like to continue this reading and discussion later
Absolutely. You
on.
had a previous
But
question that was earlier about, and I don't know if you remember it. Or we can talk about it later. But it was the first question before the question about screens and um, ability to uh,
yeah,
read.
it was just on like the general, like how you see the general decline of the book industry as a whole, I guess.
Uh, yeah. Okay. Well, we can address that at another time if you want.
Sounds good, amigo.
Excellent. Shout
And
out to Mama Riser.
yeah.
Happy birthday to you, madam, if you're there. And take care, Riser.
Okay, peace out.
Actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's how Monica found Lamont Jenkins. She said that ZipRecruiter sent Lamont's profile to her around 5 minutes after she posted her job because he was a great match for the role. Through ZipRecruiter, Monica's company has hired everyone from accountants to project managers to field scientists, but Monica's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it now for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. Our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. The summer of 2020 is the time to get healthy. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins of dip, and get Lucy Nicotine gum and lozenges that actually taste great, delivered directly to your door. I was a heavy cigarette smoker, made everything smell, and my car and my clothes and everything, and then I switched to vaping, and now I use Lucy Nicotine gum. I can use it on an airplane or if I'm in a car. Guys, this is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's simple. In a time when groceries are delivered to your door, Lucy got you scheduled and will be there every month. Use promo code KILLTONY and save 20% off the entire store. You can even do a trial order of gum for just $4. That's basically just shipping and handling. Go to lucy.co, use promo code KILLTONY at checkout, and get rid of your old cigs or vape. That's lucy.co, promo code KILLTONY at the checkout. And we are back. I'm excited to start this puppy pie tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest. He is a returning guest, a guy who's been on the show quite a few times. Former Comedy Store door guy, winner of the Comedy Central Roast Battle Season 2. Huge victory. One of the great roasters, one of the great comedians. He's a paid regular here at the Comedy Store, and he's one of my great friends. He's going to be chilling with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Frank Castillo, everybody. Here we go. Ay, 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 ay. Viva la razza. Yeah. Hello, Frank. Welcome. Feels good to be here. I bet it does. When you hear that music, it reminds you of your father, your grandmother, your mijo, your mija, and your favorite podcast, Till Tony, was what I was looking for. By the way, one of the coolest fathers I think I've ever met, your dad. I've drank with your dad. I've smoked with your dad. He's a legit dad. Yeah. He is a party animal. I've gone to a Dodgers game with your dad. Well, actually, I met him there. I met 20,000 of your dad at a Dodgers game. That's what every Dodgers fan. He is a true, true dad. Yeah. And a true Los Angeles, what do they call that? Angelino. Yes. That would be a word. A cholo, perhaps, could be another word. Would you call him a cholo? Yeah, he definitely has the Chicano lifestyle, for sure. Chicano, for sure. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Frank. We're going to have some fun this evening. I don't know if you remember this, Frank, but on this show, we have a band. Did Do you remember that?
Love the band.
They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Sometimes it's the return of famous characters we've seen before. Sometimes it's the debut of brand new characters like Linkin Park or, it could be anything. Let's find out what they are tonight when I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg, Joel Jimenez, Jetski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Here they come. Whoa! Oh my goodness, we've seen these guys before. Oh, and there's a girl. Oh my goodness. Wow, they're so nerdy. Just tiny and, a little kid. Freddy was the main one that scared me, and I like Chucky. But my mom got me one of those My Buddy dolls, and that changed the game because then one night I was certain that I was falling asleep and I was half asleep and half awake, and I thought that my Buddy doll, I was sort of laying on my side staring at it, and I thought I saw its head do a 360 like that, real slow, and then I became completely afraid of it. So I ended up breaking it because I was pro wrestling with it one day. I was doing moves on it on my bed, and its head rolled off on the ground. I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10 or maybe 9 or 10 or whatever, and its head rolled off, and where it landed on the ground, it landed and it was staring straight at me like that. It was mad at me.
You made it angry.
Now, what's really interesting about this is my mom has an incredible sense of humor. And I was excited that this My Buddy doll was dead, right? And I remember putting it in the trash and making sure that trash went out and making sure that trash got picked up. I was freaked out by this fucking thing. And then next Christmas rolls along, and what did my mom get me? I unboxed another My Buddy doll. It was fucking hilarious.
She got you a kid's sister. Remember Kid's sister? My Buddy's sister?
No, I wasn't alive in I was a neighbor. I wasn't alive in the early 60s.
Well, what are you talking about? That came out after My Buddy. That came out after My Buddy. But what came first, Chucky or My
I
Buddy?
was scared of Howdy Doody when I was a kid.
I got my first marionette puppet at the age of 3. I was scared of marbles. You guys have
Marble.
You guys have the monkey with the symbols? Dude, that shit was popular back in the day. Jack technology got sneaky. Once a yo-yo chased me around my room.
The what got you?
Jack in the Box.
Oh, you're making me Red Band hungry right now.
And now I love Jack in the Box.
All right, Alex B. Well, I'm glad that you brought up Chucky. We got to have that fun talk about dolls there.
Yeah.
Good job. There you go. You get all the credit for that.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
How'd you get over this beer?
Well, really?
The shit out of it.
Yeah.
Style, I like that, right? You, Chucky. He cut a hole in it, put a fucking... Chucky goes, Chucky. Warmed up a rag with lotion.
My buddies.
Oh my god. I don't really know how I got over it. She fucked up though. I will say this: is I remember the second My Buddy that she got me that was supposed to be a hilarious prank for Christmas had blonde hair instead of a brunette, and that really didn't make it quite as scary.
Sister.
Didn't make it as scary as the original Chucky dolls. It was like this fucking pussy ass little blonde doll. Anyway, there you go. Alex B.
Now that you bring it up, if Chucky was blonde, not as scary of a movie.
Not as scary at all. No one's afraid of a fucking blonde.
Was he a ginger?
No, it's a My Buddy. Look up. Oh my goodness. My Buddy and Kid's sister dolls. Whoa, there it is. Oh my god, that actually does freak me out. That's so funny.
Watch what color Kid's sister.
I swear to God, I loved my Buddy doll like the first 2 months that I had it.
Sister's blonde.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a Kid's sister. They made blonde My Buddies after the original My Buddy. And it's crazy because I loved the My Buddy doll the first month or two. I mean, look, they made it. I'm pretty sure they made Chucky after My Buddy.
I wonder, because this was...
Right, Ryan? Yeah.
They did?
And because what was the Chucky doll's brand? Good Guy or something?
Something like that. Yeah,
Good Guy. It's my buddy. It's all a parody of that. He basically wore the overalls and the fucking little shirt and everything. But I loved my buddy the first, I remember like a couple months that I had it. But once I saw what I thought was a 360 head spin while I was falling asleep, that was it.
You can use promo code KILLTONY now for 20% off your My Buddy and My Kid system. Actually, I was just thinking, like, we got all buy Tony a My Buddy doll. Yeah. We should all
I know, trust me. I knew the second I said, here's a little something about me and my childhood, I'm like, they're going to get so many fucking My Buddy pictures. And
if David Lucas was in here, he would have been like, I'm sure you liked My Buddy.
Oh, yeah. You're saying booty wrong. My booty. Well, there he is, Alex B. Thank you very much. I'm going to get you out of here before you sweat to death. Hey, there goes Alex B. Yeah. There goes Alex B. Alex B. All right. Here we go. Another person coming right at you at 1,000 miles an hour. He goes by the name of Nick Reese. Here he comes. Nick Reese. There he is. Nick Reese, everybody.
So my Wayfair cabinet stole my wallet for $200 worth of Fortnite skins. I don't know if I'm ever going to financially recover from this one. I recently, started kind of just assessing life a little bit more. My lady has face tattoos, and I realized that face tattoos on a person are kind of like expired tags on a car. This is common. I wonder if it's always like who's the school shooter, never how's the school shooter, and isn't that kind of the problem in the first place? But I wonder if like the poor pedophiles are like super like angry at the rich ones, like man, they don't have to go to fucking Dave and Buster's or Chuck E. Cheese and just fucking put in work. They can just fucking. That's what it is.
There you go. 55 seconds. Nick Reese. That was Nick Reese. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Can't complain.
That's right. Where'd you come from to be here tonight?
Hemet, California.
Hemet. Remind me of where that is.
That is the ancestral cousin of Temecula.
I know exactly where it is.
45 minutes like east of Temecula.
There is a Scientology base there, isn't there?
Big Scientology base.
Wow.
I've lived two places in my entire life, and both of them are like Scientology.
Hemet and where else?
Inglewood.
Oh.
Do you think your parents are Scientologists, like secret Scientologists, maybe?
My parents definitely not. They wouldn't put in all that work, the extra. But there's some weird people in Hemet, and it's like they look like NPCs in a video game.
Right. How'd you end up going from Inglewood to Hemet? That's an interesting move.
I have a brother, an older stepbrother, and he is successful. He got like a master's degree in like computer science, and he has his shit together, so he is able to live wherever he wants. And
He chose Hemet?
No, he chose Inglewood because it was just cheap and close enough to like Santa Monica, places where he was working and stuff. And when I was fresh out of high school, he basically offered me to get my shit together to come.
Well, there you go, kids. Go get a master's degree, work hard, and maybe you can one day live in Inglewood.
Yeah.
That's fun. What do you do for work?
Right now, coasting off the unemployment. I just been writing a bunch and trying to like kind of organize stand-up shows in the IE.
Before the pandemic.
I sold solar for like 7 years, and then software
like
for
solar panels,
like door-to-door selling of the panels.
Solar panels, door to door. Okay, let's do a little act out. I want you to sell me some solar panels. So come, you knock on my door, I answer. I'm like, hey, can I help you?
How's it going? My name's Nick. I'm not here to change your religion or try to sell anything to you today.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the neighborhood just talking to a few people about some recent compatibility testings in the neighborhood. If you are an owner of a home...
Yeah, I am. I own this home.
Okay, perfect. Well, being an owner of the home, we're just here to notify you that if you see electricity bills above like $75
Yeah, I do. I pay like $200 a month. I use a lot of electricity.
Well, you're currently eligible to receive a solar system at no cost out of pocket. Today, I'm not here to sign you up or anything like that, but rather just save a time slot over the next week when I'm going to be coming back and basically just kind of get into a little bit more of the details with you. It's like tomorrow.
Let's do it right now. How much are these solar panels?
Oh, cool. Well, if anything, then I would like kind of start.
How much are the solar panels?
They're range like 17 to 35 range from average house.
1,000?
Yeah.
And how much is this going to save me?
Well, I mean, if you own the panels outright, then
100%? I won't have to pay any electric anymore?
yeah, unless you use more than what the panels do.
Well, how much will they give me enough? If I'm paying $200 a month in regular American power, how
If
much?
you could grab your phone right there and just call Edison real quick, get them on the line.
Yeah, they told me I use 47,000 gigawatts.
Okay, perfect. Well, then I can just plug that in. So right now, that means your average bill is roughly like.
You want to come in, have some coffee?
I would love to hot as shit out here, man.
Okay.
Iced coffee?
No, it's hot, boiling hot.
Well, yeah.
Unbearably fucking hot.
Water.
Okay. Come on in, have a glass of water. So now we're sitting at the kitchen table. I have water, or you're drinking ice water. I'm having what appears to be an unbearably hot cup of coffee. Each time I take a sip, you see blood and blisters boiling off of my lips. It's very awkward. You don't know whether you should say something, but I'm not showing any reaction to the ridiculously hot coffee. I keep taking a sip every 10 seconds or so. But I'm not showing any reaction to it. I just keep sipping on it. So now we're at the table and action. So you're telling me that there's a chance that with the energy that I'm using, that for only $35,000, I might never pay another electric bill again?
Yeah, careful. So so basically with what you're spending right now, as long as, we're breaking even or lower than that, you're saving money. So if, my system here says, with how much your usage is, with your average bill currently being $250, I'm going to be able to, bring that down.
So you mean to tell me that Edison's not going to give me any problems if I tell them that I'm no longer interested in their service? Like, isn't it going to cost them something to come up here and shut up all my stuff?
No, most they can do is drag their feet in the final turn on process and basically just more or less.
At this point, you just saw one of my front teeth fall out from the heat of the coffee. What do you say there? What do you say?
Before we call Edison, can I call someone?
You should call Edison. Tell him I don't need my power anymore.
You can put a solar panel where your tooth used to be if you want.
Who the fuck are you? Who let you in my house?
I'm sorry, this is Scientologist.
Did you unlock my back door so that another one of your salesmen could come in? All right.
Nick, security.
Nick, what's your love life like?
I have a fiance. We've been together for going on 6 years in April.
Wow, fiance. When are you going to get married? Do you have a date set? Is she Asian? Oh. You have a date set?
We had one and then
9/11?
thought about it.
Okay.
We had one set and then coronavirus shit happens, and right. So it's just been kind of.
What ethnicity is she? Just a normal white girl?
Yeah, like white Italian chick.
Oh, white Italian. Look at that.
She's like.
Her name's Rosa?
Frankie.
Frankie?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, fucking Frankie.
Hey, I actually like girls with the name Frankie.
Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, of course.
So you guys are gonna get married in heaven? Or is it you guys gonna find like a nice tent that's on fire, or
nice trailer park?
Yeah.
A good
What does she do for work?
She does nails, acrylic nails.
Oh shit.
She's like popping. Yeah. She doesn't have out of our house and stuff, but she's got relatively popping. She got a Hemet popping social media. She got 11,000 followers. And,
damn.
Nails.
I have a question.
That's like the Kim Kardashian of Hemet. Go ahead.
Was part of you at all excited that Corona hit and you didn't have to get married?
Tell the truth.
For now?
Pretend like she's not ever gonna watch this.
Financially, I was a little bit like, fuck yeah, but I mean, it's not on a commitment level. We've just been through a lot, and
you're very committed. Do you do anything in the bedroom that is a little routine that you like to have that you wouldn't want to share with anybody, but all of a sudden you're about to?
play with the butthole, like her butthole.
You play with her butthole? How do you do it?
She's my kind of guy.
You use your middle finger?
I mean, she's got like a fat ass, so like I just kind of like slap that thing and then just kind of thumb it.
Oh, you thumb it. Okay.
Yeah.
I took you for a middle finger asshole.
Call that the bus stripe.
Oh, look at that. Frank knows.
Yeah.
Frank, you play. You have a.
I'm married. She's not like that.
I always thought I'd been hitchhiking.
Welcome back to nervous laughter.
So you graze your thumb over her butthole. Do you usually get a good reaction from her when you do that?
It's a 50-50.
Yeah.
It's a 50-50. It's like I know I'm taking a risk every time I go there, you know, because she doesn't like butt stuff, so like that. So it's like,
right.
Does she do it to you?
No, I don't play that shit. Like,
hell no. You're from heaven. You ain't from fucking no gay place.
Temecula.
Yeah. Ain't from fucking. I ain't from no goddamn homosexual fucking northern suburb, right? You ever see me go into Calabasas?
do I have like a record?
No.
I was just wondering, like, if somebody else outside was like kind of like making jokes along those same kind of lines, like, double checking.
No.
No, you gotta like ice shoot ducks and put fingers inside them kind of thing.
You know, you got like I lost all my skins on Fortnite from the Apple thing. Is that true?
They made like a whole video, like a 1984 disc thing that was kind of like, obviously way above the heads of any,
Right.
like I'd say 85%.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I thought that didn't make any sense. Way to play towards your audience of ADD fucking misbehaving children. Anyway, that was so cool what you did for your nephews, though.
Yeah, I mean they have their little adorable YouTube page where they just play Fortnite, and of course I want to help them out, but I can't tell people what it is because all that scumbags go there. But they were legit crying because they had built up this 30-follower YouTube page, and then everything was destroyed. And my sister's like, "Well, I guess maybe they could get a PlayStation for Christmas and shit."
Oh,
What were they playing?
They play on iPads.
They play everything.
And they destroy on iPads. So they got this. I got them on PlayStation, and now they're just destroying on PlayStation. It's amazing.
wow.
Kids.
My goodness. Great. So you ever ride an e-bike before?
I have actually.
You have?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You're built like an e-bike.
It's fun, right?
It's pretty fun.
Do you have an e-bike podcast?
I was trying to implement original content. He beat me to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What hobbies do you have? You seem like the kind of guy that shoots a BB gun and like empty squirt cans or something like that. What are you into?
You look like you know where all the best hot dog stands are.
You look like you're really good at getting the ketchup out of a bottle at the diner. You look like you'd be really good at that. Like you have a good like fucking ketchup stroke. Am I right about that? You don't ever let that ketchup stay in that fucking
You gotta
bottle.
tap the 57.
You collect those little dolls with the big eyeballs.
I know the story about the tap in the 57. I know there's supposed to be like a trick to it. It's supposed to keep it on. I mean, yeah, I guess
Make trap beats.
Let's go one question at a time here. Let's go back to the ketchup. Show us how you would empty ketchup out of a glass ketchup bottle. Show us right now without any hesitation whatsoever. Use the microphone. There you go. Yeah. Don't hit it against anything. Just show us. Nope, we don't need the fart noise. Let me see. Let me just see his approach here. Oh, you hit it from the back? My goodness, do you ever thumb its asshole? Alright.
Yeah, the secret about a ketchup bottle, right? Where you hit it on the little mark.
I always do the old, I'm from an Italian family, so I always do the old fucking Robert De Niro, the two-handed. Oh, Jesus. That shit's never coming out of there, Frank. This guy's jerking off a 9-year-old boy over here. This is the fucking Jerry Sandusky ketchup approach. Go ahead, Jeremiah is very excited.
Antonio and I have the perfect technique, and it will get ketchup out of any glass bottle.
Okay.
You have to have resistance with one hand, and then you use your other wrist, and this is the bottle. No, it goes everywhere. It goes perfectly exactly where you want it.
Honestly, that's solid form.
Also, you look like the bottom half of you shops at the same place David Lucas does.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, it does. You're like Lucas David over here.
I like the kids. Very trendy.
Alright. Anything else crazy we should know about you before we let you go, Nick? Fun facts about Nick Reese. He once saved a person's life. He was a lifeguard at a gravy.
I used to rap battle people in Venice Beach.
Used to rap battle people?
Used to rap battle people.
Really? Can you, if we gave you a little beat, would you be able to rap a little bit for us?
Yeah, I mean, I was busting flows with Michael Lair.
Come on, just do it. Get right into it. You want a beat? You want some instrumental rap music or something? Or maybe Joel could lay down a little. There you go. Yeah, there you go. A little bit lighter. We could go volume down a little. There you go. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Make sure you put your mouth right up to that microphone so we can all hear you.
It's always freestyle. Always freestyle. All right. Kill this, that's right, kill Tony. Heard the way that I'ma spit it. See, I kill these jabronis. Heard the way that I've been doing this, the way that these flowings happen about me. That's right, a lyrical oddity. I'ma be on these beats, that's right, beat up and honesty. Speaking honestly, that's right, yeah, I be bombing beats. And anytime I got it, I gotta spit these philosophies so everyone can understand what the fuck that I gotta speak. So I've been spitting here, rapping it, fucking up a bit, but I still keep on capping this. So if you would just sit back and just nod, Bob, everyone was like, oh shit, man, he's got dropped.
Damn! Very impressive. Hell yeah, man. Very impressive. My God, you have to be the best damn rapper in heaven.
Most definitely.
Very, very awesome, Nick. Another great guest on here this evening. Very interesting stuff. Great interview. Fun set. Thank you so fucking much for coming by here.
I appreciate all you guys so much.
Hell yeah. There he goes. Nick Reese, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath uses moisture wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in a number of different styles, including a brief with a dual pouch that make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or play golf or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like an inverted kangaroo pouch for your joey that keeps your junk from sticking to your legs. You know about this, Brian.
I love them. I can't go back to normal underwear after having these. Sheath underwear was invented by a soldier while serving in Iraq, where you can imagine balls tend to get very high. He developed the prototype in Iraq and raised money on Kickstarter to launch Sheath. And now they're right here supporting our show, and we're wearing them right now.
They're supporting my balls. Kiss your balls goodbye.
Please support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support Sheath and they'll support you where it counts, downstairs.
Bottom line, Sheath creates amazing underwear, and if you don't love them, they have a 100% money-back guarantee off your first pair. Plus, they have an amazing line of underwear for women, too. I'm telling you, I wear my sheets all the time, wearing them right now. There's proof. You see that logo? That's the Sheath logo. I see red bands, too. We all wear Sheath. They gave us a tester pack of these, and I went to their website, and I bought a bunch myself. Now I only wear Sheath underwear. Sometimes when it's hot, I'll just slide the balls and dick hole right through there. I'll slide my stuff right into the pouches just to let it cool down, and then I'll pull it back. You don't have to leave it in there. There's no prison sentence for your balls, but you can indeed, like I like to say, kiss your balls goodbye. So go get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more, that's sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off. All right, on to the next one we go. You know what? Before we get to our third and final regular, why don't we do our last bucket pool? And we'll close with our third regular. Does that sound fun? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Ryan Joseph, the comedian. He's been on this show before. We've had fun with him before, I do believe. He had a great set here one night, late last year, and he's back. Ryan Joseph.
So I was dating this girl that wanted to tell me that she was post-op, transgender. But I was kind of suspicious, because she was really funny. I was in bed with this girl the other night, and I started sucking on her toes. I mean, she freaks out. She's like, "What are you doing in my house?" I was dating this other girl I met on Tinder, I knew she had kids because they were on Tinder, but she actually wanted to bring one to our first date. I was like, fine, as long as he looks like that picture. I don't write rape jokes. There's nothing funny about a woman wearing the wrong dress. First time I fingered a girl, I was under the bleachers in a high school football field. I don't remember her name, what she looked like. I mean, it's hard to see who's sitting up there.
Wow. Brian Joseph. Brian Joseph doing it again. Fucking incredible. You've been on this show 2 or 3 times. Third time, that's right. And every single time's been done. Great sets, great fucking jokes, very, very funny. Remind us, how long you been on stand-up again?
18 months. I've been doing it during quarantine. I don't really give a fuck.
Where you been doing it at, on Zoom or what?
I've been doing it at my friend's mic down in Therapeutic Noise, and I've been doing it. They closed down because a bunch of comics ratted us out, and
because they weren't getting spots or something.
No, anyone could come. We were very welcoming. We were getting like death threats and shit like that.
Frank, you've been doing a couple shows during this thing, right?
Yeah.
And they got a mic going on over at Fourth Wall, and just doing it. Sometimes I don't even know why. Because I'm like, feels like comedy's just dead, but like just addicted to it.
No, it's still happening.
It keeps me like ready to go.
When the shit's over, your muscles are gonna be fine tuned compared to a lot of people, you know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, for sure. You had a great set tonight. What else have you been doing in life? Remind us of what you do and what your sort of story is.
I am an instructional designer, but I work at a university, and I just got in trouble because someone looked up my jokes on YouTube, and I had to go to the Office of Diversity and Equity.
Ooh, diversity and equity. Yikes.
You ever thought of a stage name, maybe?
No, I told them I'm not taking my shit down. I don't care what you said.
There you go.
And they couldn't do anything about it.
That stood strong.
Was it one of those like, no, we can't tell you to take it down?
Yeah.
We like it.
Yeah. But I was like, okay, so I go back to work.
That's fun. You have any other hobbies or things to do to pass the time or get outside or anything during this whole?
I was playing. I mean, I play guitar and stuff, and I met a girl during quarantine, but I just broke up with her.
Oh wow! Well, how long were you hanging out with her for?
Already bummed out tonight about it. Actually.
Oh damn! A couple months.
Like quarantine started. Quarantine's like aphrodisiac for women.
Yes.
So,
yes, it started in March. So when did you get together with her?
I think April.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what made you end it?
Well, like she was dating another guy at the same time when it was just casual. We weren't exclusive. But once we were, I wasn't really comfortable with her still being like social media contacts and shit like that.
Oh, and get jealous a little bit easily?
Well, it's not. It's more of like I kind of looked at it like just like if he doesn't mean anything to you, why fucking have him on your Instagram?
Right.
You know.
You wanted her to delete old posts, or she was posting new stuff?
Just like being, cutting ties. What's the big problem? But she said, I was like, all right, well,
what do you mean cutting tiles?
Meaning like she was following him still on Instagram. They were still talking and stuff.
Probably, yeah. Well, the other night, it was like, I didn't even worry about it, think about it, but like, she gets insecure, and she would be like, have you been talking to any of the girls you were dating while you were dating me? And I was like, no, but like, you're the one that still wants to like follow people and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, oh, erase his number right now, and she erases it. I'm like, well, what about his Instagram? She's like, no.
Oh,
and I was like, that's some shady shit. Am I wrong or am I wrong?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting thing. I mean, I'm not really that kind of guy. I sort of think like, you just fucking own it and roll with it.
You gotta have trust with them. If you're dating somebody you don't trust, then that's the problem. It's not that they're following somebody, because I follow almost every single girl I've ever dated. And I'm sure my girlfriend doesn't love it, But she trusts me, so it's not like that's important. Right? With, like, girls that you were dating the same time as her.
Yeah, the fact that she was like, well, are you? You know, and for me, it's like saying that, I'm like,
I mean, truthfully, that's where she lost me. It's
Yeah.
like not. I would never ask a girl to unfollow anybody, right?
Yeah.
But the second she says, "Are you tagging any of that?" It's literally like, "Oh, you might as well be, you might as well be a transvestite goat like Elliot because I don't want to fuck you anymore."
Yeah.
But I might fuck you for another 3 years, like Jeremiah did with
Just because Elliot was in my fave 5 from T-Mobile didn't exclude me from other women.
I was totally cool. I was totally cool with it until she did that shit. I was like, wait a minute, why the fuck?
So now you're a little bit bummed out tonight. Why? Because you're a little bit lonely. You're wondering if you made the wrong decision.
I've been through before. You break up with someone, you think it's, you're gonna be alone forever, and then you find another girl, and then you're like, what was the other girl's name?
100%.
So, what was the reason that she gave you for not wanting to unfollow the other guy?
She said at first, she doesn't want to be controlled. And I was like, well, I don't really feel like it's control. It's more like, if you're in a relationship, you can, like, speak of something that makes you uncomfortable, right? And if he's just a dude that you hardly knew, you're kind of, what's the big deal? Right? The fact that she brought it up first also kind of makes me think, like, oh, she's feeling guilty of talking to them. Yeah, exactly. You don't bring up shit like that unless it's going on with you. Right. Yeah. So it's hard to, like, cut it off yourself. I usually just, like, make them miserable first, then they cut it off. It's smart. The right way to do it. But no, so I was just like, no, it's totally fucked up. Like, you know when something's up.
So when did the breakup happen? A couple weeks ago?
Today.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah.
Wow, that is fresh. It still might not be over. You guys might have great makeup sex tonight.
Well, I told her, as soon as you want to fucking not, have anything to do with that guy, then you can make call. Otherwise, don't.
Damn, that's a good line.
Would you be down for a threesome?
Oh, Frank wants to join you.
No, not me, that other guy.
Frank, Jesus Christ, he doesn't like mudslay.
He's going to be doing the bus driver on you later.
Exactly.
Frank's like, I can't be on top. I'm scared. I guess.
My goodness gracious. Ryan, do you have any special maneuvers in the bedroom that you like to do to a girl? Or you have something that you're into? You do the old.
No, I quit watching porn, right?
Oh,
like, it's been like a year or so.
Wow,
What made
you do that? Were you addicted?
Well, no, like, I met this guy that was a sex addict, and he told me why he didn't watch it. And,
what was his reason?
Yeah, was he kissing you while yeah, and I was like, why can't you get it up, dude? No, I'm kidding. But,
what did he say? Why did he stop watching?
Well, I mean, like, sex addicts are weird because they have, like, fantasies and shit. It's not like they're addicted to sex with people, really. It's more of, like, their fantasies that drive them crazy.
Like the scenarios?
Yeah, they just stay home and jerk off in fantasies or something.
Huh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Turns out you're a sex addict, Douglas.
Very interesting.
What's the most times that you've masturbated in a day?
23.
Wow, look at that.
Well, 23 boners in one day. I did not complete all 23 times. Because after a while, stuff stops coming.
Oh my goodness.
Very true.
That's interesting.
But I haven't looked at porn myself in 4 months since quarantine started.
So you stopped watching porn, and were you watching a lot of porn before you stopped watching it, or?
Yeah, it becomes like, well, what can I do? I guess I'll watch porn, jerk off, But I was listening to him, and I was like, I'll try it, right? And I noticed that, like, now, like, when you don't watch porn, you're actually, like, excited when you're actually with a girl. You're like, you're 13 again, and she shows you her boob. You're like, wow, it's a boob. And then you come all over the place, and now you don't want it anymore. Yeah, right. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
Have you had wet dreams since you stopped watching porn?
I never had one of those.
I've had them once.
I wanted one.
I used to have them all the time.
Really? What is it like? You just wake
is this
up?
Douglas or Jeremiah?
It's definitely Jeremiah.
The character is falling in and out of this portion of the show. My friend used to have them quite a bit because he didn't jerk off until later time in life and would have multiple a week.
Yeah, that builds up.
I mean, yeah, I can't go. I can't. I can promise you. I don't want to get too much into detail, but I'll just say this: I can't go that long without finishing. Like I mean,
Or you'll have wet dreams.
I mean, yes. I literally can't go. I would say max for me is probably a few days. I have a very serious. I have a lot going on down there.
There's tentacles.
Dog, I'm back up.
I clogged my shower drain.
There is. I mean, I have to. And yeah. Maybe one day when I'm on my deathbed, I'll talk about all of this. The Kill Tony deathbed episodes are going to be amazing one day. I'll be able to really talk about a lot of things.
Michael Lair's up first, right?
Come on. All right, Ryan, this is fun. Anything else we should talk about before we let you go? Anything else crazy going on in
thanks for giving me the opportunity. It's just good to perform. I have to just hope that one day people will wake the fuck up and end lockdown.
Absolutely, 100%. Let me know the next time you have another minute that you want to do. We're gonna get you on as soon as you're ready to go again, and because there's a lot more that I want to talk about. Plus, I want to get an update on this episode because my theory is that you just broke up today and you're about to go fucking pound this chick into oblivion. I don't think you're gonna last. You're gonna be like me having to bust a nut. You're not gonna last 2 or 3 days.
I don't want to go back, dude.
Oh, okay.
I respect that, bro.
No, I got to. Now that I laid it down, if I fucking said, by the way, change my mind, I was like, no, you call when you're done. And so now I have to go find a prostitute or something, right?
Yeah, it's hard to get one of those right now.
No, man.
Is that true, Rabbi?
That's what I heard.
All right, there you go. It's Ryan Joseph, everybody. Thank you, Ryan. Great shit.
Yeah. Yeah, now when you,
Yep, there you go.
now when you fuck a prostitute, you have to stick your dick all the way up their nose.
And an oral test.
Oh, heroin. What is that supposed to mean?
He was making a COVID test.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Taking up your air too.
Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the night where I get to bring up one of my favorite comedians in the world. He is a regular here on this show, and every single episode, he's always very, very impressive with his incredible comedic styles. A legend from Chicago, and now a legend here in Los Angeles. I present to you truly one of the greats, Michael Lair, everybody. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, he's approaching the microphone. This is Michael Lair.
My doctor's like, you have the body of a 6-year-old grandma being double penetrated as Sturgis. What the fuck is wrong with my doctor? Goddamn Obamacare! My doctor's like, you should do yoga. Yoga is stretching for people who can't make friends. Alright? Hey, speaking of doctors, hey Fauci, how about you find the gene that controls the ugly so these babies aren't so fuckable? When did Nickelodeon turn into Too Hot for TV? And all you pederasts, get help or kill yourself, you walking fucking dream catchers.
Jesus. Wow. It was a very honest set from Michael Lair.
A guy trying to kidnap me when I was younger.
He did? What did he do to you?
Well, he pulled them to me. And, you know with a stick shift how in certain cars like a Jeep, it'll, rattle?
Yeah.
Well, I thought that was what was happening, but he was jerking off. And I was like 8, and I was like 3 feet tall and husky. And he's like jerking me, and he's like, hey, do you know where Main Street is? I'm like, yeah. Over there. And then he goes, okay. And I keep walking, and he nigga singing out the window, and he goes, "You like pictures?"
Oh my goodness.
And then I started running from my fucking life.
Wow. What do you think he was going to kidnap you, huh?
I think he just wanted some ass.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, let's move on to something more fun.
Has anyone else almost been kidnapped or molested like that before?
I mean, come
That's
on.
pretty rare.
I didn't think
Actually, yeah, I've heard that story.
I live in West Hollywood. I almost get molested every day.
What
You
happened?
go ahead, Frank. You tell
Oh,
us
no,
your story. You're
actually, my mom told me the story. She was walking from school once, and some dude pulled up and was just butt naked to try to get her in the car. Yeah,
Wait, your mom almost got molested?
No, she almost got kidnapped when she was in like high
By
school.
a naked man?
Some naked guy just pulled up, just opened the door, and tried to get her in the car, and she was like, "What the fuck?"
He was
Punched her in the face and
naked
ran out.
driving the car? My God. Jeez Louise. I mean,
Mom was hot in high school. Dick shit.
yeah, way to show your cards. I mean, that's a way to get the party started. That would just be weird. I can't imagine driving naked. That's almost weirder than molesting a kid.
I used to not get naked, but I would change on the way from school to my car wash job because I wouldn't have time to get there in time, so I would change while driving.
Is that true?
Yes.
Is this Douglas or Jeremiah? Wow.
At stoplights, I'd be in my boxers and shirtless and changing really quickly.
I once jerked off driving home from high school while driving.
That's impossible. I've tried to do that so many times. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I did. It was fucking disgusting. One of the guiltiest, grossest things I've ever done in my entire life was blow a massive load on my school shirt.
We lost them.
Oh no! Oh no, that was it. Clear! Oh, there you go. He was playing possum.
Hey. I mean, what the fuck, guys?
I'm sorry, you bring these stories out in us that we haven't told on the show before.
I'm sorry. Hey, but I have something fun for all of you.
Go ahead, tell us.
Alright. Well, you know how you're saying fun facts? Well, I brought a bunch of fun facts. Right. Get this and pass it out to everyone.
Can you zoom in on that, David?
Well, it's for everyone. Thank you. And pass them all out. Everyone's name is on it. And now it's a fun fact about me.
Oh my
So
goodness.
when we sing the fun fact, we'll all go, fun fact, fun fact.
Okay. So how do you want to do this? In order? Number one?
They're numbered.
Okay. I'll go first. I'm number one.
But let's sing first.
Okay. Fun fact. Here we go. I'm going to read my fun fact out of my envelope. It says fun facts on it. I don't know if you can get that. And here we go. Did you know Michael has upwards of 10 family members in the Los Angeles area, and none of them have contacted him. Wow. That's an interesting fun fact. Fun facts. Fun facts. Wow, doesn't seem very smart. Red Band's number 2 here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this one will be.
Here we go. Let's sing a little bit. Fun facts. Fun facts.
Did you know Michael's fine physique is not the
Porque
product of
termina
diet and
cuando se
exercise,
escucharon
but the
algunos
result of his
participantes
disease
hasta trabajar
ravaging
en
his
el caso de
body,
ellos
much
en
like
la
someone
actividad
with
de
AIDS.
vice with community
Fun facts. Wow, who's number 3? Oh, wow. All right.
Did you know the only surgery Michael has ever had was to untwist his balls? Currently, there exists no surgery that can help Michael Lehrer.
Fun facts. Fun facts. Wow, this is my favorite segment of all time in the show's history. Who's number 4? I'm so excited.
Did you know Michael's pee-pee leaked pee-pee? All pee-pees leak pee-pee. Michael sometimes worries that his pee-pee winks more and that pee-pee could be pee-pee on the wall.
Fun facts. Fun facts.
I want to ask questions about that one, but I've heard something in my instincts are telling me that I don't want to. Who's number 5? This is great.
That'd be me.
Here we go. Here's another fun
Fun facts.
Here we go.
Did you know Hello Chris was never a Marine? Hashtag stolen valor.
Great. I love this. I want to ask questions about that one, but I've heard something in my instincts are telling me that I don't want to. Who's number 5? This is great.
That'd be me.
Here we go. Here's another fun
facts.
Here we go.
Did you know Hello Chris was never a Marine? Hashtag stolen valor.
Great. I love the sax. It's a little bit longer than the song. Here we go.
Did you know Joel gives Michael free drum lessons in exchange for horchata enemas?
Fun facts. Fun fact.
Wow, that's very interesting.
That was so much fun.
That was the fun.
And that's a fact. Yeah, that was fun.
And all that is true. I mean, I had testicular torsion. I fell on a fence in 3rd grade, and my balls got twisted up, and they have untwisted.
That happened to a couple. That happened to a couple of my friends in high school. I've always been deathly afraid of that.
Oh,
Wait, about it.
You have to explain it to me. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, your balls are, they're inside of a sack and they're connected to things and they're pretty safe. Obviously, obviously they're pretty durable. However, if you sleep, sort of cross-legged or whatever, and you roll the wrong way in the right exact motion, you could conceivably tangle them up.
I've always tried to push one ball to the other side. It never worked. So I'm glad there was I knew a kid in my high school would do it as like a party trick, like twist them around.
Wait, what?
I've heard of I had a friend who got kicked in the balls, no. Yeah, he got kicked in the balls and they like went up and they like got stuck. And they didn't know what to do, so they like picked them up and threw them down on the floor because they thought that's what would get them back out.
Jesus Christ. My God.
Like on his ass. They like...
These guys have clearly never seen us teach people how to get ketchup out of a bottle. Turn them upside down.
I have a friend who can fit a ball in his butthole.
Good video. Yeah.
What's his name?
Terrible.
Wait, are you serious? Wait, have you done that before? Have you done that before?
One of my balls can fit like on the outside of my anus. Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
If you pull it back, then you can put the ball.
I've seen it, and there's a porn star who can do it, but I didn't know my friend could.
You shove it in? Have you ever shoved it into your asshole? Tell the truth.
It's not like it goes.
You know, he has to tuck it in like a magician. It's like, have you tried? What? Putting it in your asshole?
I mean, it doesn't like consume it, but it's like, hello.
Well, I mean, I think
if you get it far enough, it will.
I think a lot of people can probably do that, right?
All right, let's try it.
Fun facts.
Michael died again.
Oh no, Michael's dead. Michael. That worked.
Yo,
can I compliment the craftsmanship on all these?
It is
like
incredible.
I'm gonna guess he did not do that.
No, he did.
Did your /girlfriend do this?
Yeah,
Thank you, Colette.
Was she your nurse before or your girlfriend before?
She was my girlfriend, but I looked at her and I'm like, I bet this bitch can wipe me real good.
That's awesome, man. What else has been going on this week? Anything crazy?
I've been doing crazy physical therapy because my goal is to get Me and Brian.
What?
I want a tricycle.
Oh, you want a tricycle?
I
And
do one.
you gonna get an e-trike?
Yeah.
I actually have the perfect one for you. I can show you later if you want to meet at the e-bike hut.
Yeah, oh yeah, you know.
Doesn't sound as cool that way.
I just got the bargain squirt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
guys
I'm
can roll out
getting
together.
in Buffalo. I had the tricycle, but then my physical went down. But now I'm fucking getting it back.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm about to be able to get on the little tricycle again like a big boy.
Goddamn motherfucker.
Yeah,
Right, you
so
are.
I'm maybe cruising, listening to rap music. Oh, me and Nick on IG Live, we freestyle with each other.
Man, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. You guys are both much hipper than you look.
Yeah, let me bust a little.
Oh, you want to?
Yeah,
All right, give them a little beat.
Give me that same beat.
Here we go. Nice and light on the instrumental so that we can hear it clearly.
Yo, let me get a suggestion. Manhattan Sam Charter in the house.
You want a suggestion?
Yeah.
All right. How about water?
Water. Oh, H2O. Here we go. I get on the mic and I throw fire. Need that water for hire to put it over.
Okay, guys. There you go. Thank you, guys. Wow, that was just unbelievable. I mean, very, very impressive freestyle about water. Right?
So there's a guy named Jerry Ray Everything. He's a huge YouTuber, and his girlfriend or wife, she's in a wheelchair, and they built this badass e-bike like quad thing, and it's called. If you go to notawheelchair.com, this shit's crazy. You go through snow, through sand, and it's badass. I highly recommend it.
And it's still off the shelf for.
Yep, they'll ship it right to you.
Really?
Check it out.
Oh, wow. Look at that thing.
I might go full Mad Max up in this bitch.
Goodness. Yeah, that's very impressive. That is indeed a decked out wheelchair.
It's like a snowmobile.
Holy shit, goodness. Oh, that's impressive. Alright, well, Michael, fun times. Michael and I took our relationship to the next level this week. We went from texting to FaceTiming. We made a big jump this week.
Well, you come faster on the face.
That's true, yes. It's much easier for me to come on FaceTime than it is via text message. That is true. Recommended a great movie to me. I knocked that out real quick. It was Moneyball. I never saw Moneyball, and we were talking about something, and he used an analogy from Moneyball, and I watched it, and I was very amazed. I avoided it because I'm not a big Jonah Hill guy, but this was my favorite Jonah Hill performance that I've ever seen, other than, of course, Django Unchained, which doesn't count.
Well, I guess he'll never be a guest on this show.
Yeah, I guess he won't be, since he gets, $25 million a film at least.
Oh,
Yeah, sort of on a different trajectory than
how
most
much
of the
does
guests.
he get a film?
Hey, this is the Brooks Battle Season 2 winner from Comedy Central right here. This is a big deal.
Hey, Jonah Hill's getting $25,000. I got $25,000 once.
Yeah, he got $25,000 one time 4 years ago.
Nice.
You still have some of that left, right?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Fun times, people. Support our sponsors. Enjoy yourselves. There goes the great Michael Lair. MichaelLairComedy.com. He's got a ton of merch, a ton of great stuff. Here comes the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. You know what, David? Are you here, David Deary? Jump on that camera. And all right, I guess that's good, actually. Yeah, that looks great. Very impressive drawing this week. I have a bow and arrow. Frank Castillo has a shield. Douglas has a shield and a sword. David Lucas, William Montgomery, Air One, fucking the great Kevin, the Galactic Space King, Malachi, the assassin. Very impressive drawing from Ryan Jabo. That's available at RyanJabo.com. MichaelAirComedy.com for his amazing content and merch. I have a bunch of new merch up on my website. A ton of stuff. You can get a bunch of fun stuff going on over there. And my Patreon's fun too. The history of roasting and how to do it, featuring all the writers from the Comedy Central roast staff that I've worked with over the last decade. A bunch of other fun things. Frank, what do you got going on?
I got a great podcast called Buddies. Me and my homie JP, we cover all the weed news and culture and give you the best places to go buy your weed.
You were also on an episode of my roast show on Patreon where we broke down how to win a roast battle and the adjustments that you've had to make on the fly and how you won that tournament and the hilarious voicemail that your mother left you when you told her that you had to battle a guy in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
She thought that God would never forgive you for that.
No.
Thank you so much, Frank, for joining us. Believe it or not, Douglas this entire time was actually the great Jeremiah Watkins. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah Watkins. He even prints it up for you, even though you can't see it from that camera angle at all.
At Jeremiah-Watkins,
But
you can see that?
he wants you to know that that's how sad he is, that he has a piece of paper he's holding up. Jeremiah, tell us about the content that you've created this week. What's out this
Absolutely.
week?
Thank you for that inquisitive question,
Yeah.
Lord. It is Jeremiah Wonders has all of some awesome episodes of Dr. Phil if you want to catch up on original characters, as well as Joe List and the Kill Tony Band if you haven't seen that in the last couple of weeks. So we're doing some really cool, fun stuff. Thank you.
Hell yeah, the great Jet Ski Johnson was here, everybody. Moneyball, Jet Ski Johnson.
Check out Comedy Store Podcast. I did a podcast with Mitch Burrow, who was on the show quite a few times recently through the Looking Glass.
That's great. And you have some fun stuff on the way too. And by the way, she has a Venmo. It's at Jet Ski Johnson. It's even on paper here. For those of you that don't believe me, all one word. Jet Ski Johnson.
And then I heard right after the last time she put it up that she was getting Venmos while the show was still going on.
Yeah, very, very awesome. That's very incredible. We're proud of you. Well deserved. The great Chroma Chris was here all night, everybody. That was Malachi, the silent assassin.
Thanks. I don't want to be reaching or anything. I don't want to promote my Venmo at Chroma Chris.
That's good. He is at Chroma Chris, all one word. What do you think about tonight's episode, Chris?
It was a magical journey till evil. Now we must battle through the depths of the internet to battle the trolls of the dark world.
Joel Jimenez was on drums all night long with TV dinner trays on his shoulder and crotch area. He held strong back there. Joel, what do you got?
No, mostly sorry tomorrow at 5 on YouTube. I'm trying to build a little music studio, so if anybody wants to send me a MacBook Pro or money to my Venmo, it's Joel-Jimenez.
There you go.
You can't win if you don't play, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, send me a MacBook Pro also.
Yeah.
It has happened. I have a bunch of new merch, a bunch of reprints. I'm wearing one right now from an old shirt. Got a new podcast. We just did our 100th episode of Virtual Red Band. So check that out all at DeathSquad.tv.
Absolutely doodly. We'll be back next week with another show. Good night, everybody.
Kiltony. Give it up for Tony.
Yeah! Feels good in here. Still feels like there's, 500 people here every Monday.
Especially how they cleared out all the chairs.
It feels better and better every single time that we are here at the Comedy Store. You know what? I like the show more without an audience. Who needs tons of validation and happy, smiling faces? The real joy in this is entertaining ourselves. And you know what? I think I'm going to shock the world here, but I think we will never go back to having an audience again.
I think you might be right.
I just like 7 people interrupting each other with microphones all at the same time. I like it like this. How about you guys? There you go. Feels like an AA meeting in here right now. This is super exciting. Welcome to another episode of Kill Tony. How are you, Red Band?
Great.
We're getting through it. We're doing it. We have our own fun little things that we're doing, getting through life during these wild times, and excited to be here. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is joining us. Yeah, look at that stud muffin right there. He draws every single episode, and he's drawing this one tonight. He draws all the tour posters. There's a new Kill Tony design shirt that he's slinging his own art design. Really cool stuff all happening at RyanJEbelt.com. And click on the Kill Tony banner and see all the amazing stuff that he's making. It is absolutely incredible. We support artists here, believe it or not. We make fun of artists a lot, but we don't make fun of Ryan J. Ebelt. He is one of the drawing artists, and that is what I consider off limits. However, comedians and musicians will get tortured.
Actors, especially actors.
The only way I can make fun of Ryan J. Ebelt is if I drew a drawing to insult him.
His beard's out of control right now. Look at that beard. That's the biggest I've ever
It really is. He looks like the father from Teen Wolf. It's absolutely incredible. It is shocking what's going on over there. We're going to have fun tonight. We have everybody's here. The great Charlie from Vito's Pizza, hooking it up, getting our bellies all filled up. Everybody knows we love pizza here, and our pizza of choice in Los Angeles is the great Vito's Pizza. Exciting stuff. Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony while we're talking about how we get our energy on. Use the code KillTony, get 20% off. You know what else I fell in love with this week, Brian? Was something that I saw you promote on Instagram. Liquid IV.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
drinking some right now.
my goodness.
It's the best.
What a game changer. I've been on the golf course. The temperatures have been all over 100 degrees every single time. And there I am, enjoying myself, laughing, cracking jokes, while all my friends are out there half passing out by hole number 10. And it's all because of Liquid IV. I tried it once after a night of drinking. My mind was completely blown. Woke up with energy at 5:45 a.m. on the dot like I do every single day now. And felt great all day long.
Yeah, and I drink so much Gatorade and stuff like that just because I feel like I'm always dehydrated. I don't drink enough water. This changes it. Now I'm just drinking water, and I don't have all the extra crap in it, like sodium.
Yep.
And they're not even a sponsor, and we love all these guys.
Yeah, exactly. Liquid IV is not a sponsor. I just wanted to, it just organically happened. I just brought that up. Even though we might send them that clip. And, who knows? Maybe next week they will be a sponsor. So stay tuned. But, God, what a game changer. Hangovers, heat. I mean, it's just great. So, there you go. Speaking of heat, speaking of sponsors, here's some more from the actual sponsors that put on this amazing episode. Here's a little bit from them. Now more than ever, you really shouldn't put off seeing a doctor when you're not feeling well. And I know that with everything going on, it can be difficult to put your health first. It's really tough to see a doctor nowadays. You don't want to go in there, you don't want to get sick, you may be putting off seeing a doctor because you're too busy with work, kids, life in general. That's why I use PlushCare. They make seeing a doctor so easy. I do it right from home. PlushCare provides virtual doctor appointments through your smartphone or computer. I just pick a time that works for me and book an appointment right online. I don't have to sit on hold forever to make an appointment or leave the house, sit in a crowded waiting room and be exposed to who knows what. You know about this, Red Band.
I think it's great. With PlushCare, I can be diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to my pharmacy of choice if needed. PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states. and a doctor's care. We're here to help by discussing treatment options, providing prescriptions as needed, and they're available anytime if I have questions. If you need a regular checkup or have questions about mental health, Plush Care doctors are also available to help for that. Schedule any appointment today and discuss your treatment options. You know, it's real great. This is one of those things that's super easy and it makes sense. You just go on your phone or your laptop, answer a few questions, and talk to a real doctor. I loved how easy it was.
With Plush Care, I don't put off seeing a doctor, and neither should you. No more excuses. Make your appointment today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony. That's plushcare.com/Tony. Plushcare.com/Tony. And we're back. Excited to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony, live from the Comedy Store. And one of the great things about this show, being at this place, is that, this is home to me. I've been here for 13 and a half years at the Comedy Store. From a door guy to a paid regular, every single inch of it I love. And a big part of the reason why I came here is because of the amazing history and the badass comedians that are a part of that history. And tonight's guest is a massive part of that history and the current reputation of absolute murderers that perform here. This guy's one of the great comedians of today and one of my favorite comedians of all time and one of my best pals. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Jimmy Schubert, everybody. Yeah! Hey now! Yes! Fuck yeah! The new album is out on iTunes, Zero Tolerance. The great Jimmy Schubert. How are you, sir?
Pick a copy up if you want to laugh for 57 minutes straight.
That's right. Absolutely. You have we golfed the other day, and you had me laid out before we even hit hole number one. Telling me the story of that guy that went on the audition.
Yeah, it was a guy who was up. It's just one of those show business anecdotes. The guy was in a commercial audition, and it was in New York. It was in August, and it's like on the 33rd floor, and it's hot. It's like 110 degrees, and it was a stupid little commercial. You sit down in a chair, you take off your shoes, and you do some dancing feet thing, right? And you're sitting on this metal chair. This guy, he just sits down in the chair, bends over, and takes off his shoes, and then he just rips a massive fart for had to be like about a minute and a half against the metal chair, loud, one of those. And the guy's so embarrassed, he gets up and runs out of the room. He's embarrassed, he's mortified. He gets all the way down to the bottom floor. He walks out, he realizes he left his shoes upstairs. So he's got to go all the way back up to get his shoes. And he walks in, and people are hanging out the window with the fan, just trying to get rid of the stink in the room. And the guy goes home, he feels like an idiot. About 3 days later, he gets a call from his agent. Hey, you booked that job. He goes, how the fuck did I book that job? And he shows up in the commercials and he goes, how? Why did you book me? It was the worst. One of the worst one. He goes, first of all, it was priceless. We didn't watch anybody else's audition. We just kept watching yours and lamping our balls off and rewinding it and watching again. And again, we must watch it 300 times. We said, fucking give the guy the job. So he got the job. So, people beat themselves up for auditions, There's always a little.
This is how Jimmy starts beating you in golf. He makes you laugh so hard before it even starts in 100-degree weather.
Get out there. It's 107. There's no golf carts. We're walking.
How's no golf cart? They forgot to charge it. It was like
they forgot to charge. It doesn't take much for the golf course except charge cards. And water the grass once in a while. So we're out there and we make the turn. And Tony slips me in the Mickey and stuff you were talking about.
Liquid IV. I gave him some.
He gave me some liquid IV, bro. It's a game changer. Yeah. I started striping it down the middle just because I didn't want to. I was so exhausted. I wanted to just walk directly to my wall, and it was unbelievable. But yeah, we got it in. It was a hell of a workout. But we had a good time.
A lot of laughs, a lot of fun out here making the best of it. And I'm excited you're back here on Kill Tony. We've had fun. You've been on the show a few times.
Yeah, man.
Glad to have you back. And you might remember there's a band on this show.
Nice.
Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been backstage getting ready. They stay in character throughout the show. Could be a new character, could be characters we've seen before. Let's all find out what they are tonight as I present to you the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jenski, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Uh-oh. Here they are. Wow. Oh my goodness. Here they are, some postmen. We've seen this crew before for sure. There's a lady post. There's a post woman now. My goodness, with a tight little Jerry curl. Look at that thing. And then, yeah, there's a whole crew here. My goodness gracious. Welcome back, Mr. Postman. I remember you sounding sort of Native American last time you were on the show. Can you remind me of your name?
My name is Walter Fig.
Walter Fig. Yeah, you do sound Native American still.
I hail from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Okay.
But I am 100% European, I guarantee you.
You're European?
Yeah, in my village that I was raised.
Well, welcome back to the show, Walter Fig. Thank you. And then, look at this little adorable, little Jerry curl we got over here. What's your name?
Hey, what's up? I'm Hamatha.
You're Hamatha? Hamatha? Yeah, okay, just want to make
Oh,
sure.
Red Man's getting hungry.
Uh-oh. Hamatha, are you a lesbian postwoman?
I'm straight as an arrow, Tony.
Okay, all right.
I can guess what anybody is in their pack.
How long have you been a postwoman for?
Oh, about 35 years.
35 years, all right. And then, what's your story, sir? You seem like an actual postman.
Kids call me Merv the mailman.
Okay. Merv the mailman. All right. Why do the kids call you that?
Because they're mean little shits who thinks they run the neighborhood. But I run the neighborhood.
Oh my God.
It's my mail.
All right, Merv. Oh my goodness. Every single character that Chroma does that's a little bit older looks exactly like Sully Sullenberger, the hero, Miracle on the Hudson. He can't help himself. Merv?
I always land my crashes.
Okay. And then over here, it appears as though we have what seems to be a young Mexican Miley Cyrus type. What's your name?
It is a party in the USA. My name is Carl Malone.
Oh, that's right. You are Carl Malone.
The mailman.
The mailman, Carl Malone. All right. This is exciting. You postal workers, Walter, it appears as though you guys have been politicized by the left, but they're just making big budget cuts because mail's down 33% over the last 4 years.
We guarantee you delivery of your mail in exactly 3 weeks' time.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Walter. Hamantha, what do you think about the recent budget cuts? Hamantha.
Ham, you could call me Ham.
Okay,
Whatever is easy. I like it a lot more fun to sit through. Sometimes I open them up, decide, play with it a little bit, put back.
all right. Well, there you go. Good to know you can trust your current post office. You still use the post office ever, Jimmy?
Yeah, occasionally, just a little snail mail, but I go, Amazon Prime. They deliver Amazon Prime packages for free. What's your fucking charge out there?
Amazon is a postman's N-word.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
So we got the mailman, we got the great Jimmy Schumer, we got Red Band and the soundboard, and I have a bucket. It's a bucket of destiny. We have people that were chosen and signed up and chosen before the show, and let's get the party started. But before we go to the bucket, there's only one way to get a real Philtony party started. It's with the guy they like to call the party starter. This guy, loved by many, including myself, one of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Some people call him the Big Red Machine. Some people call him the Holy Moly. Some people call him the Nuclear Belly Button. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great William Montgomery. Here we go. Here he is, live in the flesh. 60 seconds uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
I like my women like I like my coffee wrapped in styrofoam. What's the difference between a Lakers fan and a Clippers fan? Trick question. They're both going to die in an earthquake that will strike on August 27th, 2020. Hey, you're either Lakeisha in or Lakeisha out. As an impression of my landlord asking me to pay for my continental breakfast. I'm at the point where I just hope my son turns out either gay or straight. Jimmy, I have to say I loved you as the detective in The Italian Job. Thank you, sir.
Okay, closes out with a compliment. 40 seconds of jokes, 10 seconds of compliments, and here we are with the great William Montgomery. Hi, William.
I got drunk as shit tonight.
Oh, my goodness.
No, I'm kidding.
No, we can tell when you're drunk, believe it.
Yeah, you're very happy when you're sober.
Yeah. It's true. It really is. You're happy and effective. Your timing, your pacing, the jokes, even though the coffee styrofoam thing, very risky to open with that. But you know what? It established your oddballness right from the get. You followed it up with joke. An inevitable earthquake happening August 27th of 2020. Is that true?
That is Thursday. 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, Thursday, 3 weeks ago. My goodness. That's interesting.
3 weeks ago.
It already happened if the earthquake didn't even happen.
Yeah, but I think it might happen on the August 27th.
Okay, what makes you think that?
The premonition, if you will.
Okay.
What if that actually happens?
Yeah, tell me about it.
What if it actually happens?
Tell me about it.
Some old school, biblical fucking shit that just swallowed up fucking Los Angeles.
Where would you go?
I'm going to Delray Beach, Florida. Both this down there with my people.
How are you going on an airplane? Can I go with you?
Yes.
Where would you go?
Do we exchange numbers or something, or how do I get on the plane?
If you weren't invited to Delray Beach just then with Jimmy, where would you have gone?
Probably find a beach.
Or you just
I was on the Atlantic coast.
If I would have asked you 5 minutes ago what you would do if there was a major earthquake, what would you have said? Would you drive there, or would you walk there? Would you take an airplane during a massive earthquake? An earthquake swallows Los Angeles, and you'd get on an airplane?
The airplane's the safest place to be in an earthquake.
That is actually true.
It's true.
I think it's the safest place to be during the middle of a pandemic because they got the middle seat open now. Nobody's flying.
I love it. What do you like, Jimmy? What airplanes do you like?
Hey, you're asking a lot of fucking questions. You got a subpoena? I'm on the...
Again, I loved you in The Italian Job. That's why I'm starstruck right now. You're a great detective in that.
Absolutely, William. Is that a new T-shirt? I've never seen you wear the tie-dye before.
No, I've had it. Wait, is this new shorts?
Oh my God.
Nope, it's still open.
Has anybody sent shorts? We tried to get you shorts. No shorts have been delivered yet. What do you keep in your cargo pockets? What do you got there? Let's play a game called What's in Those Pockets? What's in those pockets?
Whoa, I can't. Turn that fucking sound down.
Oh, you don't like that one?
No, and I can't do it.
Come on.
I got contraband in here.
Pull something
I got contraband in here.
Pull it out.
I got contraband in here.
Come on, man. You're fucking out in the
Pull it out. Pull something out of those pockets. Whoa, keys. All right, what's in the other pocket? That's not even the pocket I cared about. I want to know what's in that right thigh pocket.
Don't pull out your dick.
It's not his dick.
I wish it was.
but my deck is very close to my tummy. So there's no way it could be.
We know. You have big belly button energies.
Yeah, that noise I made sounded like that.
Pull something.
Here's my wallet.
Whoa, where's your Ridge wallet?
My Ridge wallet. I don't like that company. I refuse to buy from those fucking people. They don't like.
Okay.
That's what I read.
Right.
They don't like service. Hey, what's in your other pocket?
That's the AM/FM digital vibrator from Whammo.
Jimmy's.
We're just making notes to edit that out since they're a sponsor.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Where's your Ridge? Have we given you a Ridge wallet?
No.
We
I
haven't.
need one.
Can you run to that factory?
Who's got one?
Grab a Ridge wallet out there.
Who's got one?
Yeah, we've got one for you, William. We got one for you. Will you use it if we give it to you?
Yeah, Jimmy, what are your thoughts if I try to get into show business? What sort of stuff should I apply for?
At this point, bro, I would fucking get something with benefits because it doesn't look like show business is coming back.
Is that a fucking joke?
What's that?
Is that a fucking joke?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
This is what he gets weird. Like,
No, I know.
Look at this.
Look at that. Hey, look at
Thanks,
that.
bitch.
It's a Ridge wallet.
Oh, he's been drinking.
No, William has been drinking.
Yeah, it's this.
Oh my goodness. So let's take it from the top and let's pretend, because that Ridge wallet part that you said is definitely not going to be in the episode, even though it made the room laugh. So put that in your pocket, and then I'm going to go. And then we'll just play it as we go. Ready?
Okay.
And action. What else do you have in your pocket, William?
Tony, it is so nice to be here.
We already did that.
Where do I start?
Take it from the top.
What's in your other pocket? My back pocket?
Yeah, what's in your back pocket?
I actually have a Ridge wallet.
Whoa, a Ridge wallet. Point that at the camera. Can we zoom in on that?
Wow, really good company. They hate
William, you're so stupid.
That's why I support them.
William, you're out of
They
control.
hate
Put it back in your pocket. Now we have to do it again. We'll be here all night if we have to. Get ready.
Let's do it again.
Get ready for the zoom on this. And action.
What's in your other pocket?
Yeah, what do you got in your back?
Oh, it's just a Ridge wallet. Let's take a look at this, guys.
Oh my God, it's still in the box. That's an actual
They
Ridge
hate
wallet. William, you can say anything other than that. We're gonna have to edit the shit out of it. I don't think you understand. So
Jimmy told me to say that.
We're not live.
Jimmy told me to say that.
We are not live.
Jimmy, get my back on this one.
I put them up.
Yeah, he put me up to it.
All right, let's do it one more time.
Can you send me a copy of this deleted scene?
All right.
I think that's going to be their new national campaign, the Ridge wallet.
Yeah, they hate.
Actually, we might leave this in. Actually, now that I think about it.
What's in your other pocket? Oh, I got a new wallet. I think it's from a company called Ridge Wallet.
Okay, let's take it from the top. Hold on a second. Don't say you got a new wallet. It's funnier if your wallet is still in the box.
Okay.
You don't need to say you got a new wallet.
Okay.
It's funnier if your wallet's still wrapped
But
in
it's in a
plastic.
box.
You don't need to say it's new. Like, you always just carry a box of a wallet.
I get it. Okay.
Okay.
What's in your other pocket? Man, I actually have a wallet I've had for like 5 years now. It's called a Ridge wallet.
Wow, Ridge wallet, and it's still in the box.
See? That's fine. We can keep that in.
That's beautiful.
What, you know that defeats the purpose of the Ridge wallet, keeping it in the box like that.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he hurt his belly. On the mic drop, he hurt his own stomach. William.
What happened there?
Not a lot of people know this, but if William shaves his beard, he becomes young Louis Anderson.
Yep. Oh.
Real quick. That's why he keeps the beard. A lot of people call him young Louis Anderson.
You can say that.
I could say a lot of things.
You can say a bunch right now.
Alright, anything else happen in your personal life this week?
Cooked down some salmon last night on my Weber grill.
You cooked salmon on the Weber?
Really good.
Really? I would not trust you cooking fish on a grill. My life depended on it.
It's delicious.
I could be starving. I could have not eaten for days. And if you're like, hey,
Tony, you're lying. I'm a good
Jimmy cooked the other day? It was pizza on the grill.
Oh, God.
It's delicious.
I could have walked from Phoenix, Arizona to here starving. And if you're like, hey, I'm putting salmon on the grill, you want some? I'd be like, I just ate.
Jimmy likes it, though. Wouldn't you eat a frozen pizza I did?
Yeah, you know, in the old days when these guys used to drive to these gigs, they used to put the frozen people on the air filter.
Frozen people?
The frozen pizza.
What do you mean frozen people, Jimmy?
Don't make me come over there.
Okay. No, man.
We'll put the frozen pizza on the air filter and close the lid and drop
The air filter?
by the time we got to the gig, the pizza was cooked.
I don't get it.
It's great. Just ignore him. He's the only one like this. So, firecracker here out of the number 1 spot, William. You have a real spunky attitude.
Yes, I've reached my boiling point.
Your boiling point? Yeah. You have a temperature? What did he temp in at today? Let's look at it. We're going to check.
Which is 104.
We check everybody's temperature. 97.3, Soft Rock FM
Yeah, my
radio.
favorite radio station. That's what I was about to say.
My temperature was 54.
Fig. Walter Fig.
Walter Fig.
What do you think about his name being Walter
I
Fig?
love him.
There you go. Well, William, we love you.
Nice to see you.
You're one of the true greats.
Nice to see you, Jimmy. After the show, let's exchange numbers and hang out maybe.
Sounds good, William.
Cool.
I'll get back to you time.
Perfect. Is that a joke? You're smiling? I don't know.
There he goes, William Montgomery,
Come on,
everybody.
William
Here we go. Internet's begun. Mr. Postman. He's a postman. He's a motherfucking postman. Alright. The mic's getting switched out, cleansed. What an exciting time we live in.
The new normal.
Yeah. Pulled a name out of the bucket, your first comedian getting up tonight. This guy got up, made his debut a few weeks ago, ended up having a dance competition at one point during his set. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return of Jason Rodello, everyone. Here we go. Here he comes. Here he is, Jason Rodello.
All right. I said yes. I'll stay in bed, that is my style. And Donald Trump is running wild. All you pedophiles, get the fuck out of my face. This is the quarantine. This is the quarantine. No, I'm not gay. But, I did just get a Disney Plus subscription, so I'm just feeling a little adventurously. Oh, speaking of gay, David Lucas merch now available online, huh? Yeah, supporting black-owned businesses. Just make sure don't get the one that looks like overweight Shaquille O'Neal with burnt broccoli on his head. Whatever you do, stay away from that one. Thank you.
Wow. Jason Rodello. Yeah. And that song sounds exceptionally good from the band. That's a good one.
Thank you. I've been practicing for generations.
How old are you again, Walter?
160.
167. Wow. What a young Native American you are.
100% European.
Why do you say that? You're so clearly a Native American.
I'm Hawaii.
Oh my goodness, just trying to fit in, I guess. All right. Welcome, Jason Rodello. Good, entertaining minute. Didn't know which direction things were going there.
Neither did I.
And it went good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Would that have been a little bit of a killer?
No, it was great. You used the space allotted to you. You brought a lot of energy. It was quite incredible.
I'm like getting committed to the dance number.
Yeah, this guy's a hell of a dancer, man.
Yeah.
This guy's a
I
monster.
mean, I got a book, but I got a book, man. If I gotta show the audience, you never know who's gonna be in the audience. You gotta show them all around.
Using all the tools in the box.
Exactly.
Have you ever done any musicals, or just dance?
No musicals. Actually, I did Cirque du Soleil. That was my first big break.
Wow.
Of a dance job. I didn't sing, but we did a lot.
What'd you do in Cirque
What
du Soleil?
show? What Cirque show?
Oh, this was like one of the international ones in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, yeah. I talked about Kazakhstan on my first appearance here. Okay. Yeah, so it's a whole other story.
What did you do in the show?
Just dance. Oh, okay, so we were actually like backup dancers, kind of like fillers for little transitional moments. And our specialty was we had the hoverboards. You know, the ones that you just kind of
Right.
just that whole thing, yeah.
I saw a kid going down the street on one of those the other day. Just standing on the board, like, just fucking take him down the street. And I looked at him, what, is the left, right, the walking fucking too much for you to move your own body weight around the planet?
Or even a
lazy,
skateboard.
shiftless
Even a skateboard. It's like one of the four wheels.
Yeah, no, it's not a skateboard I get, but a hoverboard, you just stand on it. It's not, you just let them take them down the street like, fucking lazy. Could you fucking be?
What do you think about these hoverboards, Walter?
I saw a child floating on one of these and I thought it was me too.
Have you ever seen an ancient demon before?
Yes, only in caves.
What year was that?
18.
Oh my goodness. You have a lot of life experience. So Jason, tell us more. What have you been doing since the last time we saw you? Was that how long you been on stand-up?
This is my second time.
Right. This is the second time you've ever done stand-up. Your debut was on Kill Tony.
Yeah.
This is your second.
Literally, I'm just debuting.
You've accumulated 2 minutes. You have a girlfriend, right?
Yes.
How's life going?
Very hot girlfriend.
Oh,
Red band. Yes, man. I just wanted the red band seal approval.
That's it.
As long as that's good.
Everybody knows Red Band's got the best taste out of anybody.
But yeah, so me and my
What?
you said taste. I said taste buds.
Well, your initial gut instinct of not repeating it was correct. Carl Malone.
Look how pouty David Lucas looks on that shirt.
It really is. It looks like that's what he looks like after he has to work out.
Looking forward to a couple, shirt roasts. But you already roast David kind of every week, so
It's true. I can't do it this week though because he actually called in sick with a headache, which it looks like he also has a headache in that picture.
It looks like if Thriller let himself go.
Yeah, it really does. A lot of people don't know this, but if you turn David's head upside down, and that it turns into a drawing from Bob Ross, bottom of a tree, the bark of the tree.
So it's a Bob Ross baby.
Yeah.
the extra explanation.
So Jason, what else has been going on with you? It's been a few weeks since we've seen you.
Yeah.
What else is happening?
Getting life together, getting the mental together. I like to call it a creation vacation. So just with content and just everything, we just took a vacation. For the self.
Vacation.
Yeah.
I'm literally doing the opposite. Taking a vacation. Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
That's good. You're a young buck. You're out there making a deal for yourself.
Since you're dancing so much, do you do a lot of TikToks? You seem like you're really good at TikTok.
Well, that's the thing, man. I took a break from everything. So with TikTok, I know I can kill it on that app. I'm not trying to be cocky because I'm a dancer,
Right.
comedy, the whole thing. But I haven't took my full stab at it yet. But I will soon. Yeah. And if you guys have a TikTok, some collaborations or whatever.
Oh shit. We do not.
No, Jimmy.
You should check out my TikTok.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I'm a fucking grown man. I'm on TikTok.
Your TikTok.
You know who goes and watches TikToks? Fucking pedophiles. That's who watches fucking TikToks.
You're
A bunch of 14-year-old girls fucking dancing around.
It's pedophiles.
Fucking one out to a fucking tissue of love. Watching these fucking
I was so anti-TikTok, and I was like, this is how much I hate TikTok. I'm just going to put a TikTok out there, like just me opening a box. It got 3.1 million.
Oh my god.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I mean, it really is. It's ridiculous.
It just goes to show how many Chinese people there are. That's what it is.
That's what they say. China's spying on everybody using TikTok. And if that's the app you use to spy on people, they must think we're a bunch of fucking morons out here. Because, dude, someone has TikTok. What?
Everybody thinks they're a star on TikTok. They have so many views, but it's like nobody's in America watching that shit.
Actually, question: do you think the TikTok
standard is going to change the scene of comedy? Or what do you think? You know, like the new generation.
Absolutely 0% chance.
Have you ever seen Vine stars do stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
You ever see YouTube stars do stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
I've seen them try.
Where'd you get those slacks, man? They're pretty fucking. Pretty
These little things?
Yeah, man. I like them.
From Urban Outfitters.
Wow.
Outfitters, nice.
Look at that.
I'm completely joking. No, Santiago. They're like $10. But they look, you know, if you rock it, right enough.
Yeah,
Urban
they're good.
Outfitters.
You got style, dude.
Yeah.
What else has been going on in life? You have any nightmares lately? I had a crazy nightmare the other day. This creepy doctor, and all he kept saying, his jaw was wired shut, but he was vomiting through his teeth. And he just kept saying, "I'm Dr. Koo." He wasn't Asian. It was a cold white man, sort of looked like Walter Fig, and he kept saying, "I'm Dr. Koo. I'm Dr. Koo," and just spray. But the crazy thing was, he followed me in like other dreams that night, like I was like dreaming about something else, and he came out and, "I'm Dr. Koo." I woke up that morning and I googled Dr. Koo, and obviously, of course, a bunch of Asian people started flying on my screen.
Google Esther Koo.
Go ahead, Carl Malone.
I just want, if anybody out there is a dream expert, please tell us what that meant.
Yes, tell us what it means if a doctor with a jaw wired shut completely yet vomiting through his teeth means. Yeah, it was so fucking, it was one of those ones where, like, I mean, I literally Googled it when I fucking woke up that morning. Like, what the fuck, doctor?
Have you ever used a dream catcher before?
No, I haven't, but do you happen to have any since your wife?
Dr. Koo will never visit your kid if you hang a dream catcher above your bedpost.
Thank you.
I have a dream catcher.
You do?
Yeah. What's her name?
What?
What's her name? Angel.
Okay, Walter, relax. Straighten up that microphone for a second there. You're really.
Jerry knows Dr. Koo. You are not invited into Tony's dreams anymore.
Thank you, Chief Walter Fig. Jason, any nightmares lately? I never got an answer out of you.
Nightmares? No. I think I'm the type. I don't even remember anything ever. I think since I was the age of 10. I don't know what it is. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a bad. Is that a bad thing? Yeah, you need to live your dreams out.
Yeah. I had faith.
That's the thing, and that's the catch. Is that sometimes, usually, I can control my dreams and like this and that, but like fucking Dr. Koo, it was scarier than like anything I've seen in a movie. Because the whole time I'm like, why is there a doctor in my dream? Why is his jaw wired shut? And why the fuck is he vomiting?
And you can Google that stuff too. There's dream interpretation. All stuff means something.
Frightening.
Scary.
Next, you're going to have a dream of Dr. Koo and holding Chucky's hand.
Like, dreams are one of the craziest things because nobody really is in that big of a hurry to figure out what the fuck they are. Like, we still don't. There is no there's been no real breakthrough.
Well, the acid Tony took a few weeks ago just kicked in.
I was just about to ask that.
What are dreams, dude?
Honestly, probably means you just need to drink more water, honey.
Flying dreams.
The simulation theory.
Flying dreams are crazy.
Dr. Koo could actually represent the coronavirus pandemic because it's completely out of your control. It showed up out of nowhere and you're wondering why are you here?
Wow. You know what? Walter Fig, Ametha, and Carl Malone, thank you all for your wisdom. Mert the Mailman, do you have anything you want to say about Dr. Koo? You don't have to use the mask, dude. If Joel has it, you're going to get it, Chris.
Sorry, I was a little late on this one. What's up? Fell asleep back there. Dozing off over there.
Okay, Jason, so much fun. Congratulations. Your second time ever doing stand-up. We had fun with you. There goes Jason Rodello.
Chrissy, stop show.
Jason! Thank you!
Jason Rodello. My friend, please step back from the...
Switching out of the mics. Getting a sterile mic.
Sterile mic. I used to be in prison with a man named Sterile Mike.
Do you have dreams like of the same place over and over? Like I have a hotel that I'm constantly like dreaming about like it has the same elevator. It's a fucked up hotel. It's like flooded.
It's a recurring dream you have.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that means something. You should Google that.
Yeah.
So they say like if some people have dreams where their teeth are falling out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have dreams where I'm being chased by like a freaking axe murderer, and I get spaghetti legs. My legs don't fucking work, and I can't run.
Yeah.
Like I have those kind of dreams.
I have one that happens once every few months where I'll have a hair in my mouth and I'll pull the hair out, but it'll be extra long, and I keep pulling it, and it turns out that it's tied to the thing in the back of my throat, and like I'll like yank it, and you like feel that, and it's like I know I start freaking out, and then I wake up. It freaks me the fuck out. I have like Wes Craven used to use his like nightmares for like to inspire him, and like things like that, and the Doctor. I'm telling you, Doctor Who was scarier than anything I've seen in a
I thought you were going to say you were pulling the hair out, and as you pulled it out, your head started to unwind like a sweater.
Yeah, no, it was coming from there, like a doll, like a T-shirt. Okay. And I'll also say this, is that I've been on Chantix before, that medicine that's supposed to get you to quit smoking.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the things that they say in their ads, even, they have to say it by law, which tells you a lot about it, is like they cause suicide-inducing dreams.
It's not me, bro. When I was on Chantix, I had the most I was like having oral sex with a supermodel. And I woke up and I was like, you bastard! I couldn't get back into the dream.
Oh, I had the opposite. I had the most frightening dreams ever. I had dreams where I was flying, and you know how you normally wake up when you land?
Yeah.
I didn't. Instead, the camera zoomed out to me on the ground, and then it rolled me over, and I'm in a coffin, and I'm watching my family watching me in an open casket, and they're falling. You're like, it's long form. Long. It's not like, whoa, and then you wake up. It felt like it was like 45 minutes of me watching each member of my family, and the camera's like on the open side of the casket, so like you see like me laying there and them just coming up and looking like so. It was all long. The Chantix is the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
You're planning on quitting smoking, just try anyway, but do not take Chantix.
Yeah. I had dreams of flying dreams, but I could only fly feet first. Like I couldn't fly like Superman. I would fly feet first. I was like, I couldn't steer myself.
Yeah, what a nightmare compared to Tony's. Wow, you have superpowers and you can only fly feet first.
Yes,
meanwhile, Tony is dying and watching his dead repeatedly.
But the crazy part of that whole dream that I said isn't the flying and dying part. It isn't the landing part. The watching your family mourn your death was like that's when like I'm like, oh, I have to absolutely stop taking this, because that whole day after that you feel like you've already lived and died sort of in a weird way, because you're like, oh, that's all that life is. You live, you die, and that's it. And like that's when I started realizing like, oh, this shit's in my system. This is what those warnings that a couple people told me about.
One time Jimmy had a nightmare where he was given $1 million check, and they could only give him bundles of thousands.
That was a fucking nightmare. And nobody had changed for 1,000. So I couldn't buy it.
Couldn't use it anywhere.
Okay, I pulled another name out of the bucket. This is fun. We're having fun here this evening. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This is another guy that made his debut on Kill Tony just a few weeks ago, and he's back again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the return. He's here for his revenge. Had a rough first set on the show. Let's see what happens here tonight as I present to you the return of Moha, everyone. Here we go.
What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? Everybody hitting on deadly dads. Everybody's always like, fuck these deadly dads. This niggas. But nobody ever thinks about the kids. Maybe the problem is the kids. Have anybody ever said maybe the kids ran out of the dads out of the house? Ever? No. Maybe these little devils made the dad regret that he gave me that bitch ever. Don't you hear when you go to the fast food joint, the first thing you see is a bunch of fat people in line? You're like, this shit's not that. Damn, damn.
it's about to be the biggest about to order the whole fucking menu, right? But at the same time, if there's a bunch of fat people in line, you know that's just gonna be flying. It's gonna be wow. So I'm like, you know what? I'm chilling. So the thing about this mask everybody wears during coronavirus is if I can walk through my pants, through my boxers, and smell it through the mask, you think this crazy disease is not gonna go through my fucking mask? That's what that is.
There you go, Moha. I believe Dr. Anthony Fauci said the same exact thing about masks recently.
Oh,
No, he didn't. I'm just kidding. He didn't say that parts have anything to do with it. Hi, Moha. How are you? Remind people, where are you from originally?
I'm Somalian. I was raised in Sweden.
Right.
Thanks for having me back.
Somalian. And your parents are both Somalian, right?
Yes. People think I'm Brazilian, Caribbean, but I'm 100% Somali.
What are your parents' names?
And my daddy's name is Aiden, and my mom's name is Oko.
What's Oken?
Oko. Oko.
Oken.
It's kind of
What's it mean?
Hey, for the rest of your day.
exactly.
Right.
How did you wind up in Los Angeles?
I went to school in Seattle. I hated the rain, so that's college I came down to LA.
It seems like one of those guys that would jump into the wheel part of an airplane. The wheel.
Right, we come down.
Yeah.
Come down that way.
That's my uncle.
Your uncle did that? No, he didn't. Samoa. You ended up in Seattle. When did you come to Los Angeles?
5 years ago.
5 years ago. What have you been doing in this city since you got here? What have you been doing for like work and stuff?
When I moved down here, I like to party. I like to play.
You like to party? What kind of parties are we talking about? Clubs. How do you get into clubs?
So what I did is I actually decided to work for the club so I could get in without paying. Guys always pay a lot of money, right? To get in the club.
Right. Well, they also pay a lot of money to get in the club, but they don't start working there after they pay. They're not.
I wanted a burger really bad, so I started working at In-N-Out.
That was my idea. But you know what? It worked. I got hired. I worked there for 3 years party. Now I kind of regret that I didn't start my company.
Right. So what's like your best night at a club? Tell us about that. Tell us the truth about that.
I invited 25 girls at night for promoter. I got all kinds of bottles, and they were feeling me, they were feeling the boy, you know.
Yeah.
I ended up getting some sloppy copy.
Oh my goodness, is that true?
Yeah, 100%.
Wow.
And I ended up going home with another girl.
Wow.
So that was the best night. So,
Oh my goodness. What bathroom did you get a blowjob in? The men's room or the women's room?
since I worked there, I took her to a bathroom.
Oh, see.
Sounds like one of Jimmy's nightmares.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joelberg right there cranking one. I love it, man. Is that your bathing suit? Are you rocking a bathing suit at the Comedy Store? What did you do today?
This is my favorite suit. Today, all I do is watch basketball.
Oh, you play basketball? Do you have a basketball with you?
That's it.
You don't have one in your car?
Even though,
No.
if you get a basketball,
I would have loved to have. If you would have had a car or a basketball, I would have had you go get it. You would be the first person to show us some basketball tricks in the history of Philtonian.
It looks like an NBA 2K avatar.
It's true. It's true.
What club was it that you worked at?
I worked in a lot of clubs. I worked at Playhouse, Silver Club, One Week.
He looks like a 2K creator player avatar if you set all the settings to 0 instead of 100.
For the muscles and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Strength,
Don't make
0.
me take off my shirt, Tony.
What?
Make me take off my shirt.
No, let's see. Let's take off your shirt. Now I want to see what you're threatening to hide from us, because you look malnutrition from the outside. So, oh wow. Oh yeah, there's nothing there. We have the exact same. We have the exact same body, Moha. I mean, I do the same thing. I pretend like there's a lot there, but you're shaped That's exactly how I am.
You know, I think they be too.
Wait, what are those things? Do you have nipples underneath your nipples? Are those tattoos?
I have 4 nipples.
Right, you do have 4 nipples, don't you?
Yeah. Dude, how did you see that? Because I have 20/20 vision.
Because you took your shirt off. I've never seen four of them. I've never seen 4 nipples. I've seen 3 nipples, but I've never seen 4.
Yeah, I wish I had to go myself.
Oh my goodness.
Are those 3 press-on nipples? Those ones on the bottom?
That's a hilarious character. He said he forgot. He said he wished he hadn't taken off his shirt. That character's funny. Guy who forgets he has 4 nipples. You've had 4 nipples your whole life, right? Have they always been prominent?
Yes, but I don't consider them nipples.
They're like an udder nip, right?
They're like this, like utterly disgusting.
Oh my goodness. Is that a thing that runs in your family?
No, and it's not nipples. It's a couple of weird things.
No, those are nips, dude.
They're underformed nips. They're started. You cut with 4 nips.
Yeah.
Because they're at the exact same place on each side perfectly in the center.
Yeah. You should get them pierced.
Yeah.
Yep, buddy. I should do that.
Yeah, you should. People will be like, what are those piercings? And you like look closely.
Oh!
And still say, how did you know that I had 4 nipples? Even though they're pierced.
That's incredible. Look at you. It's like constantly having a threesome, having 4 nipples on your chest. If you look, well, just be one other human. Yeah, exactly. I really fucked that one up. Have you ever had a girl suck on any of the bottom nipples?
Unfortunately, yes.
Really? What does it feel like?
I didn't like it.
You didn't?
I'm insecure about that. And this girl was like, can I suck on your bottom? I was like, bitch, no. What the fuck is that about?
Oh my goodness.
Well, you haven't had Hamlet try it.
Yeah, go for it. To try it, come on.
I mean, twice the nipples, twice the fun.
That's right.
You're
Twice the
beautiful,
nips.
baby.
Twice the trips. My goodness gracious. Have you ever, what, is that like, what, does anything ever come out of them? Like oat milk or anything like that? Or?
No, they're not nipples.
Oh, you're in denial, dude. Denial is not just a river in Somalia.
If you're saying they're not nipples, what are you saying they are? Just balls?
I would say balls or verbs.
But they're on the exact same spot, perfectly, exactly on the same
But they're
side.
not like nipples. Look at them.
Oh, no, but like, when people have a third nipple, it's not like it has like a little nipple part to it. It's just like when people are born with like an unformed twin.
You know, I'm gonna send you to see Dr. Koo, and he's going to.
We're all gonna have nightmares about that.
I'm telling you, did you see this fucking guy?
Tell you, when you play golf, you're never gonna yell 4 at the same anymore.
Now I'm gonna yell, nipples! I need 4 seats! Those ever come back? Has anybody ever, has been like an embarrassing moment? Did you ever have like, were you bullied as a kid?
Or maybe a titty twister in high school.
Yeah.
You know, people usually don't notice them.
Oh, well, yeah, well, then this is my, you have to realize that I'm like a predator, but I like scan people for their insecurities, and immediately when you took your shirt off, I'm like, 4 nipples, 4 nipples, 4 nipples.
It takes you 10 minutes to give this guy a purple nurple.
I love it.
The color nurple.
I wish, I took them off because
No,
I
it's
thought I was
good.
going to go up on the place and make it another 2K.
You know you can put your shirt back on, man.
Yeah, you can.
Tony wants you to keep it off.
You can put it on now.
Why do you have your bathing suit on? Just because?
This is not my latest. This is my sweat.
That's a bathing suit.
What?
That's a bathing suit.
Actually, I think those shorts, man.
I like the
now,
shorts.
bro. The shorts are great.
Yeah.
So far, we've had 2 guys with, and then good slacks.
It's true. Mice also have 4 nipples. Little fun fact for you. Moha, have you ever been diagnosed with any diseases of any kind?
No.
Yeah. No STDs or anything like that?
Always strap up. Always have a condom on.
Really? Let's see it.
Kiss a bitch one.
Oh my goodness, look at that. That's a real magnum funnel. Wow, the crowd goes wild here.
Hey,
This is a crowd that shockingly is pro safe sex.
That's confidence, bro. He has one right in his front pocket. Yeah, because I'm always rooting for that. The big boss. Yeah, but he doesn't know about love. He can put a restraining order. Seriously.
My goodness gracious.
Is that a common little phrase where you don't give the big ball of peak action.
I love it, dude. A Magnum condom. Looks like it. What's the expiration date on that thing? Check it right now. Got it.
I keep running out of condoms. He only has one. You know, he's pulled out like a whole roll full of that. I'm getting lucky tonight.
Yeah, it's true. If you have one, you might as well carry two, right?
Yeah, you know what's funny? One time I just was used, and then I had one. And then 30 minutes later, I met a bitch at the casino. She was trying to get the ball feet, and I was like, I have no more condoms. Come with me to the room, I'll give me some condoms. Sometimes it's good to have two. Yeah. Wear them like Mexican gun belts across your chest.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't need the stigma.
Fucking Rambo over here.
Any advice on what comedy was the fun? Did I do better this time?
Oh, your comedy, sure. What did we talk about? Deadbeat dads, kids, yeah. Maybe the kids ran them out. You know,
not gonna lie, the nipples may have outshined your act.
No, it's you know, you sound like a guy that's just getting started in stand-up comedy. This is it. You need to have third time ever. Yeah, you know, this is what it sounds like. This is what it's like. Right now, you're dealing with broad topics, and you're not getting into real meat and potatoes. Instead of saying, you know, maybe the kids ran the dads out, more specific things as to what exactly you're trying to, what point you're getting across. I mean, you have an angle there, you know, deadbeat dads, maybe the kids ran them out, but something specific on when did they decide to leave? Why did that kid, how could that kid be a disappointment so early on? What was the dad hoping for? You have to ask yourself these questions when you're covering a topic like that in order to get to a real punchline. You know, your punchline there is maybe the kids ran the dads out, but it's like that's just really your true setup. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, you know, Colin Kaepernick was such a disappointment. Even his original birth parents didn't want him. Stuff like that. You know, this is where you were going. This is where you were going.
Karl Malone?
I was gonna say you could say his dad left because he had 4 nipples.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put it on yourself. Like I had 4 nipples. That's why my dad left. Yeah, Joel deep. Yep. Balls deep, dude. And we'll see you next time. The Great Moha, everybody. There you go. Moha. Adios. Yeah. It's always funny when somebody's like, hey, aren't you going to talk about my comedy? And I'm like, well, do you really want me to do that?
Well, I mean, dude, it's hard to do when it's like your second or third time.
Absolutely.
If you keep on doing it 3 years from now, you're going to be like, if you listen to your set 3 years from now, you're going to be like, that's the worst shit I've ever heard.
You could ever fathom. I mean, I had a good set, my first ever set ever, and then a lot of them after that were absolute dog shit. And that joke, it's funny, I should have said this when he was up, asking me about that, but like, the joke reminded me of a joke that I had early on that was fucking dog shit. And I was like, I was basically talking about, you know, a lot of people talk about how much the traffic sucks around here. You know who I hate are the pedestrians. The pedestrians. Like, it was like horrible Seinfeld. I'm like, who are these pedestrians? Get a fucking car, you dorks. These people don't know when to. They need lights to tell them when to walk, and like it was so bad. There's nothing funny about it. And even, I don't know. But the point is like, no matter what, everybody has dog shit jokes in the beginning.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, if I had dog shit jokes, anybody can.
And it's hard to listen to yourself. You know, those old jokes.
Yeah. Speaking of good jokes, David Lucas couldn't make it here tonight. He's out with a headache. However, I have found a replacement for him, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, another guy that went golfing with us the other day. Ladies and gentlemen, Comedy Store door guy, great comedian, a comedy vet out of beautiful Georgia, a state in the United States of America. I present to you the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. He's back. Great Mitch Burrow, everyone.
It sucks having a southern accent.
The thing that sucks most about it is everyone hears it and they just automatically assume that you're racist. And I hate that. To me personally, I hate racism. I hate racist people. I hate anyone that uses ethnic slurs against minorities. I think those people are ignorant. I don't want to be associated with them. And see, like right now, you should all be clapping and agreeing with me. But instead, because of my accent, all you heard is I hate minorities and something about those people. I used to be in the Marine Corps. I went to Iraq. I don't know, did anyone else here ever go to war? Just me? I'm the only hero? Okay, no big deal. The thing about going over there is, like, that's not the hard part. Coming back is what's hard, because everyone treats you different. I remember as soon as I got back from Iraq, everyone was always like, oh my God, Mitch, when you were over there, did you ever shoot anybody? I was like, no, relax, I was a helicopter mechanic. They were like, oh, thank God you never killed anyone. I was like, Jesus Christ. I never said I was a good helicopter mechanic.
Wow. Oh! That's how it's done.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Great, great for you to come in. Real jokes, real stand-up comedy right
Thank
there.
you for your service, by the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It was the least I could do because I had a GED. So.
Very well written.
I had a lot of options.
Very well executed. You know, that's exactly how you do it. That's how it's done.
Thank you. Yeah. Take that, Spencer. Suck my dick.
Yeah. Fucking Spencer with his jugs of piss.
Yeah. The thing that gets me about that, he says his excuse was there were lesbians having sex on the couch. I mean, that would be like me going, oh shit, I think I gotta go take a piss real quick.
Right.
You know, just like, anyway.
Lesbians having sex on the couch is also another one of Jimmy's nightmares.
My nightmares, bro. Live a very sheltered life.
Mitch, what else has been going on in life since the last time we had you on?
I'm not honestly. How long did it take you to recover from that round of golf the other day after we walked 18?
Yeah, it didn't bother me at all, man. I'm at my peak physical condition.
I actually know for a fact that you're lying about that. You to somebody the next day. I can't remember who or how I found this out, but somebody's like, yeah, no, Mitch couldn't make it. He has sore legs. I'm like, oh yeah, we played.
Oh yeah. So all right, here's the thing. I need to get some of those sleeve underwear things that you guys talk about.
Sheet underwear. You're goddamn right, you do. It's unbelievable.
It wasn't necessarily like exhausting, but my thighs were just like arguing with each other the whole trip. Yeah. So that was tough. And then I didn't have Tony giving me fucking performance enhancing drugs on the course.
Liquid IV.
Liquid IV, man.
Actually, I'll even leak this information. The guy that was playing alongside Mitch in that group was Jet Ski Johnson's boyfriend. And he actually has sheath underwear.
Wow.
Jet Ski's boyfriend, not him.
Right. Totally different person.
I do want to say something about that. So we were all going together, but so he and I played as a twosome behind the rest of y'all, which was great. But at some point in time, he was ranked 3rd in state when he was in high school. So I was playing with someone who was like a professional golfer almost.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then I'm fucking 300 pounds and out of breath by the 3rd hole. It didn't make me feel good.
Right.
That's Canada. It doesn't count.
Actually, was New Mexico.
Never mind.
When you say Karl Malone?
Her boyfriend, Jet Ski's boyfriend, is Canadian, so I was saying to take that shit back over there.
Yeah, can you win a state championship in Canada, or is that like a territory
He was
championship?
in New Mexico. From
How did you shoot? What was your score the other day?
I don't remember. It was one of those days when I do really good, I can tell you immediately, but I probably quit keeping score on like the 10th hole.
Yeah, that was brutal, man.
Yeah,
I'm just like, finish.
You didn't. It was a 109. I remember very clearly.
Okay, well, you didn't have to tell me. You can have secrets, man. You know?
I love it. Mitch, how long have you been doing stand-up again? You're a comedy vet. You've only been in LA a short while, so
13 years. I've been in LA for 5.
Yeah.
And I've been at the Comedy Store for, a year and a half, but the last 5 months don't count.
Right. I love it. And you've come on fast. Everybody's fallen in love with you. You're friends with everybody here.
Yeah, I'm a 15-year overnight success.
Yeah.
It's coming on.
Hey,
it's real fast, man.
That's what it's all about, man.
The thing I got going on now, Jet Ski and I were doing a podcast together. It streams live on the Comedy Store YouTube.
So that's fun.
I jumped on it. We had fun the other day on there.
Yeah, and that's it. It's a weird time. We were talking. You had a video on TikTok trying to do that. There's just no live entertainment anymore.
Yeah, you're a TikTok star. You do hillbilly psychic readings, right? Is that what it is? Redneck psychic.
Redneck horoscopes. So,
right.
Yeah. And
Can you give us an example of like?
Nope. I really. Here's the thing. It's all fake. The only reason I ever got into horoscopes is because if I was at a bar and I was talking to a girl, I'd be like, "Hey, what's your sign?" And it didn't matter what her sign was. I'm not. So I'm a Leo. Regardless of what their sign is, it would always say that we would have good sex. So I'd be like, "Oh, let's check up our compatibility real quick." And I'd be like, "Oh, well, a relationship's out of question, but if we fuck, it's gonna be good." Because nothing about me says good fucking, but my horoscope does.
The idea of you like pulling out the horoscope move, though, on meeting a girl, it's so weird to me. Hey, what's your horoscope?
Hey, girl, what's your sign?
It says we can't be in a relationship. We can have unprotected sex.
Yeah, that's my style.
Hey, girl, what's your sign? I'm an Aries with a penis rising. Come on. Who wants some of it? Come on. Check your cock. Who wants it? Come on.
I love it, bitch. That's great. That worked for you a lot, the horoscope? That's charming. You make them laugh.
No, it never worked.
It never worked? What is something that's worked for you in the past? Like a pickup line or something like that? Because you're a charming fellow.
Just pushing them down to the bushes.
Nothing. I don't know. I guess like just getting to know me. It's never just like, oh, let's fuck this guy. It's normally like weeks of just wearing them down, and then they're finally like, maybe there's something here. Yeah, how many times are you gonna tell me you're in the Marine Corps? I get it. So.
The interesting thing about you is like you carry your weight really well, if that makes sense. Have you always been a bigger guy?
I might fuck Tony after this show tonight.
Have you always been like because like Redman's a big guy, but he looks like he's like new big, right? You're not like old big. You haven't always been big. You look like a switch back and forth all the time. You look like a guy that like just like carried too many bags of like from the grocery store. You're like, fuck, I might have to sit a couple of these down.
I guess the Marine Corps like gave me a base to go underneath it that isn't. That doesn't make it look too slovenly.
You got a condom in your pocket, bro?
I don't wear condoms.
I'm just saying that you don't even like wobble or anything like when you walk.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking loser.
Okay, forget it.
Oh, hey, by the way,
my compliment to you is turned into
I appreciate it. I get what you're saying. But I do want to say one thing. The last time I was on the show and I was talking about reading the comments, and I was like, actually, they're nice to me. I might even go on there and someone be like, you know what? That guy bitch, he ain't that fat after all. There was a whole bunch of comments where they were just going, hey, that guy bitch, he ain't as fat as they say he is. So shout out to the fans. I love y'all.
There you go.
They know what's up.
So just go listen to this review. So your approach is, you might not like me now, but you're getting tired.
Yeah, both of our endurance is not going to be able to handle this.
Hell yeah, man. Have you been in a helicopter since being in the Marines?
No, I don't think so. No, I have not been in a lot of airplanes, but I haven't been.
What kind of helicopters did you work on?
It was the CH-46 when I was in the Marine Corps. It looks like a penis with two.
Yeah, I flew one of those.
And then when I got out,
it's the Alpha Class Chinook 847.
So the Chinook is the 47. That's the Army version. It's a little bit bigger than the 46, which is what I worked on in the Marine Corps.
We had an Apache Escort.
Oh, really?
An Apache for every hour it's in the air. I had 12 hours of maintenance. You probably already know that.
I had a Cherokee Escort.
Aren't you also?
Somebody say Apache.
Yeah, that's you. You're an Apache. There we go.
I had a Spanish escort, a Thai escort. I had a bunch of escorts.
Which one cost the most?
Yeah, I bet you did.
They were all about $25, $30 each. Good.
US dollars?
Oh yeah. It's like 600 baht here in Thailand.
I hope you borrowed a condom off of Moha before you went in there.
No, they were professionals. You don't pay to get a disease. That'd be crazy.
I mean, a Thai hooker, they eat hot dogs. Okay. Thai hooker jokes, people. Alright. This was so much fun, dude. I mean, and especially, William has his own very, silly style. Jason Rodello, his second time ever on stage. Moha's third time ever on stage. And for you to come in and really show everybody in this room how it's done, you sat on those beats on the first one, and then it all paid off in the end, and then boom, boom, boom with the second. And it's just great, man. Pure stand-up comedy, not easy to do in a gigantic high-ceiling room with 12 people spread around that seats 500, and you did it.
13 years, guys. You can be here doing this good as well. 13 years.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
There he goes. Mitch Burrow. I mean, he makes that joke about 13 years you could be here, but there's, I don't know, I'd say fucking 90% of the people that do 13 years at that part. How about one more hand for Mitch, guys?
Yeah, one more hand for Mitch. How about a hand for the microphone guys, switching them out with safety protocols, wiping them down.
Now, this guy was actually on just a week ago, and he's got another minute, and we're going to get an update from his wild story that we found out about last week. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return of Ryan Joseph. Here we go. Here he comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I applied for this apartment online, and I got rejected because of bad credit, so I gotta drive over there just to show them that I'm white. We got a lot of problems at retirement homes, though. A lot of STDs going around. I used to volunteer at a retirement home. You wouldn't believe how many STDs these 95-year-olds have, and they don't warn you. I think it's pretty sexist to say that a man and a woman can't have a platonic relationship. I have so many female friends that are fat. Yeah, I don't get women. It's like, if you don't have sex with me, why'd you get my Uber? My dad's got PTSD from his time in Vietnam. Apparently, he burned down this village full of women and children. It was the craziest vacation ever.
Wow. Wow. We are playing with fire right now. Pure momentum. Unbelievable set by Ryan Joseph.
One of my favorites.
It's incredible. It's incredible. He's killed every time he's been on the show, and this time he's especially wild because it's been 2 weeks in a row. Those are great fucking jokes, sir.
Hey, that means a lot.
Absolutely. Your delivery, even your look. I noticed today that you have this sort of Jim Brewer, you have a comedian face.
Really do.
It's good. It's a good thing. It's a compliment.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Now, first, I can't give you enough props. Every single joke, fucking great. I loved every single bit of it.
Dude, that means...
I have no tips, no advice, no fucking nothing. So let's get to the nitty gritty. Remind everybody what we found out about your relationship that ended 1 week ago today, correct?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's I'm why did I come here and talk about it?
What is that? Tapioca noodles. They make those?
Basically,
they're really popular. Where?
4 months.
Wherever I am.
She's been accusing me of talking to women that I previously talked to before we went exclusive. And I was like, I would have deleted these girls' numbers if you would have deleted that other guy's number you were seeing. She's like, I'll delete his number right now. And I was like, what about your Instagram? She's like, no, I can't do that. So I knew something was up, right? I think that's where we left off.
Right, exactly. And it was interesting, and we had a long talk about that.
Yeah.
Now it's been 1 week.
One fucking hell of a week.
What happened this week? Tell us about it.
Dude, I feel like I'm dying. Anyways, what is it about vaginas that do this to you?
It's your heart. It's not vagina. It's not your penis. It is your heart. So you're a good man.
And last week you were so confident, like, no, I don't fuck her. It's over. I went right over there, dude. It's also.
Did you really?
Yeah, she's in my apartment right now.
Oh, hell yeah!
All right, so here's
First direction step. She's over there at your apartment right now while you're here with the guy she knew from Instagram.
No. All right, check it out. So I knew something was up, right? So I got really devious. I'm not proud of my behavior. Apparently, this guy's like a copywriter in like Washington State in a cabin. She said he doesn't live here in California. So I was like, I'm gonna message this motherfucker. I was like, hey man, what's up, man? My name's Ryan. I'm looking to write a book. Are you a copywriter? He's like, yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Oh my God, this is amazing. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
For those of you listening in this moment, you're like, holy shit, this sounds unbelievable. I'm telling you, your beliefs are confirmed. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna write a book. I mean, are you in California? He's like, well, I live there, but I'm in Washington right now. I'll be back. I was like, cool. So I see you're like mutual friends with so and so.
Oh shit.
When's the last time you talked to her? She had swore she never talked to her. We went exclusive in June, and she swore she would never talk to me. So, anyways, he's like, oh, we talk all the time. I saw her like 3 weeks ago.
Oh shit.
And dude, fucking like sank my heart. And I was like, cool. And I took a screenshot, right? And now the rage is coming out. The evil, the darkness.
Oh yeah.
And I took a screenshot and I sent it to her. I was like, it's over, bitch. And dude, like the insanity that just went in, right? So then it starts kicking up, right? And then I guess she messaged him right away, being like, that's Ryan. And he goes like, dude, you're being a psycho control freak, which is kind of true, but whatever. And I was like, dude, are you fucking my girlfriend? And he was like, keep fucking around. No, actually, I was nice in a way, because I was like, dude, man to man, like, what's going on? Just tell me, fuck it. I'm not gonna, like, it's over or whatever. And he goes, keep fucking around. And he sent me a picture of a knife. And he's like, and I'll show you. Yeah,
Dexter.
I know, right? So, yeah, I know, dude. She's like fucking retarded Dexter.
Yeah, it is a retarded Dexter to send the person a picture that you can take a picture of and send to the police.
Well, that's what I said to him. I was like, dude, and I knew how to use the word so I wouldn't get threatened. I was like, oh, the cops will love that picture, man. And besides, don't ever bring a knife to a gunfight.
Oh!
So I left it vague whether or not who had the gun, right? But like, I want to kill this motherfucker still. Anyways, sorry if I said someone flip over. You don't know they're paying.
He's been murdered.
Have you ever going up with a girl for 4 months?
But dude, it's like I know.
I get it, bro.
It's like it's like pandemic
4 months. Yeah, it's pandemic pussy, bro.
It's like I guess because I felt like it was the only good thing that was going on right now.
Yeah. Right.
Everything's gone.
Of course, yeah. It's a pandemic. You've been fucking a girl for the 4 months of the pandemic. Yeah, it's the only thing that you're used to. It's what you're clean on. Let me ask you this $1 million question. I think I know the answer. You said never bring a knife to a gunfight. Do you own a gun?
Dude, when Melrose was on fire, I was like, these conservatives are right, dude. Everything they said. And I went and bought a gun. It's fucking awesome to have one.
What kind of gun? No, I know.
I got a...
Fun fact, that night I went and bought another gun.
Dude, it's like the best thing in the world. Like, you know that you could just end someone.
Now I just sit around. Remember Bud?
Red flag.
Protect yourself. In a way, I hope they do fucking defund the police, so I'm gonna go to fucking Washington.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! By the way,
I never believed it.
By the way, did you know that?
I'm joking.
I know. We know you're joking, but let me ask you this: Do you think he knew that you existed? Did she ever tell him that she was dating another guy?
It's great. So she starts freaking out, blowing up my phone and everything, and I'm of course like it's fucking over. But like I'm like addicted or something. Like, dude. Well, I just went over there and talked to her because she's blowing up my phone. And basically she just said, I ran into him at the laundromat 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, this bitch is a liar.
And
Oh my god. What are the odds if we were just fucking and now we're at the laundromat together?
Yeah.
Copywriter.
Well,
Walter,
He
you,
was helping her fold her panties, bro.
yeah, Walter, you literally have like 30 times the life experience than all of us up here combined. Have you ever had anything like this happen to you before? You have any life advice for this young man?
Well, years ago, my ex-wife faked her own death to escape my marriage. So I can't relate to quote bitches be crazy.
yeah, I didn't believe her, of course, right? I didn't believe her, so dude, I feel like guilty saying this. It's like,
Hold on, I have another question for Walter Fig. How did you find out that she faked her death?
In the newspaper, she said it was announced that she was marrying my best friend.
Oh my god. What year?
And it was the morning paper that I was
Oh my god. What year was this?
1942.
Oh my god.
That's how he found out.
That's it. In the year war.
Marguerite, how could you do this to me?
Is she still alive?
Yes, unfortunately.
Wow.
She was 10 when I met her.
Oh, you brought her back to life and you're not a Native American?
It was a different time.
Oh my goodness.
it's about to make her murder.
Okay, Ryan, tell us more.
Of course, I didn't believe that shit, right?
Right.
I just run into her along. So I grilled her, right? Not in a good way. Like I grilled her, and
You grilled her like William grilled
So
salmon.
basically, yes. So basically, like in June, we decided to like be exclusive, right? And she told me like outright, she didn't have to tell me. She was like, "There's another guy I've been seeing, but I'm not gonna see him anymore." And I was like, "Cool." When we got back, apparently she hooked up with him. And then
He looked at her and said, why can't I be your priority?
yeah,
When you got back, she went hooked up with him.
we went to Arizona,
Right.
and then when we got back, she hooked up with them. And
Do you remember what you were doing or what she said she was going to do when she went and hooked up with this guy? She's like, oh, I got to go do some
I'm sure it
laundry.
was some lie or something,
You
right?
don't remember specifically?
No, I don't remember.
It's okay.
But anyways, so she started showing me the text, and she did send him a text being like, "Yo, I can't meet up anymore. I
She
don't want."
showed you the edited, you can delete text and then show people text. Like she deleted like that dick was so great last night, like those ones.
He saw the proofread.
Yeah, she's like, yeah. And plus, he's a copywriter. I mean, he probably grazed over it too. So like little registered trademarks over some of
This
us.
is a bad idea.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. We're just punching up the compelling.
You threatened to kill a man, and now you're saying that this is the part that's a bad idea.
And I did it in like so. But I'm joking if anyone's. Anyways,
Sounds like one of my nightmares, bro.
It's
I know it's a shit show, and I'm embarrassed of my behavior, dude.
You live in my nightmare, bro.
Dude, I feel so. Anyways,
keep going, Ryan.
so basically, you know, the story is that was it, and she proved. She did send a text to him saying, you know, like, you know, this is the. Hey, I can't be your friend. Because she said she didn't want to stop talking to him because she didn't want to be controlled, right? Even though, dude, I had no problem with her, like, being friends with her fucking ex-boyfriend or anything like that. I didn't care. But, so, I was like, alright, you want to be together? I was like, send him a message proving that all your shit's true by saying, you know, I don't. So she sent a message and she showed it was like, hey, my relationship with Ryan's more important than our friendship. And this is why, like, when we ran into each other at the laundromat, and we couldn't, like, you know, do anything or haven't done anything with you in a couple months, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, that guy's a big red flag. So, it means, like, I mean, he wouldn't say that. He would be like, oh, I fucked you yesterday. Like, so I believe her, you know?
I know. Still a red flag, though.
Don't let her go to the laundromat anymore.
That's why you need to get a unit washer dryer inside.
Yeah. She's the only girl that goes to the laundromat and takes another guy's load.
Oh! Oh! Ah!
I remember what it used to sound like when there was 500 people in here and I think it just like that.
What I meant to.
You just need to let her borrow your iPad so she can sign into her cloud services on there. And you know, when she's sleeping, take the iPad in the other room and see what she's doing.
Oh,
She's
Doctor.
I don't want to be this.
You're like the evil Dr. Phil, bro. You give the guy.
But anyways, I said it's over, and she's just
Dr. Phil, F-I-L. Dr. Phil.
That was Killer Chris. So he doesn't kill me there. Also, this whole time
You're back with her now. She's at your place.
Well, she's been blowing on my phone begging to like give her another chance, and all my friends know about it. And they,
what do your friends say? Get back with her or stay away?
I know how it goes. Once a cheater, always a cheater type of shit. But
Absolutely.
I know. But at the same time,
Once an eater, always an eater. So, bro, you don't gotta get emotionally involved. You just put her on the business end of your flesh musket, and not become emotionally attached to it.
basically what I told her was like,
That's the gun that he gets got a flush.
I mean, you just made her about the head and shoulder area, just not the end of your fuck stick 2 or 3 times.
I told her because like there's a part of me that believes what she said, but most of myself doesn't. So what I said was like, okay, fine, we can like, I'm just gonna wait and see to like you lie again. I don't know what'll happen.
Let me ask you this. Why do you don't you think now might be the time? Are you the kind of guy that can just turn this into a strictly sexual relationship? Because this might be the type of girl that you
I've
need
never
to.
been into that. I've never been into like a
Casual sport fucking,
No,
that's not your thing.
It's
How
not
old
my
are you
thing.
now? 31, 32?
36.
36.
And you've been dating for 4 months.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
like dating. It means somebody else out of bed for
This quarantine is fucked up. Okay, like I'm insane now. Like everything's just fucked.
It just seems pretty toxic for 4 months, though.
I know.
Yeah,
it really
you're
does.
starting off toxic. My advice would be to, even though you've never been that kind of guy to be in a strictly sexual relationship, now might be the time to be like, you know what? I'm gonna disengage my heart, but you want to get on the right side of history, because if she's just good in bed and that's what you like about her, then you could end up being on the other side of that. You could be the guy that she goes to when she's in a fake relationship with someone else.
Yeah, there's a certain power in not being fucking emotionally involved.
Well, like it's just naturally gone. Like when we're together, like I'm changed. I don't know what's gonna happen. Like
Before you met her, were you beating up like fucking pigs from Silence of the Lambs? What were you doing?
no, dude. I get around.
You what? You get around?
I was seeing other girls.
Well, there you go. Put her on your list of girls that you see. Maybe call one of them up and bang one of them out. And
I don't know what to do. And it's
Bro, here's what you do.
I don't care.
You're fucking tired of the bed, you bring another girl over, and you make her watch you fuck the other girl.
Hey,
That'll
look
fix
at
it.
that.
Well,
Welcome to Jimmy's new haunted house.
You can read about it in my new book.
Yeah, I did some.
I'm fine. What the fuck's the matter with you?
I did some more evil shit. I went on Tinder, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
And I fucking took a picture, like a screenshot, and I circled the number of all the matches I got. Sent it to her. Then I found like the hot, like a girl that was really hot. Match. Sent it to her, and I was like, fuck. Like it's just gone back and forth. I'm insane. I know I'm a little bitch. I'm doing everything wrong. I don't even care anymore.
This is all interesting. Let me tell you something. You have permission to come back anytime you want to do another minute and another update to this story, because it's so compelling. This Ryan Joseph love story, and your minutes are so absolutely great that you have an open door policy here on Tilted.
yeah. You seem like a real catch. A lot of girls out there would be interested.
So girls they come they go, but here at Kill Tony, we're waiting for you.
So it means a lot right now.
Indeed, we're here for you.
They have a GPS tracker on Amazon. It's $40. It costs $12 a month. It has a magnet on it. You put it on the car. It lasts 2 weeks supercharged.
Just let her throw her fucking hatchback, bro, and just fucking track her car.
I'm just watching. Like I'm just gonna see what happens.
Yeah,
I love it.
it all sounds emotionally healthy. Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, just keep us posted.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
You're part of the family here. Ryan Joseph.
Ryan
There you go. Hey. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, how exciting. This guy, an absolute legend around the LA comedy scene. He is a legend of Roast Battle. He was on Kill Tony a few weeks ago, and because of his interview portion of the show, we ended up getting featured on an amazing site called Fools Gone Wild. This is truly one of the top young rising Mexican-American comedians of the world. I present to you the return of Los Digits.
Hey, what's up, fools? Hey, yo, LA is a beautiful place to live in, man. You guys got crackheads. You guys, the homeless you even got magical prostitutes out here, man. Which is kind of fucking crazy, man, because magical prostitutes make the world go round on your dick. Yeah, man. Fuck. But, hey, yo, fucking, yeah, man. LA's a pretty good place to be at, man, if you have no money, man. If you ever want to go to Disneyland and have no money, just take some fucking acid and go get your ass to Skid Row. You see all the Disney characters out there, man. You see Goofy, you know, a guy with heroin feet. You see a little Mickey Mouse Salvadorian dude asking for money, you know. It's pretty fucking crazy out there, man. When I first moved to LA, I didn't have no money, man, and I was walking through Skid Row on acid, and some guy invited me to his tent. He's like, "Come in, nephew. Come on in." I took a little peek inside of the flaps, man, and I seen what the fuck was the Craigslist Narnia in there, man. I seen a half man, half crackhead in there. That shit was a magical place on earth, on meth.
Loose digits, everybody. I like that. Working out a long bit about Skid Row on meth is
Homeless, magical crackheads and prostitutes.
Hell yeah, dude. There's a lot to it. Fuck yeah. Welcome back, Loose Digits.
Thank you for having me, man.
Badass motherfucker.
And
So
that guy
fun.
delivers mail to my neighbor.
Walter does?
Yeah, you need to stop going there, dude.
Is that true, Walter?
You need to stop what?
You need to stop going there.
You need to stop living here.
Oh my goodness, Walter. Is that because he's Mexican?
Oh, no.
You don't like Mexican people, Walter?
Not like him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm building a tunnel to get back.
What neighborhood is that? What neighborhood is that in? Where do you deliver mail?
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big
Near Skid
gigantic county.
Skid Row, man. Been there?
Downtown Los Angeles.
Oh, very good. Wow. Walter, you really know your way around.
Yeah, I do everything on foot.
You do?
Yeah.
You know, Walter has a piece of mail from the EDD.
What's the EDD?
Unemployment.
Oh my goodness.
Is that for me?
Yes, it is.
Sensitive material.
And guess what? I do delivery, you bitch.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's alright, fool.
Your benefits have been expired. Go.
Oh my goodness. This might be one of my favorite rivalries ever. Los Digits.
You're a mailman from West Hollywood, fool, so you ain't that much of a mail, fool.
Hopefully I understand that joke in another 2 days from now.
Oh my goodness. All right, Walter. Relax, Walter. Walter, are you offended by the words of Los Digits?
They pretend my nuts are stamps and lick them, you bitch.
You can't be offended by Walter. He's just a character, Digits. Don't worry about that. So, Digits, let's catch up about life. I follow you on Instagram. You're one of my favorite people to follow closely. You're in my algorithm. I don't miss a video of yours. You post something, it pops up immediately. So what's been going on in life? Catch us up the last couple weeks since we saw you last.
Well, I've been doing a lot of the roast battles here in the Belly Room now.
Yep.
And I've been doing a lot of roast battles like England, fucking Australia, Tokyo.
Heck yeah.
Just trying to get my fucking, I don't know, just trying to get my shit up, you know? Trying to get my views up.
Just doing what you do.
But other than that, man, shit, working.
Yeah, where you been working?
I've been working a lot of places, but one of them is the pizza place.
Tell us about it.
Shout out
shit we're into.
Yeah, shout out to NYPD Pizza out there, man.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, man, I just got a job during the quarantine. I was like, fuck it, make some fucking pizza.
You make the pizzas?
I make the pizzas, I deliver them.
You make the dough?
Do I make the dough? Yeah, we make the dough in the back. Yeah, it's all fucking homemade. It's not as bomb as probably that pizza over there.
Right.
It's pretty good.
Of course. Pito's Pizza Range.
You know what some guy told me there? He goes, he was another Mexican dude. He said, I'm a professional pizza maker. I said, the fuck college you go to? Chuck E. Cheese, fool? Get the fuck out of here, man.
So is this your first job at a pizza joint?
Yeah, it is, dog. It's fucking easy.
Of course it's easy. What was the interview process like for that job?
That dude just called me. He's like, you want to work? I said, yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, and you got the job.
Yeah, I got the job.
Very few jobs. They go, would you like a job? Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. But pizza places, that's like a...
Oh, that dude's a badass. So.
Yeah. So you work mornings or nights?
I work nights.
Yeah. What's your shift normally? Like 3 to 10?
Nah, it's 2 to 10, yeah.
2 to 10? Yeah.
I like mom pizza. I like mom. I make some today.
Really?
Yeah, man.
I don't work
Pizza
there.
mom's up in the do. I made 350 pizzas. Yeah.
You made pizza?
I make pizza from fucking scratch, bro.
Oh shit.
The
And
oven
it's more
stone.
delicious than any pizza I've ever had delivered to my fucking house.
You have the stone, like the oven stone.
Yeah, could the oven stone cook it for 15 minutes?
Is it better than Pino's?
Yeah, it's sun-dried pizza, basil, fucking goat cheese on it. Scratch. It's delicious.
It's pretty good. I just looked up and I started pizzeria, fool.
I know, man, right? So I'm with Jimmy Shooter's Pizzeria in the quarantine.
Fired.
Hell yeah. So Digits, the last time you were on the show, I asked you about what's the pickup line that you use when you first see a woman, and your response was,
"What's up, fool?"
And I go, oh, he starts right off with an insult, and that little clip was featured on Fool's Gone Wild.
Yeah, shout out to Fool's Gone Wild out there, dog. Little
Yeah.
Mr. E, you know me?
I love Fool's Gone Wild.
You know, like you should try. You should just walk up and point to a cooch and go, you know, that thing's just not gonna eat itself.
Yeah, nah, sometimes
Try that one.
Sometimes I like to ask them, hey, how high are your socks, fool?
That's what you say to a girl?
Yeah, sometimes you know the higher the socks, the downer the folia, fool.
Damn, is that true? If a girl wears high socks, she's got a bomb pussy?
If she wears high socks, that means she's down for anything, fool.
Really?
Even karate chop a motherfucker in the neck.
You can karate chop a girl in the neck if
No, she'll karate chop somebody for you, fool.
Oh,
it's fire.
shit.
It's called
That's the type of
Because
girl.
you got high socks on.
High socks, though.
My goodness gracious.
Even
Tell us more.
Even under the pants.
Tell us more of these cholo secrets to life that we have no
There's
idea.
a lot of them out there. I just can't be exposed to them like that.
Oh my goodness. Give us just one more. So high socks means that she's a...
Oh, like pickup line?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, this is not really a pickup line, fool, but,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes when they're, I'll be like somewhere, I'll be like, hey, fool, you dropped that. My number, bitch. That shit works. Yeah, that shit works, fool. Try it. It's pretty fun. It works. I swear to God.
I love the bitch at the end for no reason.
If you make it,
You gotta let them know where they're from.
number, bitch.
Oh shit, Digits! I fucking love it, man. So you've been going out back out to Palm Springs at all?
Yeah, I work in Palm Springs.
Right. Is that where you live?
I live there now. Yeah, I live in Indio. So I'm going back and forth, and then I like to party a lot and go to Vegas and shit.
How do you stay cool during the days? It's unbelievably hot.
They made this thing like you put it on the walls and shit. It's called the AC, dog, but I don't know what you guys call it over here in LA, because I haven't seen one over here, dog. Only at the Momo.
What's the Momo?
The motel, fool.
Oh shit!
Oh, shit.
My God,
That
this is so
was
cool. I always learn. The irony is that I learn more from Digits than almost anyone else that comes on the show. I learn new words. I learn pickup lines. If I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that tonight. I'll say, hey, you dropped that, and the girl's like, "What? My number, bitch." It's weird when a white guy does it, though. You hear that? Oh, you dropped my phone number, you bitch.
You can say puta.
Doesn't have any ring to it.
Did we ever hear why is your name is Digits?
I used to be graffiti artist, fool. Yeah. And when I moved to LA, I just put a Los in front of it for LA, Los.
Oh, cool.
So I'm Los Digits now. Formerly known as Digits.
Where can we see some of your graffiti?
On my website. I mean, not website, on my Instagram.
Okay.
And then everywhere else. There's one actually, my name up there on the bathroom stalls. Check it out.
Oh, don't graffiti the Comedy Store.
No, I didn't graffiti the Comedy Store. I just wrote my name.
That's one way to do it. That's one way to get your name on the wall.
Yeah, you should have done it outside of them.
Yeah, with white cursive.
I'm not allowed outside of the wall.
And your Instagram is, what is it, Los?
No, his name's on the wall, it's written in black.
Yeah, it's LOSDIGITS. That's my Instagram name. And
One
my
word?
yeah.
All right.
I'm across all platforms on Los Digits, man. And I got www.losdigits.com.
I love it. Digits.
If you want to see my battles or anything, check that out.
Absolutely, we will. Digits, thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Fun times. There he goes, the great Digits.
Yeah.
We got one more name in the bucket. We're going to knock it out real quick, even though we're going long here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a guy that seemed like he really wanted to get up earlier. He's been on the show a couple times before. It's been a really long time. So here we go. We're going to knock it out quickly. Bando, everybody. Here comes Bando. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Bando.
Been a rough quarantine. I caught my wife cheating. My own eyes. She's sitting there. They were eating spaghetti. So I confronted them. How dare you eat carbs? Been on a carnivore diet now for about 2 years. I haven't eaten a vegetable in 2 years. If we're not counting like paraplegics. Anyways, people talk a lot about these masks. I heard people arguing that masks are dangerous when they wear them when they're driving because you can't see the other's face. I don't think that's going to be a problem because I can still tell when they're Asian. Anyways, a lot of people watching Netflix talking about that new Kevin Hart thing. I've never been a big Kevin Hart fan, you know. I heard his new special was a lot of transphobia and homophobia, so I think I'm gonna check it out. Actually, I don't know, man. I like my women like I like my fish, battered.
Wow, Jesus Christ. I love this. I've always wondered what it would be like if Joe Rogan had brain trauma. This is exciting. You're like Joe Rogan. It's incredible.
I get that a lot at the open mics.
I bet you do.
Everybody says I get generic Joe Rogan.
I bet you do. No, generic isn't quite the same. I really believe like Joe Rogan, if when he was a kid, like really like, you know, had an accidental taekwondo match in a room filled with cement and just bashed his head against something. But it's good. It's good. Instead of on it, you have off it.
It's like Joe Rogan if there was a factor for him.
Yeah.
Have you really been on the carnivore diet?
Just in 2 years on August 18th. Best help of my life.
I wonder what Joe Rogan would say about this guy and the set that he just had. Maybe we could call him, try to get him on speakerphone, and let's see what Joe has to say about any of this. Joe, are you there?
Hello. A lot of steroids and deadlifts. You're getting the lower back muscles to give someone proper fucking good.
Wow. All right, Joe just jumping straight into it as fast as he can. Yeah, he's very passionate about this. So, wow, there's a lot there. Joe, what do you think this guy should do about his wife cheating on him?
Say silly shit.
Oh my goodness, all right, he thinks you're gay. Is there any truth to that? Are you gay?
Absolutely not, 100%.
No, Joe, he says he's not gay.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you have to say something else. Come on.
Sweet dick, yeah.
All right. He's completely convinced that you're gay. Have you ever done anything with a man at all?
Nothing sexual, no.
No? What's the most sexual thing you've done with a man? Arm wrestle?
I tag teamed a girl once years ago with a buddy of mine.
Whoa! Oh my goodness! Were you guys you guys share like the same hole at the same time?
No. We double paid. Yeah, like one in the ass, one.
You did do that?
Oh, absolutely.
One in the ass, one in the vagina, but you didn't go double vaginal penetration.
No.
Okay.
But one of your balls were hitting the other guy's dick.
It could have happened.
Yeah, but I can't come unless
She was really
scrotum.
really.
I can't come unless we're banging scrotum.
So let me ask you
I'm
this:
not gay, but you know we're doing a DP.
were you on the bottom, the girl was on top, and your buddy was from behind, or were you the guy from behind?
Oh, it switched around.
Whoa! Switched around. Was there one point where she was on the bottom, he was on the top, and you were hitting it from behind, and it was the guy's
Bro,
tunnel?
you don't want to get in with any friendly fire in that situation, bro.
Did you guys end up coming at the same time?
There was a lot of worn out condoms.
A layer of sweat just started pouring out of his forehead at the moment that I asked, did you come at the same time? He let the record state he was not sweating before he started sweating right then. Anyway. My goodness. Joe, do you think there's anything perhaps gay about what he just said?
You can't let them get goofy.
Like, what do you mean by that exactly?
I mean, this is on stage only. I have like arguments with gay people, but in real life, I'm pretty passive.
Okay, all right, forget it, Joe. Forget it. This is too much information. Oh, wow. So that's interesting, Bando, and I'm glad that you made it in here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just under 2 years.
Under 2 years. All of it here in Los Angeles?
Yep.
Is this where you're born and raised?
Nope. Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, Cleveland, Ohio. Hell yeah. We're all Ohioans here. At least me and Red Band are. And that's where you were up until 2 years ago?
Oh no, I just started doing stand up 2 years ago. I've been in California since 05.
Awesome. What do you do for work?
Well, right now with COVID, I had a club in Long Beach called Therapeutic Noise Comedy Club, and I had to close down in June. I also used to own a security company, so I've been a security consultant.
That's right.
But I've already lost over 6 figures of money because of this COVID stuff, so it's been rough.
Yeah.
Luckily, my wife works. So, yeah, I had to close my club, which really sucked because that was kind of my passion project, you know?
Right, of course. It's a tough time. We'll review. We'll come back. The economy was absolutely booming before this pandemic, and we'll probably get back there again.
So now I'm actually a strength coach. I strength train out in Orange County where I live.
Really?
I do like one-on-one, super slow, high-intensity strength training. Super safe and effective. It's like one 30-minute workout a week.
What kind of what are we talking about?
It's like medical grade Nautilus style equipment, machines. I work a lot of old people out. You know, they come out, they get better bone density, and get stronger.
Can you show us? Can you give us an example of like one of the workouts?
So, I mean, the idea of the workout is that you're just eliminating momentum. You're not counting reps. You're counting time under load. And like it's just one-on-one, so I'm like really watching all their posture and everything. They're giving everything they got. They're taking all their.
Wait, are you talking about the guy when you were having threesome again? All this talk about posture and load.
You know, you should get Mitch involved in this. Mitch, if he wasn't in the fitness protection program, you get Mitch involved. Thanks. Imagine he was in the fitness protection program. He said he's more organic and heavier silverware. Listen, here's the thing.
I do that, and then I do strength. I do also carnivore coaching for people, so I help them, change their behavior so they can actually stick to the plan. And then I also am putting together it's a conflict anger management kind of coaching program for people.
So you only eat meat. There's only been meat in your mouth. Again, not talking about the threesome.
I pretty much eat once a day, and I eat about 2.5 to 3 pounds of ribeye. Typically, on workout days, I'll throw some eggs or some seafood in there. The only thing I eat that is kind of off carnivore is I consume coffee. I do it like a bulletproof style, like coffee, butter, collagen.
Yeah, I'd say coffee.
I was doing an Atkins diet, Chet Atkins diet, just liquor and cigarettes. They lose their weight, but
wait, who's Chet Atkins?
He's a fucking blues musician who fucking shot heroin and fucking he's a fucking horrible person. He died, but his music's great.
That's looking him up. I love a good blues artist.
That's a hard diet to do because I did keto for like 6 months, and just not being able to eat fruit like broke me.
Oh, for me, it's like I used to be 110 pounds heavy. So, like 7 years ago, I changed. I did the keto thing. So to me, carnivore is easy if you progressively get to it.
The lack of fruit is what
all the
broke me.
processed foods and all the fruit.
Yeah, dude, I love fruit. I love watermelon and peaches, apples. I'm a big fruit guy.
I miss blueberries probably the most. Fruit.
You sound like you want a papaya? Yes, a papaya, some mango.
I don't like mango. It tastes like carpet.
You don't like mango?
How do you know what carpet tastes like?
Chemical taste.
Oh, you've had some bad mango.
No, it has a weird chemical taste.
So once you cut the seed out of it, you can put those two halves together.
Fuck mango.
All right, well, Bando, we're running out of time. We got one more legend to get up here, but thank you so much for coming through, man. I'm glad we were able to get you up here. Fun fact about Bando getting up tonight is that I had already had 4 people sign up, and I happened to be in the back of the parking lot talking with our next and final comedian of the night, and I was having a conversation with him. And out of the behind me, out of the corner of my ear, I heard some guy go, "Yeah, so there's no chance of sign-ups?" And one of the managers was like, "No, it's already been they already have enough people that are committed to the show, blah 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 blah." And this guy was like, "Fuck, shit, fuck." I'm like, "Oh, I gotta get this guy up." So how about one more time for Bando, everybody?
He needs some fruit.
That's the gateway to my heart is if I hear you cuss only cuss words 5 times in a row. I go, I gotta help this person. Speaking of the gateway to my heart, I'm completely, undoubtedly in love with your final comedian of the night. You know him. You're in love with him too. I present to you the great Michael Lair, everybody. We have a lot of time. You can go as long as you want. Michael Lair.
No, Tony, it's my show. And this show is a bastion of toxicity. And I am Prof. Toxic, and I'm here to help solve it. Now, I cause a lot of that toxicity. Underneath the thin veil character of Hammerita is the Jessica Johnstone, and she told me I called her too much. Now, accept that. I know reject that. I know reflex that. I inject that. I know cake that. Now, the rest of you have a lot of lessons to learn about toxicity. Redman, I wrote a play for you to perform, all 6 of you. Please distribute the script.
Oh my goodness, there's some scripts being handed out right now.
Yes.
Prof. Toxic, everybody.
Please.
Prof. Toxic, what is it that you do again?
I'm Michael Lair. I'm the #1 ALS comedian in the world, but I'm also a Prof. Toxic in the academia thespian. It's a funny toxic thing in the arts. Tony, please read the cover and then begin the play.
The cover is unbelievable. This is Kill Toxic, a live-action manual regarding the toxicity that is everything Kill Tony.
I can't wait for this.
It's been a long time coming, and here we go. It starts over there.
Hey, Jesse, what you up to?
I'm blowing out my trumpet spit valve. Very dangerous in the age of Corona. LOL.
Hey, wait, can I just stop for a second? I think you guys should do impressions of Jeremiah Watkins and Jesse Johnson.
Oh, I
for this
understand.
to be
Can we take it from the top?
and action.
Hey, Jesse, what you up to?
Blowing out my trumpet spit valve. Very dangerous in the age of Corona. LOL.
No doubt. You're so funny. If you were not my sister, I would so date you.
No doubt. Even though you are my brother. But the main reason we should not date is because we work together.
No doubt. I did not consider how our incestuous affair might affect our coworkers.
No doubt. Moving on. Do you ever get tired of Joelberg and Chroma Chris looking down on us from the ivory tower of patriarchy that is the so-called Huron stand?
No doubt. I look forward to a time when everyone in the Kill Tony band will come to the same elevation.
Should I ask you something, Joelberg?
No doubt, Chroma Chris.
Doesn't Jeremiah and Jesse's relationship just gross you out?
No doubt. They are definitely having sex, and they are definitely brother and sister. But sexuality is fluid, so it's not our place to judge.
No doubt, no doubt. Hey, what is the name of this thing that I hold that makes the sounds?
That's a guitar.
Ah, guitar, right. It's funny, no matter the song, my hands always feel like they're building and taking apart a machine gun.
That's PTSD. We all have it. That's why I take sponsored Kratom. My PTSD comes from feeling marginalized by Jeremiah's endless parade of saxophone.
No doubt. You know, Jeremiah's tiny saxophone is a personification of microaggression.
No doubt.
I got a lot of speaking parts in this one, it turns out. No doubt. But I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about Tony might be Satan.
Definitely worship Satan.
No, I think Tony is literally Satan. The mark of the beast festers and swells on the back of his fucking neck. Well, I don't know about all that, but would it surprise you to know that I hail Satan? No doubt. No doubt. I understand that you may not see eye to eye with Tony and I's satanic worship, but no doubt we appreciate your service to America that allows Tony and I, Italian and Mexican migrants, the freedom to worship Satan. No doubt, but I really think Tony might be the devil. No doubt, but fuck it, and let's hear that machine gun purr.
Hey, Red Band,
Yeah, Tony.
can I have some of that sponsored CBD cream? I think I got a mosquito bite. The back of my neck feels on fire.
No, you might be Satan, but we'll figure that out after we sell 10,000 of these butt hoses.
Feels like nowadays all we do is figure things out. Thank God we have you along for the ride.
Dr. Rabbi! Honestly, nowadays I consider myself more of an environmentalist. I just want to the world. I'm changing my name to Brian Eban.
No doubt?
No doubt. Doing my part to save the world. One assisted rotation of my bicycle pedals at a time.
Maybe Kill Tony is like one of your stupid fucking e-bikes. We all power ourselves from week to week, but sometimes we need a little assistance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pizza, Charlie stuffs in my fucking face. I may need a little more assistance than usual.
Oh, Joburg, good night, and hail Satan from everyone on the blah 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 Kill Tony podcast. Wow. Wow. That was powerful. Extremely well written, Prof. Toxic.
Well, I hope you all don't learn the lesson.
We did.
Yeah, and you are singing for sure.
No doubt.
No doubt. No doubt.
Kill Tony is just a big fucking e-bike. It's just
No
a big
doubt.
e-bike on the internet.
Yeah, manpower with a little help from David Deary, and a little is a strong word.
Prof. Toxic, I only have one more question for you before we end this episode. Why are you so wet? It appears as though even your glasses are covered with sweat.
The halls of academia are a nervous place nowadays.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Well, Prof. Toxic, what are you going to do next?
I think I'm gonna talk to Low Stitches about pizza. I want to let me out of my misery, Ron.
Prof. Toxic, ladies and gentlemen, what an episode! Kill Tony! Check out Zero Tolerance, the new album from Jimmy Schubert, available everywhere on iTunes. Thank you, Michael Lair, michaellaircomedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Believe it or not, I do believe Prof. Toxic was from Michael Lair. I mean, it was so incredible the entire time, I didn't even notice that was you.
That was my favorite thing that you've done.
You're absolutely incredible. Halfway through that script, I thought to myself, how the fuck did this happen? That this genius fucking came to us.
Did you see him doing the conductor?
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Well, you know what? Life is hard, and we all go through human shit on micro and macro level. And no doubt I am, and individually, we all have our crosses to bear. For all I fucking know is Tony is good and Brian Redband gave me rocket fuel for the rest of my life, and I will always be grateful for that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. And you give us rocket fuel too. There's a synergy. Goes both ways. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Eveld. He draws every single episode. Look at that bad mamma jamma. Damn, it's like a magician's box, right? It's a magic box. KT Magic. Absolutely awesome. There's the band. There's the cat. It's me. Absolutely unbelievable. RyanJEveld.com for that. Those prints, everything, every tour poster, new shirts, RyanJEveld.com. One more time, how about a hand for the great Jimmy Schubert joining us?
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. It was a blast.
Absolute Comedy Store royalty. His new album, Zero Tolerance, is available on iTunes. Go get it. We love you, Jimmy. Thank you. The great Jeremiah Watkins was Walter Fig tonight. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. Who you got on the podcast this week?
Well, if you've missed the last couple of weeks, maybe you might have seen the Kill Tony band on there. There's some new Dr. Phil Jeremiah Wonders episodes, and I've got a new breakfast show where I eat cereal with friends and strangers over the internet, and then lots of stand-up clips at Jeremiah Watkins YouTube. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, Jeremiah Watkins. The great Jet Ski Johnson, everybody. She's on social media, Jet Ski Johnson, and she's got some new merch that is absolutely awesome. It's actually the coolest thing ever. Brand new Jet Ski Johnson ornaments. You could use them as Christmas ornaments, but they're really what we would call an any occasion ornament. You can get them by going to jetskijohnson@gmail.com.
I got it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm shocked that was available. Jetskijohnson@gmail.com. They're $20 and $25, plastic or glass, right? And she showed them to me before the show. Have you seen these yet? They're so cool. She makes them herself, handmade. One of the, greatest characters in the history of the show. You got to check these out. Check them out. They're on her Instagram @Jetski Johnson, and she's selling them. She'll send them to you, right, Jetski?
Thanks, Tony. Yep, that's.
Am I missing anything?
No, that's it.
Buy a Jetski Johnson ornament. Go to jetskijohnson@gmail.com. Maybe you can even go straight through her Instagram. Well, why not send her an email? She'll respond to you.
Yeah, either way.
Exactly.
Just put all occasion ornament.
Well, Hamatha, great stuff tonight. Any occasion ornaments, handmade by Jetski Johnson. Guys, how about a hand for Merv the Mailman? Marv the Mailman. That was actually Chroma Chris all night. Tell us more, Chroma.
Yes, you can follow me on, I'm only on Instagram and Venmo at Chroma Chris.
What do you think about tonight's episode, Marv?
It was first class, Tony. And also, hail Satan.
Hail Satan indeed. Always and forever. Guys, spoiler alert. Carl Malone, that was actually Joel Jimenez, everybody. Joel, tell us more.
I'm at Mostly Sorry. Send me money on Venmo as well. Joel-Jimenez. Why not?
Absolutely. Send us all money. Why not? I'm on Patreon. Patreon.com/Hinchcliffe. Roast University. I go over roast history, roast advice, roast battles, Comedy Central roast, all the way back to Rickles, the Friars Club. We just talk about what I love talking about the most, which is making fun of people. If you want to get better at it, you can learn a lot at Roast University.
Check out Virtual Red Band. Check out Brothers in Cursive. We have a new Patreon. We have a bunch of new stuff that we're doing on there, including a video game show on the Patreon. Go to DeathSquad.tv.
Yeah, that's right. I have a bunch of new shirts up at TonyHinchcliffe.com too. GoldenPonyGear.Threadless.com. Oh, Jeremiah has something big.
I forgot my merch store is now open. JeremiahWatkins.com. It's been down for a little bit. It's back open.
It's back open, everybody. You wanted it. There it is. JeremiahWatkins.com. Thank you so much for coming out, everybody. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys soon.
famous comedy store made for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's
Hello, everybody. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. We're back again. How are you, Brian Redband?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. Good to be here at the world famous comedy store in another incredible evening here on a Monday with the great Kill Tony. And no one better in this room than our artist that draws every single episode. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here, everybody. It looks so good. Ryan J. Ebelt draws all of our tour posters, every single episode of the show, and even some new limited edition Kill Tony t-shirts. Everything's at RyanJEbelt.com for the Kill Tony art. He has some auctions over there. It's really cool. Check it out, RyanJEbelt.com.
I really like that. Did you see the one he drew recently with the book, where it looked like an old book with the writing on the bottom?
Old school children's book. There's a snake on a rope. I love that one. There's a lot of.
You should do kids' books. Like, that's a good book. That was
pretty. It felt kids booky. It did. I think you could do that easily. Are kids still reading books nowadays? You should do a kid iPad thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm all jacked up to the gullets on Caveman Coffee right now. Whoa! Love Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY, save 20%. And I also have carbohydrates running through my bloodstream from delicious Vito's Pizza. What's that? I'm telling you, the fucking pizza, the coffee, it's got me going crazy up here. Anyway, Vito's Pizza's all around Southern California. I'm hooked on all their delicious food. Check them out. We're going to have fun tonight. This is very, very exciting. But before we do, let's hear a little more about our sponsors that made this episode possible. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn. Maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I know you realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony. expressvpn.com/KillTony to learn more.
Hiring can be difficult.
And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges, from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support. Not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we are back. Make sure you check out some of that stuff from those awesome sponsors, because they're the ones that keep the show rolling along. They keep us happy. So make them happy. Go get something from them. Today's show is going to be a lot of fun. We have 4 sign-ups, 3 regulars to get through. But before that, I should bring out a guest. We are back to doing guests again, and I am so excited about this one. This is someone who I've been friends with for a while, co-workers together, but we have really become super tight during this global pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians. You know her from everything, and you also know her from a recent amazing appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience. I present to you one of my good pals and one of my favorite comedians, the great Andy Letterman, everybody! Boom! Oh my goodness! Fresh off the tennis court, Andy Letterman.
That's right. I actually didn't play tennis, but I wear the outfit. I feel like if you wear the outfit, you might play tennis.
That's exactly how I feel, and that's why I dress like a golfer all the time now.
We do. Tony and I, we match in rich people outfits.
Yep.
But you know what I liked listening to Brian talk about? Do people know that's her name? Red Band. I like listening to Red Band talk about books, and then when I walked in, it was watching him struggle to try to read the fucking ad. It was amazing, right? Like, is he gonna get through it?
We usually have it on little or on big pieces of paper. I was
like,
looking at my
and then put hashtag Tony's podcast. You guys saw it.
Anyway, welcome, tennis player.
Penis Williams, guys. It's my new character, Penis Williams.
Oh my goodness, what's so special about Penis Williams? Does she have a penis?
Well, I did code with one of them.
Whoa.
So I don't like to say her name.
Oh my goodness.
Years ago.
Does it rhyme with Serena?
It rhymes with vagina.
Okay, well, this is going to be fun. Annie, it's been a while since you've been on this show.
Yeah, I did it with Roddy Piper.
Oh my goodness,
yeah.
That's the last time you did it?
I killed him.
Wow.
Yeah, he worked with me and then dropped dead. He was like, ugh.
That was it. He's been through the ringer with everyone, but you're the one that pushed him over the edge.
He's like, who was this? Was she a lesbian? I can't tell.
That's how it works. That's how it works with you. You were also the last person to hang out with Brody Stevens. You were
heard a lot.
You were Robin Williams' last opener.
That's true. I gave him Parkinson's. Did you have the sexually transmitted disease?
Yeah.
All right, guys. This is a tough crowd in here. I'm nervous. Ooh, I'm sweating. Ooh.
We're going to have fun. Andy, I don't even know if you remember. It's been so long, but we have a band on this show. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been getting ready in the back. Maybe they're astronauts. Maybe they're reptilian soothsayers.
I hope they're in
Lincoln Park.
I hope they're in blackface.
Could be. Anything can happen. I present to you the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg, Joel Jimenez, Chroma Chris, and Jetski Jesse Johnson.
Hi, man. That's pretty
Wow.
good. That's pretty good.
Wow. The sweet, sweet sport. Oh my God. Wow. My goodness. Like real basketball players. You can hear the flatness of the Spalding that Jeremiah has. The first noise I heard was the classic sound of a flat basketball bouncing off the major stage.
Not to be confused to when Red Band was reading that ad, but anyway. Jesus. Yeah. I need Joel.
Welcome, basketball players. What is your name?
Yo, what up? It's a homie T-Switch, and that's my boy Rim Job back there.
That's right. I remember you guys. It's been a long time. You've been on this show before. T-Switch and Rim Job.
T-Switch.
Oh, T-Switch. Okay. That's important. Do you make a lot of shots? Because you look like you'd be... We wouldn't be able to count on you for a free throw.
I'm actually very good at basketball, you bitch.
Really? Well, we're going to have to see. Maybe we'll have a little shooting competition later. And then, what do we got back here? I've never seen you with these basketball players.
What's up? I'm a W street baller,
Oh my goodness.
and I'm a slam drunk. I drink on the court, and
exciting. You look like if Kathy Griffin got stung by bees in the morning time. What's your name?
Slam Drunk.
Oh, that's your actual name. Okay, wow. That'd be an odd trip to the DMV.
These aren't our bird names, homie.
Oh, they're just your your court names?
Yeah.
Wow, and who's this young whippersnapper back here? Looks like he only shoots threes.
Ha 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 ha, yeah. You know, you got Red Band up front, you got Band back here, dog.
Oh my god, is that your name?
Hell yeah, Band back here. Laying it up, dunking it, shooting threes from downtown.
Shooting threes or banging threes?
These guys all sound like they never even watched a basketball game before. You're shooting shots from downtown, Tony.
Actually, I have never watched a basketball. I grew up without a TV, Tony, so...
Wow, you always wear that mask?
Yeah, that's right. I'm rim job. I gotta keep my mouth clean so I can eat that ass later.
Wow. My goodness. You have a steady girl whose ass you eat, or do you get around a lot?
Shit.
Well, what is it?
Shit.
Wow.
Eat shit. That's what eating ass is. Eat shit.
Rim job. T-switch, slam drunk.
T-switch, like a switch, homie.
Oh, that's right.
It's confusing his personal life with switches.
What?
It's a game.
Guinness.
My person gets
Can we switch him out?
What do you mean, switch?
it's like a gay term.
Oh, you're the only one that knows the gay term in the room. What does that mean?
Like a switch, like a computer.
Like a Nintendo Switch?
That's what I thought you meant at
Your
first.
microphone started to make more sense.
I've never heard of those. I've learned so many sexual things on this show. Like, what's the one where you put the pencil in the dick hole?
Oh.
Sounding. That was the classic one. What was another one? There was another weird one. Switching, like switching positions.
I think it's switching like
You can top or bottom.
yeah.
Alright, I don't know. T-switch, rim job, slam drunk, and urban back here. The whole band is here. Andy Letterman. Let's start the show, shall we? This is Kill Tony. Comedians get 60 seconds, then we interview him afterwards. Starting out the show, ladies and gentlemen, I mean truly an icon on the show. An absolute monster. I love him more than anything. Sometimes I give him some good old tough love. Try to squeeze the best out of him like you would with a delicious orange in the morning time. If you're into fresh juices. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, what else can I say? Long-time regular, great comedian. Here's William Montgomery.
Oh boy, here he is. Don't you want to
Here he
squeeze
is.
him?
1 minute uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
I haven't seen Jack Nicholson on the sideline lately. That's my impression of a poser Lakers fan. For all the atheists that hate my material, as the late great Rick Moranis said, God bless the haters. Y'all ever notice how every commercial these days has a product? What's the name of that band that played that song you hear when you accidentally call a fax number? No, really, what's that band's name? You know times are tough when your coke dealer goes to rehab. No, seriously. Oh, man, I get... Fred in Memphis had to go to rehab. And Scarlett, I just want to say I loved your voice in the movie Her.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a minute. And there you go, William Montgomery. California. There you go, William Montgomery. Another very funny set. 45 seconds of thunder and lightning, and then you start just commenting on things. It's pretty awesome.
I like that fax machine song.
You do?
I know, that's
Talking about Axel
F, right? Yeah.
Jack. Great references. Jack Nicholson, Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis is actually not dead, but he's a huge Christian.
He's a recluse.
He's a recluse.
Have you ever been a recluse?
I have been bitten by a brown recluse before in my parents' house in Memphis. Yes.
What happened?
Very toxic bite. I almost had to get my lower leg amputated.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, thanks for the snake sound.
That's the sound of a spider.
Closest thing I know. How'd you do a snake sound?
What were you doing when you got bit by a spider? Were you outdoors?
I was, as you could say, hollering at. There's an African American girl in the south side of Memphis. We were on her waterbed.
A waterbed?
A waterbed.
She had a waterbed?
She had a waterbed.
A black girl had a waterbed?
A waterbed?
Yeah, what do you mean?
I lost my virginity on the waterbed.
I grew up with one.
You grew up with a black girl or a
Waterbed.
African American?
The problem with waterbeds is they weigh so much that you can't really have them on the floors.
The black girls or the waterbed?
Were they ever? It's still the waterbed. Really? I don't think they were ever really comfortable, were they?
Oh no, this one they had different models. Like mine almost felt like a real bed, but it was
The black girl or the waterbed?
Yeah, right. It depends how big they are. That's what I was about to say.
the cool thing is you can heat it up, so you just sat it and you're just like on this warm, fleshy feeling bubble.
No, I lost my virginity when I was 14. Northeast Philadelphia. We're fucking bumping DMX. It was fucking sick, dude.
How was it?
How long did it last?
It wasn't good. I don't know how long it lasted. I didn't know time. I couldn't tell time back then. I was 14. I was a fucking
You
kid.
could tell time at 14.
I couldn't. I was a very slow kid. He took advantage of me. Thanks for bringing it up.
My God.
Punk into
Did
me.
he lose his virginity too, or?
No, he had already lost his virginity. In prison, no, he did end up in prison though. Not for fucking me at 14. Heroin. Turns out if you get your kid a waterbed in high school, they're going to be a heroin addict.
I've read that.
It's true.
So you were on a waterbed with a black girl. Then what happened?
I felt something tickling my lower right leg. I tried to swat whatever was off my lower right leg. Turned out to be a big brown recluse.
Oh my goodness.
It bit me. The next day we go to see the Harlem Globetrotters.
No, you didn't. Wait, no, you
Hell of a show.
You're making up a story about hanging out with a black girl. This is what you think they
And then went
do.
to the Harlem
Harlem Globetrotters.
You think they just go see the Harlem
We
Globetrotters?
went to a game.
They were in Southern Tennessee.
They beat the Washington Nationals.
No, that's a baseball team.
You know what's weird though? Jack Nicholson was in the front row.
That is
Callback, guys.
true.
There's 4 people in the room.
That's good. Did you really do cocaine with one of the tennis players?
I did.
Where were y'all?
At the Standard across the street here.
Was it
Standard
fun?
Hotel. She after she was her first time, and after she did it, she went, "Oh my God, my dad doesn't let me do anything." And I was like, "Our dads don't let us do coke either, by the way. Your dad just made you like the most athletic person on earth. Your dad was right. Ours was wrong."
That's incredible.
So cool.
William, what's been going on this week in your normal real
I
life?
still have the same shorts on.
Yeah, very bizarre.
Oh my God,
A little bit
busted
out
out
of
of them.
control. How often do you wash those? I've asked you this.
It's not my dick, it's my tummy.
No, we know that's your tummy.
It's a fupa.
Right.
It's part dick, part tummy. It's the same.
David Lucas has this video on his phone of his first time meeting William 2 years ago, and he has the exact same shorts on.
No way. Is that true? Oh.
Were they broken?
These are the only shorts I wear. I did not. I bought Birkenstocks. I'm wearing my new Birkenstocks.
Oh my God,
Look at
let's
that.
see.
Super comfy.
Do you usually wear
Highly
pants?
recommend.
Call your dad real quick. Call your dad. Put him on speakerphone. We need to get you some new shorts.
Somebody stole a shoe.
My previous plans of having people send you shorts did not work. What size do you wear again?
Uh-oh, I think we know. I think it's a large.
What? A large?
Well, it looks
You
like
want
you're
a
wearing a medium. It looks like you're wearing a
It's a
medium.
36, 32.
That's why it's broken.
Call your dad on speakerphone real quick.
My phone, I don't have my phone on.
Yes, you do.
If you're listening to my backpack, send in shorts to William.
Greg, grab
Do I want to get my phone on
William's
my backpack?
backpack. You just grab his backpack.
This is important.
No, the phone's on top.
Oh, it's on top. Here we go. We're gonna call Mr.
Thanks, Greg.
We have to get.
Can you FaceTime him? I want to see him.
This is the music from that game, the Harlem Globetrotters game that him and the black girl went to.
Also, he said African American, which sounds like the N-word now, don't you think? It's like he's trying. It's worse, right? It really is. Since the bird watching bitch.
Uh-oh, here we go. Put him on speaker, turn the volume all the way up. Might be late over there, huh? But it's
Wake his ass up. It's still time.
like after 11. Volume up, put it right.
I'm on.
Put the microphone to the bottom of the phone, William. Hi, Mr. Montgomery. It's Tony Hinchcliffe. Can you hear me?
Oh my gosh, yeah, how you doing, Tony?
I'm great, man. I just wanted to hear your voice and say hello. We're big fans of you over here. We're doing an episode live right now, and I want to talk with you about the shorts that William has been wearing for what appears to be pretty much 2 years continuously.
Not a short time, let's just say that.
Yeah, he says that it's the only pair of shorts that he wears. What can we do about this?
I think he's been wearing those since he was a sophomore in high school.
No loyalty, your dad. No loyalty. I love that.
And he has, sometimes they've been too big for him, and sometimes they've been too small.
Well, we're at the small part, Dad.
Oh my goodness, we're definitely at the small part. The front is busted open.
He's Louis C.K.ing all of us right now.
Yeah, he needs to invest in another pair of shorts.
What do you think we should do? Should we start a fundraiser or something like that? Or maybe we should,
Shorts
Yeah, I
cost
think
like
those things,
$20.
I think those things set it back originally maybe about $12.
We could probably find the exact manufacturer of those shorts and buy a new pair of those shorts, William.
You know what? That's what we're going to do. We solved the problem, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Papa. I love you.
Aww.
Miss you, buddy.
We love you. We miss you. Come back, visit us soon.
We will. We love y'all and miss y'all too.
Awesome. Bye-bye. He's the best.
Why did y'all fucking do that to me when Papa was on the phone?
That was so
What did we do?
cute.
What did we do?
Y'all made me look like a fool.
No.
Your pants made you look like a fool.
And your father made you look like a fool. He really upped the ante. He told us you've had those since you were a
No,
sophomore in
I
high
was a
school.
sophomore in high school.
He said that they've been too big on you, they've been too small on you, that you fluctuated weights through your life.
Like your little blankie at this point.
What?
Is that like your little blankie? Are you scared to get rid of those shorts for a reason?
Oh, it's so upsetting how small they are on you.
Jeremiah, do you like them? I see you liking Jeremiah.
Is that a plastic bag coming out of your boxers?
I see what you're working with. Just tell me. Thank you.
William.
All right.
William.
All right.
You think that if we bought you a new pair of those shorts, would you wear them?
Yeah, do you know the brand of those shorts?
They're Old Navy.
These are Mountain Hardware.
What are they?
Mountain Hardware.
Mount Hardware?
Mountain Hardware.
Mounted Hardware?
Mountain Hardware.
Size what?
These are probably a 36.
Well, what do you need?
38, obviously.
38. No, I got a 40 and they were way too big.
38.
38.
Oh, you attempted and you overshot? I love
Yeah.
that.
I got a
They did
40.
return.
I got a size 40. It was sad. I looked like a fucking clown.
They were down around your ankles.
They were, and I tried to put a belt on.
Was it put it on your neck accidental?
Mounted Hardware, there it is.
Pants and shorts are one of the first things that comes up.
Oh my goodness. Oh, these are expensive. That's why they last so long.
Yeah.
Look at that. How'd
Yeah,
you get
really
these-
great shorts.
How'd you get the original pair your sophomore year? Your parents or your grandma or someone?
I was working at an outdoor store in Memphis, Tennessee,
What was the outdoor store?
called Outdoors Incorporated.
Outdoors
Is
Incorporated.
that when you just put your cup out and people put...
Wow, guys, breaking news, they absolutely have the exact same
Oh
shorts.
my god.
Do they really? For $38.
That's William, too, the model.
Holy short.
So
38
happy for
bucks.
you.
I remember around Christmas time when I was working there, Lawrence, the main manager, gave everybody a $100 bill for a Christmas bonus.